Arc 7, Chapter 56b, The Flying Dragon Cataclysm. Machine translated by Archbishop Punibaba Sprighton and proofread by Archbishop I3 Laid Dragon Sprighton and Japanese to English checking by Ice Mask Book Archbishop Art Sources. Sibacon 5010, Zerabato. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. The moment he saw the little girl standing amidst the plume of smoke, alarm bells went off in Flop's head. Not the real alarm bell echoing throughout Garrel, however. It was the clanging alarm of his own survival instincts as a living creature. So loud was its noise that it made his head ache. Quite frankly, Flop was unlike Medium. He was a man unable to fight. Attempting to train his body had brought him some degree of frustration, and he wished to not detract from his sister's role, which she had chosen in her own way after much thinking, upon realizing that she was actually causing her brother pain by stroking his wounds. Therefore, he possessed no warrior's intuition nor discernment. And yet, Flop, that girl's bad news. And then he swallowed bitter spit as the little girl propped her leg out of the gaping hole made by the impact of the fall. Girl, a young girl of short stature, the pupils of her golden eyes narrowed, glaring at Flop and the others. She appeared to be 2 or 3 years older than Schult and Utakata, but the atmosphere she exuded was on par with that of Medium or Meiseldeno, even more dangerous. It was almost like that of the imposing divine general that had dispossessed Meiselder of her leg. Flop, Redhead-san, do you think you can manage to create an opening? I want to let at least Butler-kun and Miss Utakata escape somehow. The one to whom Flop gave that suggestion to in the form of a whisper was Heinkel, also the one person who held any fighting strength in this place. Having demonstrated his swordsmanship by slaying a flying dragon, he would be more than capable of assisting in the protection of Utakata and the others, as opposed to having Flop become a meat shield. Ideally, it would be great if Heinkel were strong enough to defeat that little girl. Heinkel, HK, Flop, Redhead-san. Leaving his guard up toward the girl, Flop questioned Heinkel, from whom there was no reply. He was hesitant to take his gaze away from the threat before him, but working with Heinkel was the top priority. Having readied his resolve, Flop glanced at Heinkel to examine him. Heinkel's eyes were wide open in shock, his face pale with greasy sweat streaking across it. Schult, H. Heinkel-sama, are you all right? Heinkel, ah. Flop and Schult took notice of Heinkel's unusual behavior at nearly the exact same time. Schult voiced his clear concern for Heinkel, and the red-haired swordsman's cheeks became rigid due to the youngster's words, an inarticulate voice escaping his throat. It was difficult to tell, from looking from the side, whether the response was because he was aware of the girl's identity. However, regardless of the question, there was one clear, unequivocal fact. That was girl. What's with you? Are you scared? The squinting girl's gaze was directed at Heinkel's legs as he stood there. His legs were trembling at both knees, so much so that he was barely managing to keep standing. What was present there, obvious to anyone who laid eyes upon him, was plenty of fear and trepidation. In other words, despair. Flop, hey there. I've never seen you before, little lady. Would you mind talking to me for a bit? Having observed Heinkel's despair, Flop immediately shouted that out. Immediately, Heinkel and Schult's shoulders hitched, and the girl in front of them turned her eyes filled with suspicion toward him. Her gaze alone would not kill him, but the oppressive sensation coming from it was such that it would not be surprising if it did. But Flop rallied his heart, loosened his cheeks, and spread his hands wide, producing a smile. Flop, I'm Flop O'Connell, a humble merchant. I'm in a rather difficult and bewildering situation. You seem to know more about it than I do, don't you? Girl, are you collateral damage? Then you're out of luck. Flop, well, being out of luck's a phrase I'm not used to being told. I got a lot of things missing, but I'm proud to say that I do have luck. Why would I be out of luck? Girl, you may kill everyone in this city. That's what the senile old man said. Flop, everyone in the city. The little girl jerked her chin, answering by gesturing towards her surroundings, to which Flop gave a strained smile. But deep inside, his state of mind was far from corresponding to that of a bitter smile. He was more panicked than anything else. Would there be room for negotiation, given her objective was to annihilate the city's inhabitants completely? If only he could talk to the senile old man who had ordered her to do such a deed. Flop. From what I've heard, the senile old man seems to have made a mistake in telling you to wipe out the whole city. So why don't you double-check that with your friends and colleagues who have come with you? Girl, there are no friends or colleagues. There are only brethren and enemies with I, the dragon. You are mocking this dragon. It appears you don't know fear. Flop, mocking you, that's outrageous. I want to get along with you. For starters, I was just thinking about asking your name. Don't you agree? Schult. Why, yes, that is correct. I would like to know your name too. Mine is Schult. As the girl lay on verge of becoming ill-tempered, Flop clapped his hands, asking his allies for agreement. Schult, taking advantage of the situation, then said his name as he raised his hand. With Flop and Schult now having been introduced themselves, the girl wrinkled the brow of her pretty face and, Madeline Eschart, I the dragon am of the 9 divine generals. Heinkel, 90. Unassumingly, the girl Madeline introduced herself via her title, to which Heinkel became at a loss for words. His knees, which had been trembling ever since they had met, worsened further upon hearing her title, a corroboration of her strength. It was a miracle that he did not fall on his buttocks. Even Flop was unable to laugh at Heinkel. Heinkel's opponent, whom Flop had considered to be as dangerous as a divine general, turned out to actually be a divine general. Beyond that, Flop, Miss Utakata. Quietly, Flop noticed a change in the situation, invoking the name of the person who had caused this change. Utakata, the girl called upon by Flop, stirred, focusing on Madeline in front of her. Retrieving the bow from her back, she prepared an arrow, aimed at Madeline. The distance between them amounted to 7 or 8 meters. Even considering her abilities, she would not miss. If that were to be called an advantage, however, that could not be farther from the truth. Utakata, that enemy is the leader of the flock of flying dragons. She's the same as Me was before, and the same as Tar is now. Defeat that enemy, and the fight is over. Schult, is that so? Flop, perhaps Miss Utakata's conception is correct, unless there are other divine generals besides her. When Flop took a glance towards her, Madeline said nothing of it. Judging from her attitude so far, she was a child who would respond to the words being spoken. If they were to state something obviously wrong, it would be more natural for her to react in some way. In other words, Madeline was leading the assault on the fortress city. Utakata's view that defeating her would force the flying dragons to withdraw would be correct. The only problem was that it did not appear to be something that could feasibly be done. Madeline, you're a warrior, and you won't run away. You're a warrior. Schult, me, you mean. Madeline, yes, you're a warrior as well. Suddenly being pointed towards, Schultz's eyes became rounder after being appraised as such. To Schultz's surprise, Madeline pointed with a small hand to Utakata, Flop, and himself, describing them as warriors. Following on, Madeline's finger was pointed at the last one. Heinkel, Madeline, you're no warrior. Even though you slew a dragon, you're a coward. Heinkel, Madeline, draw your sword. For I, the dragon, will strike you, for every drop of blood that has been shed. As she said this, Madeline slowly took a step toward him. And so, slowly, Madeline's feet closed the distance headed toward the flying dragon killer Heinkel, uncaring of being targeted by Utakata's arrow. Utakata, hit her. Synchronized with that declaration of intent, Utakata's arrow was loosed, aiming at Madeline's chest. It flew straight at Madeline, but was caught between 2 fingers of Madeline's lifted hand. Madeline did not even look at Utakata. Her line of sight was trained straight towards Heinkel. Flop, Redhead-san. Schult, Heinkel-sama. Realizing the danger, Flop screamed and Schult tried to pull on Heinkel's arm. However, Schultz's lack of power was not enough to make Heinkel even twitch. Rather, faced with Madeline approaching him, Heinkel cleared his throat, shook off that arm of Schultz attempting to pull him away. Schult fell on his butt. Heinkel clenched his molars. Heinkel, oh. Heinkel's sword hand gripped tightly, infused with force. His cheeks turned vermilion as he clenched his jaw and mandible, the blood pumping through his body, attempting to dispel the fright making his legs tremble. Yet despite that, Madeline did not halt, still closing her distance to Heinkel. Compared to a flying dragon, this little girl was incomparably smaller in size. Against the approaching petite child, Heinkel struck a blow with his sword. Heinkel! Oh! With a high-pitched clang, the sword tumbled from Heinkel's trembling hand. At the moment the full extent of his sword technique was to be unleashed, he was unable to raise his arm, letting his sword go. And Madeline, after all, you're no warrior. Madeline's contemptuous words were driven into Heinkel's side, accompanied by a fist. The blow struck Heinkel's stout frame, and with tremendous force, the red-haired swordsman was blown sideways. His entire body slammed into a stone building, cracking the stone wall in the shape of his human form. The blow, that one hit, caused Heinkel's eyes to roll to the back of his head, also producing an intense gale. Regardless of having fired off a punch that produced a boom, that fist carrying energy not below that of the rocks being repeatedly hurled by the flying dragons at the city, Madeline's ire did not abate. Heinkel! Ka! As Heinkel slumped forward, Madeline's other fist smashed into his nose. The back of his head slammed against the wall, and as he ricocheted in return, a punt from the girl pummeled his torso. The impact went through him, causing the house behind him to collapse thunderously, exposed to that destructive power. Grabbing Heinkel's leg as it was engulfed in a plume of smoke, Madeline brutally threw him in the opposite direction. Heinkel's body rumbled and tumbled vigorously as he fell back onto the ground of the street. The building across the street from the house that had just collapsed now gave him a firm welcome. Windows shattered on impact, the scattered debris showering down on Heinkel like rain. The fallen Heinkel did not even twitch as they left fine cuts all over his body. Flop! Were it flop, that onslaught would have been fatal. Besides flop, most people would have died to that assault. It was uncertain whether Heinkel was dead or alive, having been showered by a series of attacks that perhaps even medium would be unable to survive. But Madeline, whose profession was fighting, would not permit such half-hearted denouement. Madeline, wimp. Madeline's hand reached behind her back, muttering in a voice that did not conceal her contempt. The belt on her back was unbuttoned, and immediately afterward, an item that had been stored there was opened with a noise. It was a foldable, razor-sharp blade, a long weapon shaped like a wide-open pair of scissors. Flop recalled seeing something similar during the hunts of nomadic people across the wide, grand grasslands. Called a flying winged blade, a skillful user could throw it for dozens of meters, spinning the blade around and back to the user's hand. However, Madeline's weapon was as tall as she was small, a sharp weapon possessing a specialized handle that could be used for purposes other than throwing. Devoid of mercy, she directed it at Heinkel laying on the ground, having entered that state after being beaten up by her bare hands. Were he to be struck by that weapon, assuredly no trace of him would remain. Flop, won't you stop, Miss Madeline? I understand your anger. I know how angry you must be after your friends were killed, but if someone's attacked, they have no choice but to fight back. Biting his lip to brace himself, Flop said this to Madeline's back. With the flying winged blade in her hand, she turned away and responded to Flop. Don't be mistaken, Madeline. Dragons are the greatest creatures in the world. If you people snap right back at dragons, you deserve to be exterminated. Besides, Flop, besides. Madeline, is it possible to tolerate the action of such a coward, I wonder? Madeline's golden eyes quaked with anger, and Flop realized the reason for her irritation. Naturally, she was angry about Flying Dragon accompanying her having been murdered, but more significant was the fact that the one who had performed that deed, Heinkel, was unable to wage battle, having let go of his sword. She was angered that her companion had been felled by someone so insignificant. It was an insult not only to Heinkel, but to the life of the Flying Dragon he had slain. Flop. You to Carter. Ah. A moment later, Madeline kicked a pebble on the ground to stop Flop before he could move. The pebble struck Flop, about to make a move, and Utakata, who was about to knock her next arrow, hitting their legs and arms respectively, hence hindering their actions. In the meantime, Madeline raised her flying winged blade as to snuff out Heinkel right beneath her eyes. But Schult, no, please don't. Unlike the two who were hit by pebbles, Schult, who was standing away out of precaution, rushed in between them in desperation. The young boy held out his hands and stepped in between Madeline and Heinkel. Schult's small body covered Heinkel, a shelter far too fragile to resist the storm that was approaching. But Madeline was not so kind as to hold back upon seeing the boy's recklessness. Madeline, nobody was going to let you live anyway. Madeline's eyes narrowed, and the flying winged blade was driven down into Schultz's head. "Rem, are you safe?" Shouting so, a slender woman opened the large door and rushed into the mansion. Rem, who had been running through the hall, looked towards the familiar voice and replied with yes. "Rem, Kuna-san, and Holly-san, Holly, I'm glad you're okay. The whole city is a huge mess already." Before Rem's wide-open eyes, a pair of footsteps rushed towards her, one light and another heavy, belonging to two members of the people of Shadrach stationed in the city, Kuna and Holly. Upon hearing the voices of those two, Rem's eyes eased in slight relief. "Rem, I'm glad that you two are all right. Do you have any injuries?" "Kuna, we're fine for now. It's just Holly. Everyone is so beat already." Tilda. The tone of the two's voices drooping, they looked about the hall that Rem ran through, speaking their mind. Around the three of them, residents who had been hurt and injured amidst the chaos that had sparked within the city were being brought in droves. The place gave the appearance of a field hospital, as volunteers helped in patching everyone up. If the wound was shallow, it could be sewn shut and bandaged. However, if the wound was deep and life-threatening, Rem, I need to do something. Biting her lip tightly, Rem clenched her hands. Her right hand, opposite the cane, was already smeared with blood that was not Rem's. No matter how many times she tried to scrub it away, the blood on her hand had dried far too much. Soon after, Rem and Priscilla witnessed the flock of flying dragons from the bathhouse's balcony. The black specks approaching from afar quickly turned into a threat, launching an assault on the city. Some of the flying dragons hurled down large rocks from the sky, while some of them engaged in a cruel hunt, snatching the fleeing people from the ground to then drop them right back from great heights. The citizens who lacked the strength to fight against either of these attacks were nothing but easy prey. Having been exposed to such danger, the people had rushed here for a shelter and center of treatment. That was the reason behind the misery currently present within the mansion. One would think Priscilla to be greatly upset with such happenings, and yet Priscilla. To begin with, the mansion was taken in order to make the precious healer's whereabouts somewhere distinct, somewhere sound. Zika and the others were also ordered to escort the wounded. "Rem, is that so?" "Priscilla, what did you really believe that I seized the mansion only for its bathhouse? The true reason is for its bathhouse and its spaciousness. And so, it should be noted that such an exchange had previously occurred. In any case, Priscilla had allowed the wounded into the mansion. Apparently, Zika, Meiselder, and other key personnel in the city had been informed of this. Rem, so then, I don't know why I wasn't told anything about it, being the most important aspect, but because she felt that obtaining a satisfying answer was not possible, Rem did not probe it any deeper. Above all, Rem had no time for worrying over Priscilla's childish mischievousness. After all, injured people who required Rem's help were being brought in one after another. "Rem, Kuna-san and Holly-san, you too are. Holly. Chieftain. Not anymore." Tilda. Former Chieftain Meiselder said this. Tilda. "Kuna, the more people die, the lower the morale will get. We don't want fewer people to be able to fight, so we're Rem's guards." Leaving that aside, cutting her words off there, Kuna narrowed her almond-shaped eyes. Because of the sharpness of the look, Rem stiffened, as Kuna indicated the wounded in the mansion with her chin. "Kuna, where's that princess who was taking care of you? Don't tell me. She's relaxing in her room with all this mayhem going on." "Holly, if so, she's a very heavy sleeper. I am too, but even if I were snoozing and had my belly full, I'd wake up with this much noise." To the pair's questions, their tone differing in tension exquisitely, Rem shook her head sideways. Certainly, Priscilla was the proprietor of a self-centered, arrogant personality, and it was understandable that the two of them would be concerned about her being so whimsical. "Rem, surprisingly, Priscilla-san is a very dependable person." And immediately following Rem's comment on the absent Priscilla, "Kurerera," a high-pitched sound, like a strong wind blowing between buildings, descended headlong onto the front yard of the mansion. Propping up a tremendous cloud of dust by scraping the lawn was the massive body of a dragon possessing wings, which had just failed a landing from above. Its total wingspan would put the flying dragon at roughly 4 meters long. It landed in an unsightly manner, as if it had just flown for the first time. Although that was only natural. The basic landing maneuvers that would normally have been founded in experience and instinct could not have been satisfactorily demonstrated, given its head had been smashed in. Just then, right next to the crashed corpse of the flying dragon, a figure landed from the sky. A beautiful woman, the hem of her red dress fluttering, a jeweled crimson sword in her hand. Priscilla. Priscilla, you used me as a guard. This debt shall cost you greatly, Rem. Thank you very much. I shall wash your hair as a show of my heartfelt gratitude. Priscilla, how audacious of you to attempt to get away with such a thing. I shall allow it. I am pleased with it. Priscilla acceded to Rem's reply with a hawkish response given through the open doorway. She had been making full use of her extraordinary physical abilities to cut down and repel the flying dragons that had come soaring towards the mansion. Witnessing this firsthand, Kuna and Holly, as would be expected, could not conceal their astonishment. For some reason, Rem felt petty pride resulting from the reactions of those two. However, Priscilla, squaring off against the dragons, was not entirely free of concern. The primary reason for this laid within the beautiful red-jeweled sword wielded in her hand. Rem. Priscilla-san, how is your yang sword doing? Priscilla, as you can see, the sun has darkened. For now, this is merely a blunt object that cannot be called a sword. Although, having revealed that something was wrong with the yang sword, Priscilla turned back around. In that instant, a flying dragon plunged towards Priscilla, its open mouth lined with ravenous fangs aimed at her back. Priscilla ruthlessly plunged the yang sword, dull as it was, into the dragon's maw. The fangs shattered as the tip of the yang sword pierced the back of the dragon's throat with brutal force, killing it. Priscilla, before me, a winged dragon amounts to naught, even with a blunt object that cannot cut. With a sweep of her sword, Priscilla tossed the dragon's corpse to the edge of the garden. Having now easily disposed of the threat, she turned to notice Kuna and Harley standing beside Rem. Priscilla. Shadrakians, is it? I suppose you have come to protect Rem. Priscilla-san, the two of them came to help the wounded. Priscilla, do not lose sight of reality because of romantic ideals. What use are the wounded on a battlefield? Who is the most valuable one here? Aside from me, it is you. Rem, HK. Rem choked up, faced with Priscilla's sharp rebuttal. Kuna nodded her head in affirmation of Priscilla's ruthless assessment. That's right, Kuna. It's our role to protect Rem, and Rem's role is Holly, to minimize the casualties as much as possible. Kuna's hushed words were buttressed by Holly's cheerful remark. Burned by both of their words, and by Priscilla's gaze, Rem admonished herself. Just the previous day, Rem had been feeling sorry for herself for not being in such an important position. No longer could she be complacent about her position. Above all, Rem herself had desired it. Rem, I will fight my battles myself. Kuna-san, Holly-san, thank you very much. Kuna, oh. Holly, you're the one in charge. Kuna and Holly nodded, responding to Rem's determination with encouraging smiles. The two granting salvation to her feelings, Rem looked towards Priscilla. She had been defending the mansion until guards capable of protecting Rem arrived. Rem, you're leaving, aren't you? Priscilla, it seems to me that there are many situations in which you shall not be able to stand without me. Zika will know how to dispense with the lack of strength, but he shall not be able to stand up to the enemy's main force. Rem, the enemy's main force being Priscilla. Naturally, that would be a divine general. Rem gulped, as Priscilla answered with one eye closed. The existence of the 9 divine generals was a critical factor affecting the tide of war in the Empire. In order to recruit as many of them as possible, Subaru, Abel, and the others had set out for Chaos Flame. Nevertheless, the fact that one of the 9 divine generals was attacking this city was no coincidence. Priscilla, of course, this is the doing of someone from within the opposing party. Abel's situation looks increasingly bleak. How come he built something upon such shoddy foundations? Rem, I can't say anything about that, because I don't know much about how Abel works. Leaving it at that, I'm sure it would have been very difficult for the people around him. While Rem had many qualms about Subaru, she did not believe Abel's attitude was a commendable one either. Abel, who stood out for his arrogant behavior stemming from his cleverness, foresight, and ability to read the situations, was a difficult opponent for Rem, who had no memories to support herself with. Being at the top of the country, he must have been surrounded by a great many people. It was very unlikely that all of them would have accepted his ideas, and obeyed him so easily. That was also why a rebellion had been raised. However, nonetheless, to allow something as terrible as this because of that. Who had built herself upon a fragile foundation, appealed to Priscilla with her gaze. Priscilla produced a scoff, accompanied by a smile, due to Rem's exclamation, as if suggesting she knew what she was thinking. As Rem's eyes widened in response, Priscilla turned away, the smile disappearing as if it had never existed at all. Priscilla. This flock of flying dragons cannot be explained through the taming of flying dragons. This general first class must have sprouted during mine absence. If what Serena spoke was true, there is one who became the flying dragon general. Surely the ninth that person should be somewhere in the city. Priscilla, the city hall. Priscilla, if the enemy is not too foolish, that is where they shall head. After all, they have a direct path to it, cleaving through the skies. There is no reason why they would overlook the commanding post. Rem's thoughts became clouded for a moment due to the obviousness of such a remark. However, as soon as those words registered in her mind, she was immediately struck by the urgency of the situation. However, Priscilla's calm and nonchalant demeanor brought Rem to the verge of panic. Isn't it a crisis that the command post is being attacked? Priscilla-san. Priscilla, fool, plump though he may be, Zika yet remains a general of the empire. He shall not perish that easily, nor he is so foolish as to keep by his side those who cannot do battle. That is, speaking of those who can't fight, Schultzan. Reminded of the boy who had left the mansion before Priscilla and Rem started bathing, Rem grew anxious. Hardworking but clumsy, Schult was a boy with no more power than those that needed Rem's help. That boy, Schult, had been abandoned in this city of utter chaos. If only he had someone, an adult he could rely on to join up with, but if not Priscilla-san, quickly, please hurry. Priscilla, at the very least, it is your duty to earnestly beseech me for my safety. In fact, you needn't be in such a hurry. Schult shall not die so easily. Ha. Replying with a casual demeanor, Priscilla snorted at Rem, who was impatiently motioning with her hand. Rem furrowed her eyebrows into a frown, not understanding the meaning behind Priscilla's words. Kuna and Holly, naturally, had no clue as to them as well, their faces conveying confusion with that child's appearance as the reason. How could she be certain that Schult, wielding only his cuteness and diligence as weapons, would be safe? Facing the skeptical eyes of Rem and the others, Priscilla put a hand on the door of the mansion, keeping them out of the way of the flying dragon's onslaught. Priscilla, because he has won mine favor with his charm and bravery, you know. And with that answer, the door of the mansion was closed. A harsh, dull thud rang out, and Flop felt his soul crushed under the weight of his own helplessness. The pain from the pebble stopped him in his tracks, a tragedy that did not even allow him to reach out. He wished to shut his eyes, to avert his face from their demise, but he did not. Doing so, he believed, would mean running away from his responsibility, stemming from his powerlessness, from his inability to do anything. At the very least, he himself had to ascertain the result of what he had done and of what he had been unable to do. With such modest resolve, Flop refused to look away. And then, Madeline, what are you? Madeline swung down the flying winged blade in her hand, intending to slice her prey in two with its sharp edge. Undoubtedly, she had tried to cut both of them in half simultaneously, the disgraceful Heinkel and Schult, who tried to protect him alike. It was not as if she had paused midway through her attack. And yet, Schult, gnashing his teeth firmly with a groan, Schult covered the fallen Heinkel. His body had been neither torn nor crushed. However, Madeline's blow should have caught him squarely in the back of the head, shattering it. In fact, Flop had witnessed the blow with his very eyes, and had heard its dull sound. However, only the dull sound had echoed. Madeline tilted her head, her curious eyes repeatedly moving back and forth between her weapon and the back of Schultz's head. Her head still inclined, Madeline brought the flying winged blade down on Schultz once more. Once, twice, 3 times, 4 times, over and over again in rapid succession, Schultz. No, please stop. It hurts. Madeline, that's strange. I, the dragon, intended to kill. Why don't you die? Flop, that may be. Your reluctance towards killing a person's making your hands slacken just before the weapon hits. Gua. Madeline, don't make fun of this dragon. Lamenting about not understanding a thing, Madeline's ire was directed at Flop. She sent a stone larger than the one she had used to stop Flop in his tracks, previously flying with a punt. It hit him square in the chest, knocking him flat on his rear. His sternum creaked from the force of the impact, leaving Flop no longer able to breathe properly. However, oh ouch, it hurts. It was a fact that Schult, having been struck again and again by the sharp blade, grunted in pain, yet did not die. This bizarre occurrence ultimately sparked an outburst from Madeline. As a hand grabbed Schult's peach-colored hair, hoisting his body, Madeline gnashed her teeth together. And then, Madeline, what in the world are you hiding? Schult, HK. While being hoisted up, Schult screamed in agony. But Madeline's reaction, as she turned her angry eyes towards him, exceeded his. Madeline's golden eyes widened, her lips quivering with a wince. Flop, teary-eyed with pain, could nonetheless make out what had made her react in such a way. A dramatic change in Schultz's appearance had been triggered. That change was Utakata, Shu's eyes, their burning. Utakata, witnessing the same scene, succinctly and accurately described it so. At first glance, what Utakata had pointed out made no sense, yet there existed no better way to describe what was happening. From Flop's perspective, it was precisely as she had described it. It was a thing most unusual. In both of Schultz's red eyes, a flickering flame blazed. Schult, A. However, the one being talked about himself, Schult, was oblivious to this fact, blinking his eyes, his face conveying that he was unable to make sense of the reactions of the people around him. His wandering eyes eventually landed upon his own face, reflected in the flying winged blade that had struck him, then realized what it was that had drawn everyone's attention. Schultz's features, reflected in that curved blade, appeared distorted, but he could clearly see the fire burning in his eyes. Schult, W. What is this? H. Heart. Ah, it's not hot. While running his hand all over his face, Schult exclaimed about his inability to feel the flames. It appeared that, while it was not like his face had just burst in flames spontaneously, the cause of the fire was still inexplicable. However, only Flop and his companions were puzzled as to the meaning of the flames. Looking into Schultz's face, Madeline found her cheeks stiffening in astonishment as she recognized the conflagration blazing within the child's two eyes. Consequently, she exclaimed her suspicion. Madeline, you can't possibly be friggin' related to that Fox person. Schult, Fox, Flop, person. Utakata. Agitated, Madeline batted her eyes because those three people had no inkling as to what she was talking about. Without the mental leeway to notice her tone of voice breaking just before it actually did, she was overcome by strong surprise and confusion, staring at Schult. The hand gripping Schult let go of him, and the boy, falling forward with a wah, dropped to the ground. Madeline kicked off the ground with force in front of the boy, who was again covering Heinkel. Madeline. In one go, Madeline's figure leapt, ascending to the sky above the street. Its abruptness and velocity made it appear to Flop as if she had simply vanished. However, the ground that she had stepped on caved in violently, and in addition, the building she had utilized as a foothold to accelerate her motion crumbled. Madeline, having risen high up into the air in such a manner, lifted the flying winged blade aloft in both her hands with all her might. Madeline, you're friggin'. Getting in this dragon's way again, friggin' disappear, you nuisance. That voice of protest echoed through the air, and the flying winged blade swung down, furiously approaching the ground. Its principle was the same as how the flying dragons threw their stones, but the force behind the readied blade was orders of magnitude greater. Unlike the large rocks being hurled without aim, this blade aimed to cleave Schultz's body in two. By some underlying logic, Schultz's body had become sturdy. However, being struck again and again still caused Schult to cry out in pain, meaning that it was not that his body had become impervious to the impact from her blows. Moreover, no matter how sturdy their body may be, a child would still cry out if they were in pain. Flop. If I don't do something, Medium will be angry with me. Enduring the pain of his creaking chest, Flop rushed towards Schult. He knew not just how much of a shield his body would be in face of that attack, but if he were to lessen the impact even ever so slightly, saving Schult, he would be satisfied. Devoid of any more time to think, Flop exposed himself to the menace that was the flying winged blade. Well done. Unknowing of the reason, he clearly heard that voice even though it was not a loud one. There was a crash, and the impact of violent, mutual blows produced light that scorched Flop's eyes. Flop. This radiance was produced by a bright red jeweled blade clashing with the side of the rapidly spinning flying winged blade approaching from directly above. Crimson light burst forth silently, and Flop felt the full sensation of his whole body being enveloped by the wind. With that over, what followed were the dull thuds of flesh hitting flesh. Flop. HK. Looking upwards, the figure of a person flew through the air at an angle accompanied with a cry of pain, crashing into a building on the ground. Flop quite belatedly realized that it had been Madeline's body who had so violently caused the stone building to crumble. The one responsible for this was a beautiful woman adorned in red who landed in front of the breathless Flop and his companions. Flop, Princess Gun, Schult, Priscilla Sama, Yudhakata, Pooh, Priscilla, should you not know by now, what you must shout at a time such as this is praise. While leisurely brushing the hem of her dress, Priscilla stated such. At a time, the city was under siege by attacks from flying dragons, with even a divine general being dispatched. Her indomitable attitude and way of being was incomparably reliable. In truth, she had just dealt a serious blow to Madeline, and in the process, rescued Flop and the others from a life-threatening situation. Priscilla, however, that you would have been kept at a place like this was something I was certain would not happen. I thought that you would naturally aim for the city hall right away. Flop, yeah, we were struggling to decide if we should do so, wondering if we should go to the mansion where Princess Kun and Wife San are, or to the city hall where Ballhead Kun is. Priscilla, absolutely not. That is precisely the target of the general first class who attacked the city. With a jerk of her chin, Priscilla stopped Flop from continuing, indicating the place where Madeline had crashed into. Hearing that, Flop's mind was lost in thought for a moment, but readily dismissed that as unimportant for the time being. Then he called out to Priscilla, Princess Gun, Flop, thank you for saving us. I'm going to find shelter together with Butler Kun and Miss Yudhakata, but please tell us where to go. I have to take Redhead-san with me as well. Priscilla, ho, so you can make a reasonable judgment. In that case, head for the mansion. It shall be safer there than in the city hall, the focus of their assault. And Priscilla's line of sight shifted over, glancing at Heinkel, laying on the ground behind him. Priscilla narrowed her crimson eyes, then let out a minute sigh. Priscilla, feel free to leave that behind. If it is of no help, then that is the end of it. Flop, unfortunately, that's not going to happen. Redhead-san's going to be a valuable asset once he wakes up, and most importantly, your precious Butler Kun went through a lot of pain to protect him. Priscilla. At the sound of Flop's words, Priscilla's gaze was suddenly set on Schult. Water welled up in Schult's eyes, overwhelmed from having been saved in the nick of time by his master's appearance. Both his eyes still burned, the tears and the blaze making for a spectacle. However, Schult did not express his anxiety over the strange situation that had befallen him. Instead, he squeezed the leg of the fallen Heinkel. Schult. I will be carrying Heinkel-sama. But Priscilla-sama, what will? Priscilla, there is some business that still requires being taken care of. Certainly you comprehend. Schult. Wise. Something great that only Priscilla-sama can handle. How did that brave boy's faith, Schult's faith in her, affect Priscilla? Priscilla, whose expression did not change, simply nodded mutely, accepting Schultz's words. Without a moment's pause, she then glanced towards the alley. Priscilla, avoid the main street, take the alleys at the side of tall buildings. Schult, you should recall the path. Schult, yes, I walk down that path every day, diligently. Priscilla, I shall give you my commendation. After a brief note of praise for his efforts, Priscilla turned her back to Schult. Her attitude was clear. Time for chatting was over. Flop's instincts, too, informed him that remaining in that place any longer was not a good idea. If they stayed near Priscilla, however, they would be safe from the threat of the flying dragons. Flop, Butler Kun, I'll need you to show me around. I'll somehow manage to carry Redhead-san. As for Miss Yudhakata, be on the lookout on the streets in our stead. I'm sure you're used to hunting. I'll be relying on you. Schult, I understand. I will do my best to show you the way. Yudhakata. Who understands as well. Yudhakata, visibly hesitant to run away for a second, nodded as she was given her part. With this, the division of the roles was complete. All that remained was Flop. Princess Gun, thank you once again. Priscilla, gratitude or the like are needless. Nothing but words of praise towards myself are required. With her back towards him, Priscilla responded to Flop's gratitude. Chuckling at her frank demeanor, he proceeded to pick up Heinkel's fallen body. Tall and well-trained, his body was quite heavy. It was a good thing he was used to carrying medium and escaping in times of emergency. Carrying his body over both shoulders like a piece of luggage, he was somehow still able to move. Schult, we must not forget this either. And so, Schult picked up Heinkel's fallen sword, gripping it tightly within his thin hand. With that flop, Schult and Utakata briefly faced each other and nodded, only for them to then run into the alleyway, the mansion as their destination. Before they had completely gotten away, however, Schult, Priscilla-sama, this fire was surely, thank you so very much. With his burning eyes opened wide, Schult voiced his gratitude towards Priscilla. And so, after Schult and the others had left noisily and hurriedly, Priscilla, Schult, and that guy who named himself as Flop or something. Were that other man in such a predicament without such assistance, he would have been rife with bad luck. Amidst the street devoid of people, Priscilla quietly muttered this. That comment was directed not to Schult, whose eyes blazed, nor to Flop, who made up for his inability with tact, nor to Utakata, her magnanimity too large for her size, but to the final person remaining. He had survived in a situation that would have definitely killed him. It was nothing but the devil's luck. Although, Priscilla, it is doubtful that someone who does not perish when they should have ought to be dubbed lucky. Not pity, but something close to pity had been inserted into those words. It melted into the wind of the battlefield, laden with the scent of blood, and vanished, going unheard by anyone. At that moment, Priscilla, with a sound, the ornament that adorned Priscilla's orange hair shattered. By that, it did not mean that a fragile portion of the jeweled hair ornament had broken, rather that the entire ornament cracked and shattered to dust in one fell swoop. Instantly, Priscilla's long, collected hair unfurled, flowing down her back in waves. And then, Madeline, you won't friggin' die either. Slowly, a shadow appeared in the street, alongside the sound of debris being kicked up. There, a being whose entire body was smeared with dust, however, whose body itself was yet energetic, a figure with two black horns sprouting from her head, at which Priscilla narrowed her eyes. Priscilla, a dragonkin. Where was such an antique unearthed? Madeline, are you friggin' looking down on this dragon? Surely you don't friggin' believe you can get away without consequences, do you? Baring her teeth because of Priscilla's words, the girl Madeline squinted the dragon-like pupils of her eyes. As she felt the draconic energy emanating from her small figure as if it were the wind, Priscilla gently stroked her unraveled hair with her hand. Priscilla, you seem to resent the fact that I am not dead, do you not? Madeline, well, I should be friggin' flatten those overinflated breasts. People who won't die even if they have their hearts crushed are friggin' annoying, no matter who they are. Priscilla, even if their hearts are crushed, huh? Sighing at Madeline's manner of putting it, Priscilla looked downwards at the breasts the former had indicated, her own. Priscilla's ample breasts were more pronounced than usual due to the constricting design of her dress, but Madeline's blow had certainly reached those prized breasts. It had not been visible to Schult nor to any of the others, but battling in midair had been a painful experience. Just as Priscilla's strike had sent Madeline flying, Madeline's counterattack had also struck a harsh blow to Priscilla's chest. If it looked like Priscilla was looking at things like it was no big deal right now, that was because Priscilla, apparently, even my property itself is unwilling to see me lost to this world. Madeline, the soul marriage technique. As the unexpected words came out of Madeline's mouth, Priscilla raised her eyebrows. Madeline kept glaring at Priscilla, pointing at a building in the street far, far beyond it, far away to the southeast. Madeline, you're the friggin' same as that foxwoman. Do you friggin' know her? Priscilla, I do not. If you possess any idea about something similar to this of my own possession, then they are a rip-off of me. I am the original. One, Madeline. Priscilla, do you not comprehend? Words she had never heard of before were hurled at Madeline, confusion dawning on her visage. Consequently, Priscilla decided to make things simple in an attempt to clear up the confusion. In other words, Priscilla, much like someone with the awareness that this shall be a difficult affair for them within yourself, you know you are no match for me. Madeline, HK, are you making a friggin' fool of this dragon? Priscilla, nonsense. As if you get to choose who you are. Mineself is at the top, and everyone else is at the bottom. The moment she answered with a smile, Madeline's anger reached the boiling point. The dragonkin, red-faced and with glowing golden eyes, roared, a threat looming before her eyes. With Madeline to her front, Priscilla glanced to the sky, as if searching for the sky, nay, searching for the hilt of the crimson-treasured sword, which had the atmosphere as its sheath. Priscilla, has the sunshine ceased? This shall be somewhat more complicated. The shock and destruction began in one corner of the fortress city, but did not end there. The fierce battle had initially begun in the south side of the city, bringing forth a chain of destruction to a cluster of densely packed buildings, in which seemed to be all too telling of the enormity of the cataclysm caused by the flying dragons, accompanied by a plume of smoke. However, that which plunged the southern part of the fortress city into a state of devastation was not the cataclysm brought by the flying dragons. Of course, the hunt of the flying dragons, as they cast down large rocks from the sky, laying waste to the land below, was a calamity in itself. When people running for cover in fear of the raining rocks showed up, the claws and fangs of the gliding flying dragons would rend and chew them to pieces, leading to the number of dead piling up on the streets. Some would resist. Some would strike back by shooting their bows at the flying dragons, grounding them. However, most people, exposed to the one-sided assault of the flying dragons, only sought salvation. That was just how immense and tremendous the damage caused by the flying dragons was. But the fierce battle was so destructive that even those flying dragons avoided approaching it. Madeline, Garara. The howling, leaping little body clutched a mighty flying winged blade with both arms. The crooked blade adroitly sliced through the resistance of the wind and air alike, and upon being thrown, would revolve to then return to its original position. For experts, it served as a throwing utility which could zone in on the heads of distant prey. However, it had been thrown with terrific energy, flying around, scything down everything in its path. Its weight, sharpness, and destructive power all were beyond comparison to the supposedly small flying winged blade. If a conventional flying winged blade were about the size of a one-handed sword, this one was as massive as two large swords joined together, and even heavier than 10 large swords melted and cast together. Once upon a time, 10 swords, of enchanted and holy type both, holding special powers, were brought forth in this world. This weapon, made of metal allegedly on par with those, fully demonstrated its power, a fiendish weapon that was far more deadly than it appeared. With each throw, an area of several dozen meters would be shaved wholly. Anything in its path, whether building or living creature, would be struck indiscriminately. The dragonkin's unusual physical strength and mentality of caring, not for the resulting damage to the surroundings, were the reason for these devastating tactics, which would have only been possible if the dragonkin had been able to destroy the south side of the fortress city. Those defying the flying dragons in various parts of the city had no time to turn to look at the ground, ergo did not come to notice it. Of course, the sound of the roar and earthquake reached them, but they were far too occupied looking up at the sky, exchanging words with whomever was beside them, to pay any attention to the damage. And that was fortune amidst lack of it. Had they been witness to the overwhelming destruction, they would have forgotten to even cling to the thin threads of survival, to drop to their knees. To a certain extent, the existence of the rampaging dragonkin was a disaster of a kind apart from the catastrophe brought about by the flying dragons. To be struck by two natural disasters simultaneously in a single city was nothing short of a nightmare. And moreover, of those natural disasters, one was being brought about to destroy merely a single person. Priscilla kicked the ground as if she were dancing, continuously avoiding the attacks in Madeline's rampage. Although the physical prowess of the dragonkin was not to be underestimated, Madeline's fighting style lacked finesse. She had not learned any sort of martial arts. Perhaps that was because she underestimated humans as inferior. Priscilla, although I have never learnt the martial arts myself. If there was anything Priscilla recalled seeing well, the movements of those that wielded swords would be it. Aside from that, she held a perfect grasp of what her body was and how it moved. If there was a reason as to why she managed to handle the Yang sword like a master, it was precisely because of that reason. However, at a time she could not draw the Yang sword, each blow of Madeline's was a threat. Priscilla. The sunlight had ceased, the sun having been clouded over. There were certain rules for the utilization of the yang sword. The sun did not always shine. For half of a day, it shared its responsibilities with the moon, using the time to build up its strength. If there was a sun that shone always, then that would be none other than Priscilla herself. Although, Priscilla, the longer this takes, the deeper the wound shall be, is it? Priscilla was cautiously responding to Madeline's attacks. Of course, the lack of the decisive yang sword was a pretext for her being unable to push through. But the high vitality of the dragonkin was also of concern. If not slain in one fell swoop, Madeline's counterattack would likely reach Priscilla, reaching a stalemate via mutual injury, much like how she had done the first time around, was not something that could be repeated over and over again. If the conclusion of this kept getting postponed like this, the damage to the fortress city would only spread. Just as the southern part of the city had been directly razed by Madeline's destruction, elsewhere the casualties would continue to mount, as assault after assault by the flying dragons continued to rain down. Besides, Kurerera, Madeline caught the flying winged blade gliding in return, then planted both her feet on the ground, proof of her fighting spirit. The dragonkin's continuously rising spirit, transmitted through the air, inspired the flying dragons in the city's skies. For humans, it would be a morale-boosting phenomenon, but it had the effect of arousing the instincts of the fiercest species living in the wild, an effect that ought to be dubbed as madness. Were the flying dragons to become more and more ferocious, more and more aggressive, they would become literally unmanageable. She desired to get things moving before that came to pass. To that end, Priscilla, I need one more move. To make the situation move forth, she needed some kind of grand move. Priscilla, ducking under Madeline's attack and taking a great leap forward, Priscilla stood amidst the collapsed cityscape. The city touted as the fortress city, its robustness the pride of its residents, a pillar of peace and tranquility, was now a shadow of its former self. Even after this calamity had been driven away, reconstruction would be no easy task. However, all those things would only be an issue after the great disaster before it had been eliminated. Madeline, next, will hit. As she continued to lay on these insipid attacks, which Priscilla was able to repeatedly dodge with ease, Madeline roared like a beast. But she was also slowly correcting her tactics, all whilst she kept on launching unsuccessful attacks. It would be excellent if she were an enemy possessing scarce will to learn. But as that was not the case, she would grow during battle. Madeline exhaled sharply a white breath in front of Priscilla, hoping to avoid any further development. The dragon's blood circulated through her body, the rise in body temperature provoking steam to rise from the girl's diminutive frame. Combined with the white breath, her figure seemed as though it were even enveloped in white smoke. Priscilla. Nay, how odd, so thought Priscilla as she closed one eye shut as she peered towards Madeline. As the battle protracted further, it was no wonder that the dragon's blood had awakened. It was also clear that Madeline's budding emotions, dragonkin as she was, were causing the flying dragons to become frantic. However, amidst the climate of the Valatian Empire, her exhaled breath was white and misty. Not to mention, Priscilla, it is not possible for it to snow. Glancing around, Priscilla noted white flakes falling languidly at the edge of her vision. Slowly but surely increasing, snow fell upon the fortress city, while most of the shelters protecting its people were being lost. Words like rare did not suffice to describe this event. One could call it a sort of natural disaster. In Valatia, there were more than a few people who had never witnessed snow. To be struck by two natural disasters simultaneously in a single city was nothing short of a nightmare, as had been stated. But what if there were a new natural disaster, a third one that coincided with it? Would that be a nightmare, or that's enough? A voice echoed from the ground, amidst the cold drops from the heavens slowly falling upon them. A beautiful, yet resonant sound, akin to the ringing of a silver bell. This third natural disaster, if it were to coincide with the others, would it be a nightmare, or could it be a grand move? I'm in a bit of a hurry, but I can't let this pass. I'm really angry. In that place where anything and everything had met the onslaught of a great disaster, the footsteps of a silver-haired young girl echoed. In search of her missing knight, a witch, accompanied by Snow, had come to the fortress city. Translation note. 1. The expression Priscilla uses here translated as rip-off is not English. the use of which is typically noted via underlining on WCT's chapter. However, this is a modern expression, the implication being that she learned it from Al, from whom she also learned some English expressions. Arc 7, Chapter 57b. I don't mind being called a moron. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 1, ICE, Section 4, Machine translated by Archbishop Bruceff, proofread by Archbishop I3 Lay Dragon Sappho Comet Sprighton and Japanese to English checking by ICE Mask Book Archbishop Art Sources. Zerabado Good Sleep, ooh. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Once she became unaware of Natsuki Subaru's whereabouts, Emilia panicked and made the biggest commotion of her life. Emilia, please, Subaru. I really hope you'll be all right with Rem, the tempest of the shadows which attacked the Pleiades watchtower. That was when both Subaru and Rem were blown away, nay, to be precise. It was not just those two. She knew there had been one more unknown component alongside them. That Emilia had gotten through that without losing her composure was because Beatrice and Ram, who had a connection to those two, had confirmed their survival. Of course, even if they were alive, the possibility they could come face to face with something dangerous or scary still existed. In fact, it was because he had to save the sleeping Rem in an unknown land that it was definitely, absolutely assured that Subaru would act recklessly. However, because Subaru did not have Emilia nor Beatrice with him, he must have been in quite the panic. Emilia, I have to hurry and find them. With that resolution, Emilia and the group that had proceeded to conquer the Pleiades watchtower moved out. For starters, they had to find a way to enter the land to the south, believed to be where Subaru had gotten blown off to. The Valatian Empire, the country which had forbidden travel to and from the kingdom of Lugunica. We're gonna try and tackle this one from Kararagi. Security might be laxer in Kararagi in comparison, as Lugunica and Valatia have been having a standoff. Those were Anastasia's words, promising to cooperate with the search for Subaru. Anastasia's group, of which Julius and Echidna were a part of, were believed to not have much to spare by any means, having had such a torrid experience at Pleiades watchtower. But that they had still offered to do that for Subaru's group was something that made Emilia very happy. Emilia, I'm very glad I became friends with Anastasia-san. Anastasia, I think we're a wee bit different from friends. Like before, our positions'll stay that of rivals and whatnot. But, Emilia, Anastasia, after this Natsuki-kun and royal selection business is all done and dusted, how about we become friends? I'm much like Emilia-san in that I ain't got many friends. Saying so with a light-hearted attitude, Anastasia promised to lend her strength to them. Despite knowing that now was not the time, to Emilia, that promised the one for Subaru's search was something she was also glad for. However, the day in which the fulfillment of her promise for them to become friends was one she longed for. And if Anastasia-sama will devise a means to go through Kararagi, then us trying to simply find a way through the Valatian border would be the best plan, wowled and Tilderit. Having reunited with Emilia and the others once they came back from Pleiades watchtower, Roswal, understanding the urgency of the situation, respected Emilia's desire to search for Subaru immediately. However, even using Roswal's rank and power, it appeared that entering the Valatian Empire was not a matter so simple, and even should they fly in, it seemed flying dragons would gnaw at them. Even having earned Roswal's approval, entry into the Empire would not be easy. Above all, though it was called an empire, it was very large. Even if they somehow managed to cross into it, they did not know if they could find Subaru's group right away. In the middle of this increasingly agitating situation, a proposal to break this deadlock came from someone who yet again proved his reliability. About the way to get into the Valatian Empire, I may or may not have an idea. However, it is not quite the commendable way, and there is some risk to it. So was stated, breaking the ice with some hesitation. by the one whose return coincided with the Emilia group's return home, Otto. That person, having stayed in the Watergate city of Prestella to recover, returned alongside Garfield, who had remained alongside him, and indicated a path towards hope for Emilia's group, who was greatly troubled over their challenge. However, those means were decidedly Otto, entering via smuggling. In Picoudad, one of the 5 great cities to the south of Lugunica. I may be able to prepare a means for you to enter from that city, my hometown. Entering through smuggling was the furtive passage into the nation, circumventing the regular procedures and arrangements. As Otto had said, it was not a very commendable method, and it was undeniable that it was quite the dangerous choice were they to be found. However, if there was no other way, Emilia, we have to do everything we can for them. Stealing her strong resolve, Emilia conveyed her resolution to everyone else. Nobody said anything like, let's not, to Emilia's resolve, even Ram and Otto, who were under a lot of stress. Everyone prayed for Subaru's safety. Emilia was most proud of that above anything else. No matter what it takes, we'll bring back Subaru safely. In fact, we will do it, I suppose. Emilia, yeah, that's right. Let us do our best. Hand being gripped tightly by Beatrice's own, the one most anxious about the estranged Subaru, Emilia answered gently, by tightening her grip in return. And then, in Otto's hometown, going through a quarrel with Otto's old acquaintances that were after his life, going through Petra's handsome negotiations with the group who would smuggle them across the border, and aided by the bridal panic concerning Frederica's special constitution, the group searching for Subaru crossed the country, and Emilia, that's enough. In the fortress city with madness swirling about, Emilia, who brought down snow, proclaimed so. Numerous buildings collapsed, as the once beautiful cityscape collapsed with nary a trace of it remaining. And yet, Emilia's anger only soared as she observed large figures moving left and right through the sky from afar, making complete use of their wings to crush the lives of people. Just how could they do such a terrible thing? Could there have been a better way to do it? And had they even made a proper effort at finding it? Nevertheless, even the one who believed this, Emilia herself, could not think of a way to halt the fight at this moment aside from using her own power, which was frustrating. That was why Emilia would be as frustrated as she could be, trying to not forget that feeling. To that end, Emilia, Ice Age. Around Emilia, as she muttered this, the world started to lose its heat at a furious pace. Air slowly cooled, white snowflakes began falling gently from the chilling sky. Rapidly, without exemption, Emilia blanketed the city's perimeter with cold. With great care, adjusting the magic power, being cautious to not overdo it. She could not afford to err, and let the city turn to ice like the great forest of Ilior, Emilia's homeland. Needless to say, even if she had thoughts of melting it later, to cool it down to the point of suspended animation, like Regulus's wives, was strictly forbidden. All Emilia had to do was to bring an unbearable ice season to lands unacquainted with the cold, those of the Empire. 2. The biting cold wind, the falling white snowflakes accumulating, the white breath of the magical season of ice, would cover the fortress city struck by this flying dragon cataclysm. And then, Priscilla. Dragonkind is weak against the cold. And when it comes to flying dragons, which have never known freezing cold, the harshness will be even more pronounced on their wings. With that, a figure leapt onto the half-destroyed wall on which Emilia stood, accompanied by the light sound of footsteps. Glancing over, Emilia then nodded with a yes, Emilia. Before I took off, Petrichan told me that flying dragons don't like the cold. She's really good at studying and learned a lot about the Empire very quickly. Priscilla, so you relied on the wisdom of your servant. No wonder you had me thinking it was a decent plan for a half-devil devoid of wisdom. Emilia, there's no need for you to put it like that. Besides, how do you know that I'm a half-elf? Ha! And then Emilia rounded her amethyst eyes, her lips forming a pout because of how the other person had spoken. A woman in a red dress, her long orange hair blowing in the cold wind. Her hairstyle was different from what she remembered, but there was Emilia. Ha, Priscilla, why are you here? This isn't Lugunica, you know. Priscilla, I shall return you with the same thing. Although I have an idea as to why you have set foot in the Empire, how did you cross into the country? Emilia, oh, the method is a secret. I'm not supposed to tell you. I'm also supposed to hide who I am, so I have to be careful. Emilia was surprised to see Priscilla, a woman she had never expected to lay eyes upon in this foreign country to the south, yet she was strangely moved by the sight of her. However, she could not stay just being surprised there. The manner through which Emilia had entered the empire was an irrational act, something labeled as a misdeed. Therefore, she did not want to make that clear to Priscilla unless necessary. But Emilia, Priscilla, look out. Interrupting what she was about to say, Emilia prompted Priscilla to pay heed. The next moment, Priscilla, clicking her tongue, bounced away, and a flying winged blade, spinning furiously, gouged out the spot she had been at. The battered, near-collapsed wall was cleanly sliced away by the sharpness of the blade, and conversely, it was miraculously spared from collapsing. Priscilla, having managed to avoid the blade, landed closer to Emilia this time, right next to her, the hem of her dress fluttering. And Madeline, one after the other, what the frig are you people? The girl's voice, full of wrath, reached Emilia as the former caught the returning flying winged blade with a single hand. Looking down towards the destroyed cityscape, amidst it stood a horn-wielding girl, her bright eyes glaring at Emilia and Priscilla standing side by side. It seemed the one standing there was very angry, but Emilia was very angry as well. Therefore, Emilia jabbed her finger out toward the girl. Emilia, my name is Emily, Emily. I'm just a spiritual arts user passing through. Almost giving out her real name in the heat of the moment, Emilia succeeded in giving a false name that had been previously agreed upon. Priscilla's eyes narrowed at Emilia's boldness, and the little girl, to whom Emilia had introduced herself to, muttered, spiritual arts user, with a wary look in her eyes. Madeline, are you the friggin' same as that Dargle? Priscilla, if Arakia is the one you are thinking of, she is a spirit eater, not a spiritual arts user. That would be a misconception, Madeline Eshart. Madeline, gah! Priscilla's point was as if she had read the thoughts of the little girl of Madeline, which made the latter's cheeks become stiff. However, there had been something just now that Emilia could not help but hear more about. Emilia, what is a spirit eater? What do they do with spirits? Priscilla, it is exactly as you have heard, she feeds on spirits. They take their power onto themselves and utilize it to the fullest. It is a practice near extinction, Arakia being the last remaining user in the empire. Emilia, they eat spirits. How awful! For Emilia, a spiritual arts user who had forged contracts with many micro-spirits herself, this was a bewildering thing to hear. If Puck or Beatrice were to meet a spirit eater, would their forms be gobbled up? Just thinking about it made her feel sorry for them. However, rather than worrying about such things that had yet to happen, the priority right now was the problem at hand. Emilia, you're Madeline Chan. Madeline, do not belittle this dragon, you half-devil. Emilia, then let's talk it through properly, Madeline. You're the one who's having those flying dragons attack the city. I want you to stop this right this instant. Turning her gaze into the distance, Emilia looked out beyond the place Madeline had rampaged in, at a group of flying dragons resuming their assault on the other side of the city. Their movements seemed to be slower than they had been a moment ago, albeit slightly. Emilia's power was lowering the temperature, which was in turn affecting the vitality of the flying dragons. Were things to proceed in this manner, it would be possible to ground the flying dragons in the area. However, she wished to avoid doing that if possible. She did not want to have the flying dragons die either. Emilia, if you care about the flying dragons, then please listen to my request. Madeline, Emilia, Madeline. As honestly as possible, Emilia tried to convey her words. Perhaps Otto, Ram, and Petra could have communicated better. But upon seeing the city being attacked by a flock of flying dragons, Emilia had been the only one to rush towards it. Now that Emilia had been first on the scene, she would do everything she could to help. As a result, Madeline, it's extremely friggin' conceited of you to make a request to this dragon, you human. She would do so even if it sparked Madeline's anger. Priscilla, she cannot be persuaded by anyone, even were it not you. It is not an auspicious thing to listen to the words of a dragonkin, let alone one who is firmly grounded to the earth. Faced with Madeline's reply laced with outrage, Emilia held her breath upon hearing those words. Priscilla, who had been silently listening to the exchange between the two, expressed her observations regarding the breakdown in negotiations. Emilia widened her eyes, as that seemed to be encouraging her. Emilia, Priscilla, I always thought you were so mean to me. Priscilla, I do not consider it wicked to say that that which is not worthy is not worthy. Do not pervert my benevolent words. Now how shall we go about this? Emilia, Nodding, Emilia created a hairclip of ice in her outstretched left hand. Presenting Priscilla with the hairclip, the latter closed one eye with suspicion. Towards Priscilla's reaction, Emilia nodded in assent, and Emilia, let's stop that girl together. Don't be mean. Priscilla, do not demean my deeds as a manifestation of childishness, you lowly half-devil. Striking back with an insult, Priscilla accepted the hair clip from Emilia's hand, then gathered her long, flowing hair and fastened it in place. Hearing the clasp of ice clicking together, with Priscilla's mood returning to the one she was acquainted with, Emilia then turned to Madeline below. And Madeline, people who are fearless regarding dragons are so friggin' tedious. 3. Emilia, I just had a fight with a big dragon a while ago. So, Madeline, HK. Emilia, even if you wanted me to be scared, I can't be scared of you. Madeline's threat, as she brandished her white fangs, was given a clear-cut answer by Emilia. Immediately afterward, Madeline's eyes narrowed like those of a ground dragon, and the flying winged blade in her hand was hurled ferociously, targeting Emilia and Priscilla with tremendous momentum and speed. Witnessing its spinning approach, Emilia created a large hammer of ice, holding it in both hands. Emilia attempted to repel the revolving flying winged blade with an upward swing of her hammer of frost coming from below. Emilia, higher. Feeling a powerful recoil in both her hands, Emilia, rushing in, did her utmost possible with the upward swing of the icy mallet. Though just barely, she deflected the trajectory of the flying winged blade, which passed over the heads of both Emilia and Priscilla. But the ice hammer shattered with incredible force, and Emilia looked down at her hands, speaking, Emilia, so strong, maybe stronger than I am, Madeline. That's friggin' natural. It is wrong to compare I, the dragon, to people using the same standard. The petite form of Madeline stepped forward in triumph over the pained Emilia, only for a block of ice more massive than the city hall to come crashing down on Madeline's head. Madeline, HK. The sudden appearance of the mass of ice, coupled with its size and weight, caused Madeline to be at a loss for words. Then her figure was flattened. Shockwaves of cold surged in all directions, centered on her, white winds blowing away debris and crumbling buildings, eliciting tremendous destruction. Priscilla, how dare you destroy this city? Emilia, but it was already destroyed. Priscilla, you have a rather superficial way of looking at things. I am sure that manservant must be very weary. Nevertheless, you shall finally understand. Emilia, finally understand. Looking at the spot where the ice block had fallen, Priscilla crossed her arms and narrowed her eyes. Emilia cast a question towards her profile, yet the answer arrived simultaneously from Priscilla's lips and from the spectacle in front of her. The ice block that should have crushed Madeline against the ground trembled slightly as a loud sound akin to that of the world cracking began to echo from within the ice block itself. It originated from the piece of ice that was supposed to have made ground, from where the girl had stuck her arm in the air at the point of impact. Priscilla, just how troublesome dragonkin can be. Immediately after Priscilla's words, the long block of ice broke in half with a thunderous roar. The impact of the destruction was felt throughout the entire area, and the shattered ice turned into mana particles starting from the outside. Amid this scenery of ice shards scattered about, the very incarnation of a dragonkin, leapt towards the duo with a roar. Freezing winds raged, beautiful women danced across the battlefield where the throngs of destruction roamed. Were anyone to witness the battle from afar, they would not have believed their eyes due to the sheer majesty of it. Was it reality, or was it merely a dream? Madeline, ah-rah-rah-rah-rah-rah. With enough force to shatter the ground she was standing on, the small dragonkin threw swirling death. A flying blade of destruction traced an arc, with beauty that betrayed the atrocious danger it brought forth. It cleaved everything in its path, it severed, it tore through the world. Had this been a painting, or even a beautiful pruning of the world, rather than destruction, it would have been a beautiful sight for anyone's eyes to behold merely based on aesthetics. Madeline Eschart's anger was refined, instinctual rage, to that much of an extent. However, Emilia, Priscilla, go up. A heavenly beauty of dancing silver hair created footholds of ice in midair, dodging the flying winged blade thrown at her. Then waving her hand down towards the ground, the streets, lost of their original form, froze over. Rising from the frozen earth was a beautifully adorned sword of frost. A beautiful princess, running as she made her way through, pulled it from the earth in a fluid movement, and Priscilla, the fingers of anyone but me would have fallen off. But the embellishments are acceptable. I shall utilize it. A pale blue slash of ice flashed, slashing through Madeline's body diagonally. However, Madeline, with whatever kind of power was concealed within her petite body, only recoiled slightly upon being struck by the blow. Instead, the ice sword that had delivered the blow shattered. And after that, the approaching Madeline reached out a hand to Priscilla, and Emilia, higher, not allowing that act of violence to go unchecked. Emilia's 2 feet hit Madeline as she fell from directly above. Both her feet encased in ice as she spun and drove a blow from up high. Emilia smashed into Madeline's 2 shoulders with a merciless attack, causing the sturdy girl to totter a step back. In that instant, Emilia, please, Priscilla, do not tell me what to do. After Emilia landed on the ground and put her hands, Priscilla took the newly created pair of ice swords and leapt over the crouching Emilia to slash at Madeline. The frost blades in Priscilla's right hand and left hand each came at Madeline from different angles, yet were quickly caught by the latter with the claws of her outstretched hands, causing a high-pitched clanging sound to echo. Madeline, don't push your luck. Emilia, yeah. Having dealt with the twin swords, Madeline was about to go on the counter when an icy spike passed right next to Priscilla's head. Madeline immediately leaned forward, while Emilia, switching places with Priscilla, fired an ice spear with speed that could not be gauged by human eyes. Priscilla, my turn. Once Madeline shrugged off the spear, Priscilla followed it up with an icy sword dance. The hem of her red dress fluttered, the twin sparkling blue swords of ice were swung gracefully, and Priscilla's swords danced among the glaciated world of white pummeled Madeline's entire body, forcing her back. Madeline, why the frig is it like this? So exclaimed Madeline, while being forced to deal with Priscilla's twin swords, now on the defensive. But Priscilla's onslaught did not slow down. And to make matters worse for Madeline, once Priscilla ceased her sword's dance, Emilia, this, and this, higher, making full use of extraordinary reaction speed, Emilia, leaping out without sparing Madeline time to breathe, created ice weapon after ice weapon to slam them down with all her might. Priscilla was the skill, Emilia was the brawn, and through them, Madeline's offensive and defensive capabilities were shut down completely. The flying winged blade cleaved, smashed, swung, was thrown. The innate physical abilities of a dragonkin were incomparable to those of a frail human. Even a demi-human, who was relatively more robust compared to a normal human, was as good as a dried-up twig before a dragonkin. The same was true even for the Oni race, which, abhorrent as it may seem, would be able to stand on the same ground beside the dragonkin. Dragonkin and the Oni were sometimes spoken of alongside each other as the strongest of races, but that was something outrageous. After all, the Oni were merely a race superior among demi-humans. Dragonkin were fundamentally different from them. Dragonkin were not demi-humans. They differed from those species related to the human race at a basic level. Dragonkin did not belong to mankind. But why was it playing out like this nevertheless? Madeline, what the frig are you people? What the frig are you? Leaving her offense to her anger and continuously failing to connect a blow, she had finally used up all her anger. And so, after the dragon's wrath was spent, all that remained was the dragon's creaking wail. The flying winged blade in her grasp was swung sideways. Emilia ducked, and Priscilla dodged it with a jump. Then, from both above and below, the 2 sides answered Madeline's wail at the same time. "What are you?" she had inquired. "Emilia, Emily, Priscilla, I am myself." An upraised great axe of frost and 2 flashing blades of ice all scored a direct hit on Madeline. The sharp horns upon her head struck by blades of ice, and her torso slammed by a fierce blow from an axe of frost. Madeline was sent flying, unable to stop those blows. During her struggle, Madeline's body bounced once, then twice, high in the air above a thin layer of snow, and without losing velocity she plummeted into a pile of debris, for a white plume of smoke to then rise accompanied by a loud crash. Madeline, having left Madeline's hands, the flying winged blade pierced the wall behind her, and thus the wall's role of protecting the fortress city from threats to the south now came to an end. With one last look at the walls collapsing with a loud thud, Emilia slowly rose to her feet, looking guardedly at the pile of rubble under which Madeline had been buried. Emilia, I suppose we did it. Priscilla, there was fitting recoil. Unfortunately, there was no bite to it. Emilia, bite. Priscilla stepped forward next to Emilia, the latter tilting her head as she watched the twin swords in Priscilla's hands turn to dust. For some reason, she could not help but look at Priscilla's mouth, though she had not eaten anything. 4. Priscilla met Emilia's gaze with her crimson eyes and spoke. Priscilla, is this really all there is to someone that is not only a dragonkin, but one of the 9 divine generals, is what I am saying? Emilia, what are those 9 divine generals, and what's a dragonkin too? That's a demi-human, right? Priscilla, a race stated to have died out long ago. They were said to possess the ability to communicate with dragons, a race no longer to be found in this world, but I guess that is merely a superstitious myth. Emilia, dragons, does that mean they can talk to Volcanica as well? Volcanica's a bit out of it. At Emilia shyly attempting to break the ice, Priscilla raised her eyebrows. She then gently pressed a finger to her mouth. Priscilla, I never thought such a word would come out of your mouth. Are you perhaps mistaking something? Emilia, oh, you think I'm joking, perhaps. I'm not joking at all. I met with Volcanica a little while ago, actually, but they were all out of it because they'd been alone for so long. Emilia hurriedly defended herself from Priscilla's reaction of disbelief. But Emilia quickly remembered her priorities, speaking, now's not the time, Emilia. Now that we've beaten her, Madeline needs to stop the flying dragons. Priscilla, considering this cold weather, all these slow-moving flying dragons shall be hunted down in due time. Emilia, and there'll be people in danger in the meantime still. Even Subaru and Rem could be in danger. Priscilla, HM. Emilia leapt out from beside Priscilla, heading toward the rubble under which Madeline had been buried. Behind Emilia's back, Priscilla furrowed her shapely brow at the exchange that had just transpired. That reaction, however, went unnoticed by Emilia, whose long legs straddled the debris. Fashioning a shovel from ice, she thrust it into the rubble in an attempt to dig up the buried Madeline. Nevertheless, Priscilla let out a small exhale as she watched her back. It was a good thing that the grand move that had arrived unexpectedly had resulted in lesser consequences. However, the enormous damage caused by Madeline and the flying dragons was not something they could get rid of. Worst-case scenario, they would have to consider relocating their base to the demon city of Chaos Flame and relying on her collaborator, High Countess Serena Drakroy, to aid them. Priscilla. In any case, we shall first have to make her fold up her wings. Pausing to ponder about what laid ahead, Priscilla peered up to the white, cloudy sky. With the immense quantity of mana Emilia possessed, albeit it possibly had a limit as to its range, she still had enough power to alter the climate, meaning that she had a multitude of ways to make use of her power. Of course, what was valued in Valatia was not necessarily valued in Lugunica. Rather, if she did decide to live in Valatia, it probably would not end up being a waste of time. But her nature aside, Emilia's personality was one that would not permit her to live in Valatia. Priscilla. So, as Priscilla drew thoughts in the sky, her eyes flickered dimly. Those jewel-like crimson eyes flickered as they had perceived a slight disturbance in the skies above. Then, just as Priscilla understood the nature of that disturbance, Emilia, there you are. Madeline, I'll get you out now. But please be a big girl and tell us your story, Madeline. Ah, Emilia. Ha. Having found the little girl buried in the rubble, Emilia utilized the ice shovel to dislodge the building's remains. The Dragonkin girl was lying on her back, herself and her clothes covered in soot and snow, dirtied. Emilia listened carefully as the girl's lips moved and a faint voice escaped, hoping for words that accepted defeat that would make the flying dragons retreat. However, Emilia's hopes were dashed. What Madeline's lips weaved was no declaration of defeat. Only one word was muttered, a name. Madeline Mesorea. The very next moment, the roar of a dragon, its origin above the clouds, rained down destruction onto the land. The instant the white beam of light was fired from the heavens, Emilia and Priscilla both sprang into action at the same time. Without any sound or warning, a tower of ice sprung into being, growing from the ground. 2 beauties of silver and crimson jumped atop. The tower had risen to be over 10 meters tall in an instant. Standing on its summit, Emilia raised both of her hands up to the sky, conjuring forth a huge dome of ice which covered the area where the white beam was expected to impact. And within the conjured dome, another, yet smaller dome was added, and then yet another smaller dome was added, and so this went on until 6 domes of ice covered the sky. As Emilia set up their cover made from ice and snow, Priscilla stretched out her lustrous fingers into the sky and drew out the Yang sword, which took the void as its sheath. The treasured sword was adorned with many eye-catching jewels and had a bright red radiance to it. However, the light brimming from inside remained feeble, nowhere near what it was at its peak. Even so, Priscilla took up her treasured sword and looked up overhead. The very next moment, the looming white beam of light crashed against the outermost dome, and in less than a second, it pierced through the first, second, and third domes, racing towards the ground. However, it would be wrong to say that the domes that had been pierced and broken through had not fulfilled their purpose at all. The moment the beam went through them, its angle changed slightly. There were only slight changes with the first, second, and third one, yet those became heftier with the fourth and fifth one. Finally, the instant the sixth one was broken through, the beam's manner of entry had certainly changed. The white beam raced straight down towards the tower of ice, towards the two who stood at its pinnacle. And so to meet it came a deep crimson shimmer, which beautifully, vibrantly morphed into a flash of resistance, and thus was it unleashed. All sound completely disappeared. For the first time in his life, complete silence could be savored for what seemed like 10 seconds. Perhaps it lasted for less than a second in actuality, but once that burst, the spreading shockwave, originating from the southern portion of the city, engulfed the fortress city in all directions, and everything flipped over. Ground rose from the surface, as buildings were ripped from their foundations. Those without shelter were blown away like dead leaves, and even the flock of flying dragons soaring in the heavens were assailed by the tempest. Without mercy, without bias, the shockwave which engulfed everything bore down on everyone in the city. Naturally, Flop, who was running around to treat the injured in the city's largest mansion, having been turned into a temporary treatment center containing those injured, was also rocked by the impact, being thrown back against the wall. Flop, who, as far as he could comprehend, it could have been a few seconds, or a dozen seconds, or even a few minutes. He felt a powerful impact on his back that made it feel as if all of his internal organs were being turned inside out. He did not register much pain, but the possibility that the pain would come later, or he might have suffered from something so painful that he could not feel anything, also existed. If that were actually the case, he would have liked to go on with his uneventful life, watch his little sister Medium lead a safe and happy life, savor the sense of accomplishment that he would have achieved in successfully taking revenge on the world, and stay unaware of it until he was old and on the verge of dying. Once there, it should be impossible to distinguish whether he had died from his wounds or from old age. Flop. Let's see, maybe it isn't too serious. Being extra careful, he would raise his body after carefully assessing his own condition. His arms and legs moved, and every single one of his fingers was still on his hands. He seemed fortunate enough to not be missing his ears or nose, and his eyes had not been crushed either. He could not let his guard down, but he should not be overly pessimistic either. Shaking his head, Flop stood up, wiped his blurred eyes, and gazed at his surroundings. The once stately and magnificent decorations had been changed entirely from what they were before, and the inside of the mansion had become a hellscape dominated by the smell of blood and the sound of groans. Add to that the shockwave that had just hit, and the grim situation of the sight became even grimmer. Some of those who had been treated may have had their pain rekindled or made worse by the shockwave. They needed to ease their pain, to give them a helping hand. Flop, I wonder if Butler Kun and Miss Utakata are okay too, leaving Priscilla to deal with Madeline, whom they had encountered. Flop and the others joined up with Rem in the mansion and helped deal with the wounded as best they could. He had also helped with that, while worrying about Priscilla and Schult, the latter's eyes still ablaze, even after he managed to calm himself down somehow. Flop would not be able to rest in peace if it had all come to nothing due to that explosive impact. What in the world is? As Flop looked around at the state of his surroundings, he heard a voice speak in a pain-filled tone. Directing his eyes towards that voice, he saw Rem peeking out from the depths of the hall. She was one of the people who had been attending to the seriously wounded who were in dire need of healing magic, and also one of the people who had been rendered astonished by the crash from just before. Rem, grimacing as she held her cane, looked out the window to see what had occurred. Flop, too, was alarmed, wondering if something more terrifying than a flock of flying dragons or one of the 9 divine generals going on a full-fledged rampage had happened. And right after that, Rem, how terrible. Rem's eyes widened, and her expression turned grim, panicking as she rushed towards the mansion's door. Flop shouted, "Wife-san," at her back as she rushed out, wondering what she had seen outside. Despite his aching sides and knees, Flop chased Rem as she rushed outside. As she reached the front garden of the mansion, she crouched beside a fallen figure. It was yet another injured person, someone who had been flung outside by the earlier impact. As he approached the crouching Rem, who was confirming the state of the figure, Flop now understood the dreadful effects of the impact from earlier, which he had not been able to see from within the mansion. Flop, this is... Flickering, white snowflakes were falling upon Garrel. The southern sky was covered with layers of thick clouds, through which the sun's rays were pouring down. Exhaling white breath, Flop shivered at the almost fantastical sight. Suddenly, the temperature in the surrounding area had dropped dramatically, and to boot, a sight as spectacular as this currently unfolding. Even in a dream, such a scene would be hard to materialize. Putting it a different way, he had the paradoxical thought that it was not a dream, to which Flop shook his head. "Rem, Flop-san, please help me. We need to carry this girl inside." Flop, "Yes, of course. Even under this mysterious sky, we can only do what we're able to get done. We've got to do the best we can." Turning around, Flop tried to help Rem. Then, halting his speech mid-sentence, Flop widened his blue eyes. The reason was obvious, and it laid to Rem's back, who was asking for his help. The figure behind Rem, having been blown away by the earlier impact, and whom Rem had suggested they should take inside the mansion for medical attention, was a small one. It was small and dainty, possessing twin black horns on her head. Then, perhaps dazed, the girl slowly raised herself up behind Rem, about to casually swing her arm adorned with sharp claws. Flop. Once again, Flop experienced the sensation of sound fading away, of the flow of time becoming distorted. As she was looking towards him, Rem was unaware of the threat that loomed behind her. That very threat, the girl, seemed to be acting out of defensive instinct rather than out of an actual intent to hurt Rem. She must have gone through a terrible experience. He sympathized with her, but it was something unfortunate and unmanageable that would not change with sympathy. Flop, Kuna and Harley, in charge of guarding the mansion, would probably take a while to recover from the impact from earlier. There was no sign of the girls within sight. He could not count on them to deal with this. Schult, his eyes in a conflagration, Utakata, who had been assisting with medical treatment and supporting the fighters' morale, even Heinkel, who had fainted and would not wake up. None of them could be counted on to help them either. When he closed his eyes, he could see his little sister at the back of his eyelids, smiling. He was proud of his sister, who had sworn to herself that she would become so strong that her brother would never be hurt. Multiple figures, that of his benefactor and of his sworn brother, those who had given him and his sister the chance to go out into the world, passed through his mind. Treasure your life, Flop. Self-sacrifices for morons. Once before, his benefactor had laughed at Flop's reckless way of life. At this moment, Flop would state the same thing he had back then. Flop, I don't mind being called a moron, because all those who loved him had clapped their hands and laughed at his answer. Rem, Flop saw, he stepped in, and with an outstretched hand, pushed on Rem's slender shoulders, putting her out of harm's way. And in the path of that swinging claw, that moron wedged himself instead. Blood sprayed, and Flop O'Connell fell to the cold ground. Translation notes. 1. This sentence sounds a bit odd for stating the obvious, but it is legitimately the idea it seems to convey. Do consider that the narration is slanted through Amelia's point of view. 2. Ice season, Chinese letter, is the Ray, 0 world equivalent for the winter season. 3. Because of Madeline using Chinese letter as a pronoun, which is also used for flying dragons, water dragons, and ground dragons, it's unclear if she's talking about herself or dragons in general. Take in note, this is not to be confused with true dragons, localized with a capital D. which applies to big boys like Volcanica. Those are referred to differently as Chinese letter. 4. Once again, it sounds a bit silly, but seems like this is the idea it is attempting to convey. Arc 7, Chapter 58b, Those Who Have No Place to Turn To. Machine translated by Archbishop Brusef Punibaba, proofread by Archbishop I3 Lay Dragon Eternitishak, Japanese to English, checking by Ice Mask Book Art Sources. Good Sleep 00. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. It was humiliating. Her fangs creaked, gnashing together, her insides seethed with rage, her soul cracked in indignation. What was she doing? She was being toyed around with by lowly humans. She was being driven into a corner without doing what needed to be done. She had been forced to play her trump card, knowing that such a deed should not have been performed. How friggin' unsightly. It was a shameful display. She had exposed a state of herself which those who were dragonkin should never have shown so easily. If any other dragonkin were present, they would have probably covered their faces because of this terrible situation. They would curse Madeline for this predicament and for the shame she had brought to the dragonkin before killing her. Madeline was half about to die in a fit of anger anyways, directed at both herself and everyone else. But that would never happen. There were no other dragonkin. Madeline had always been alone. That was why, no matter what it took, she had to slay the person who had killed the one she desired as her mate. Flopsan, please help me. We need to carry this little girl inside. From the fringes of her bleary consciousness, she heard a voice that felt like it was coming from someone. No, not from someone. That voice came from a human being. Given there were no other dragonkin, everyone who spoke the language of men was human, beings that differed fundamentally from herself. And so, her head grew hot, faced with an all too familiar humiliation obtained at the hands of beings that differed from herself. A woman of crimson, attired in a dress, and a woman of silver who brought snow with her. Those women had cooperated together with dreadfully high precision, searing Madeline's consciousness white. She raised her body like someone was guiding her and stretched her arm out towards where the voice was coming from. She would tear apart the slender back before her eyes, and then, I don't mind being called a moron. She heard a voice coming from someone else, and right after that, the silhouette before her eyes was replaced with another. With that slender back pushed away before her eyes stood a slender someone, and that was whom she swung her claws at, which was followed by the feeling of recoil from a sharpness rending flesh not so shallowly in her hand. Blood splattered everywhere. The slender figure collapsed helplessly, struck by the strength of a dragonkin. I did it was not what she was thinking. Ironically enough, the lack of response made her realize that the slender figure she had torn up was not the object of her burning hatred. Even so, Madeline. So, who's the next one? That wants to be torn apart by my claws, or so she tried to bellow out, baring her fangs. She kicked her now-felled opponent's body, moving to surrender her body to the ferocity of looking for her next prey. And while doing so, she looked at the figure of her fallen enemy, Madeline. Ha! A man was lying on the ground, his long, golden hair furled out on the floor, his pale skin soaked with blood. She did not know him. She could only roughly tell apart the particulars when it came to faces of those belonging to the human races. However, that man was not within the ones she could distinguish. Therefore, what had grabbed her attention had not been the man himself, but rather what he carried. On the fallen man's weak chest, which had been torn and laid bare, covered in blood, was an ornament which he wore from his neck, made from the fang of a beast. No, not from the fang of a beast. It was from Rem. With Flop running towards her, shoving her by the shoulder, Rem fell onto the garden's grass. She had not expected that force. With no time to support herself, Rem's body tumbled sideways onto the greenery. However, to inquire Flop about what he had done all of a sudden was unrequired. for a far more telling answer was splayed out in front of Rem in the form of bright vermilion. Rem, Flopsan. With her hands to the grass, Rem's voice cracked because of that scene. In front of her, lying on his back where Rem had just been a few seconds prior, was Flop, his body bearing deep gouges from the shoulder to the waist. 4 wounds, like those performed by sharp blades, sliced vividly through the front of Flop's body, and Rem immediately recognized that the wound was the result of his attempt to protect her, and that it was the little girl Rem had run towards to give assistance who had performed that deed. Rem. A girl with sky-blue hair stood still, having swung her arm, blood dripping from the tips of her claws after she had gouged out Flop's flesh. Flop had been injured while protecting Rem from the little girl who had attempted to murder her. Immediately, Rem tried to pull herself up as to check on his wounds. Rem, let me through. Flopsan, let me see your wounds, Kaya. But as Rem attempted to approach Flop, she was interrupted by the little girl's thin arms. The girl took a step toward Flop, standing in front of Rem, then grabbed Rem's shoulder and pushed her down. As Rem feared that she may even plan to finish Flop off, her blood raced through her whole body. And just like that, the little girl's arm grabbed Flop by the neck and, handling him roughly, forced him to stand up. And Madeline, why is a dragon's fang, why is Caroline's fang friggin' hanging from your neck? With desperation and grief plastered in her profile, the girl posed that question in something akin to a shriek. For a moment, Rem's train of thought paused, unsure of the meaning of the question. But in the meantime, the girl was still repeatedly directing a question of why the frig to Flop. The latter's eyes closed. No response came from Flop, whose consciousness remained plunged into darkness. There was absolutely zero doubt, however, that the lingering embers of life were fading as the wounds on his body kept bleeding unceasingly. Madeline, friggin' answer me. Answer, if you can't do that. Rem, please stop. He's unconscious. He'll die. Madeline, HK. Rem gripped onto the arm of the little girl who was roughhousing Flop, as if to cling onto her. The little girl's golden eyes turned around in anger because of Rem's interference, but she and her spirit withstood the intensity of her eyes. With Flop's life on the line, there was no way she could be intimidated. Rem, let me treat him right away. Otherwise, Flop said, Madeline, what's the friggin' point of treating him? If he's going to die anyway before that happens. Rem, healing magic. I can perform healing magic. Rem's desperate plea caused the little girl's arms to relax slightly. There was no way that Flop, gravely wounded as he was, would be saved with mere simple medical treatment. But healing magic was a different matter. The little girl's golden eyes reflected Rem properly for the first time. Madeline, you can save him. Rem, I will do it, no matter what it takes. Madeline, then friggin' do it quickly. Did she trust Rem's words, or did she understand that there was no other alternative? In a one-sided decision, the little girl pushed Flop's body, causing him to fall onto Rem. But there was no room for Rem to protest against her attitude. Rem, this looks terrible. Assessing Flop's wounds as he was handed over, Rem muttered so to herself at the gruesome sight. As if performed by the claws of a beast, Flop's white skin had been torn apart, leaving 4 gaping wounds. The wounds were deep and painful, similar to mud being gouged out by a tree branch. The blood that flowed in a continuous stream was contained by the cloth that Flop had wrapped around his head, and healing magic was applied over the wound. Immediately after, Rem's entire body was overcome by a sense of fatigue. Rem, HK. This came after she had already performed healing magic on many people who had been injured in the Flying Dragon's raid. Although she had limited her healing techniques to patients who absolutely needed it, as to reduce exhaustion, they required so much energy that fatigue was inevitable. Then came Flop's treatment, someone on the verge of death. The mental burden was heavy as well. Rem, still, giving up isn't an option. Hence Rem told herself that no possibility of the sort existed and focused her attention on Flop's wounds. As Rem concentrated, Priscilla's words were revived in Rem's mind. They served as advice for Rem as she pondered over her memories, her circumstances, her duties. Words given to her during the days spent by Priscilla's side in the city after parting ways with Subaru and the others. Priscilla, look not at the wound, but at life itself. For the body of a living creature is not solely blood, but also all kinds of unseen things that circulate within it. Beyond that is what the healing arts must grasp. Priscilla, what it is, I am not able to reveal to you, as I do not utilize the healing arts. I call it life for the sake of convenience. You may call it whatever you prefer. However, Priscilla, remember, Rem, you are a pitiful girl who has lost her memory, who has lost her foundation. You have lost everything, but you possess the power to heal people. That is your essence. Priscilla, no one can escape from who they are. Strive to remember my words, be diligent. Rem, see life. The painful wounds themselves were not that which needed to be patched up. Rather, life itself, the very thing flowing out of Flop and in need of being preserved, had to be contained. Or possibly, it even had to be magnified in order to save his life. Healing magic was not solely about filling gouged flesh, sealing wounds, or relieving pain. Essentially, the healing arts were not magic that healed wounds, but magic that saved lives. If she were to invoke that awareness and technique of interfering with life, it should also be possible for Flop to retain his shrinking life, saving him from the brink of death. Rem. Seeking the optimal use of her limited remaining strength, Rem's healing techniques, refined to the utmost limit, were brought to their true potential, connecting the threads of life that needed to be connected, stemming the flow of life that needed to be stemmed, and restoring vitality to the fading light of life. She would save Flop's very life. Rem, Flopsan, his breathing, which had become shallow and weak, and the color of his cheeks, which had turned pale and bloodless. As both of these gradually began to display signs of stability, Rem tried calling out to draw firm responses. At Rem's call, Flop's long eyelashes quivered, and his blue eyes opened only slightly. Flop's consciousness remained vacant still. However, if she continued to apply healing magic, he would survive. With that, as Rem was about to breathe a sigh of relief, Flop's lips trembled. Then, with a faint exhale, he spoke. Flop, don't heal me fully. Rem, huh? Those unbelievable words assailed her eardrums, and Rem let out a muffled gasp. So much was the shock that her concentration was disturbed, and even the usage of healing magic was hampered by it. Flop's eyelids fell closed again, and his consciousness slipped away before Rem could hurry to focus on her healing magic. This time, Flop was completely unconscious. Rem focused her healing magic on the wound, half confused about the meaning of his earlier words. Why did Flop say those things? What exactly did he mean that I should not heal him? Rem, did you say something that's strange because you were disoriented? That was a possibility. Considering the amount of blood that he had spilled, that he regained consciousness, even for a single moment, was a miracle. It was no wonder that, with his awareness mostly misty, Flop would speak things that made no sense. However, even though they were brief acquaintances, Rem's trust in Flop was high. Flop was someone who would think over things carefully and present his honest opinion always. Suppose, too, that Flop's words just now were the result of him wringing out all he had. Perhaps it would be too disingenuous to dismiss them as mere rambling. Rem, why did he say that he should not be healed? No, in the first place, what did Flop say? It wasn't don't heal me. It was don't heal me fully. Rem, do you not want me to heal you all the way? The phrase healed fully was strange. She was not about to stop healing, but rather stop healing all the way. However, if she did not heal him all the way, then Flop's life would remain in jeopardy. There were limits to Rem's mana as well. In the first place, she did not comprehend the meaning of doing such a thing. She would save Flop's life properly, and only then, Rem. Thinking up to that point, Rem realized that her perception of the situation was off. She had been concentrating on Flop's treatment so desperately to the point of being completely blind to her environs. Rem. The girl who had done this deed was standing there behind Rem, who was healing Flop's wounds. More to the point, a flock of flying dragons was still flying over the rapidly freezing city, and fierce battles continued to rage in various parts of the city. Nothing would change for the better, even if Flop's wounds were healed, and that appeal by Flop reminded Rem of a possibility. That would be, Rem, just who are you? Without turning around, Rem asked this question to the girl behind her. Although Rem had not been facing her as she talked, the girl would have understood that the subject of Rem's question was herself. Immediately after, there was a sound of snapping fangs from the little girl. Madeline, this isn't the friggin' time to be talking like that. If you have time to worry, then hurry up and friggin' get that man healed. Rem, I too want to heal him. But Madeline, but what? Rem, but I can't concentrate because I'm wondering just who you are. If this goes on, I may not be able to continue the magic. Unable to come up with an excuse, Rem made a terribly childish response. If this were to provoke an angry response from the other party, it would be no wonder that the claws that had ripped through Flop would now be pointed at Rem. But in reply to Rem's poor rebuttal, the girl let out a turbulent exhale, and Madeline. Rem, what did you say? Madeline Eschart, a friggin' general first class of the Empire. In a tone of voice that could neither be described as angry nor impatient, the girl Madeline answered Rem's question. Part of the surprise came from the fact that she even replied, but even more shocking was Madeline's title. She had called herself a general first class of the Empire, and Rem knew the meaning that position held in this land. And that understanding coincided with the possible suspicions that had sprouted in Rem. In other words, Madeline. You, what the frig are you doing? What for? Rem, Madeline, why did you stop friggin' healing that man? Taking a deep breath once, Rem withdrew the hand she held over Flop's wound. Naturally, the healing magic to heal Flop's wounds was interrupted, a fact that caused Madeline to snap. She grabbed Rem by the collar, forcing the latter to turn towards herself. Overpowered by the force of her arm, Rem stared back at Madeline courageously. And then, Madeline, friggin', answer me. What the frig are you playing at? Rem, if you want me to continue healing Flopsan, I have a condition. Madeline, condition. What are you suddenly rambling about? Rem, please make the flock of flying dragons attacking the city leave. Unless you agree to that condition, it won't be possible for me to continue healing. And so, negotiations were offered directly to the little girl who led the flock of flying dragons. She must not heal him all the way. This was how Rem had interpreted Flop's cryptic words. For reasons unknown, Madeline was greatly concerned with Flop's survival. There had to be a reason behind her attachment to Flop, and currently only Rem could decide what happened to him. With Flop's life as a bargaining chip, she could put a stop to the attacks on the city. This act, which perhaps could be profaned as inhuman, was something Rem was determined to carry through. She would not concoct any excuses by saying that Flop himself had desired it. Her thoughts currently were that, by utilizing Flop's life, she would save the fortress city from its current predicament. Even if this differed from the true intentions behind Flop's words, Rem had already started to follow through. Madeline, wah! Madeline exclaimed in disbelief at the demand posed at her. It was only natural. Rem had been just as confused the moment she heard Flop's words. She understood that the same was happening to Madeline. However, she held no sympathy towards her. That was not something Rem could afford to have. Rem. The agitation from having paused Flop's healing slowly burned Rem's chest. Deep down, all she wanted was to resume the healing magic immediately and do anything to save his life. His life, close to vanishing as it was hanging on those fingertips of her. Its restoration would be decided at this critical juncture. With each passing moment, Flop's chances would diminish more and more. Rem, what will it be? Please decide quickly. Trying not to let her impatience show on her face, Rem pressed Madeline into making a decision. She attempted to plant the idea in Madeline that she was the one being pushed into a corner, not herself. By doing so, she hoped to preserve Flop's meager chances as much as possible. The white light that had shaken the entire city a while ago still left a great impression. Kuna and Holly, who had been guarding the mansion, were nowhere to be seen. It would take some time for them to recover. To hope that this deadlock would be broken from the outside was not an option. The outcome rested entirely in Rem's hands. Rem, Madeline-san, there's no time, Madeline. Don't friggin' look down on this dragon. Rem, gah. Any further attempts at forcing her hand were interrupted by the force of Madeline's palm on her throat. Madeline's tiny hand clamped down on Rem's neck, preventing her from saying another word. No, Madeline refused to entertain the notion of negotiating in the first place. Her golden eyes aflame with rage. She was unable to tolerate Rem's audacity in imposing her own terms. Frightening, mighty draconic energy that betrayed Madeline's childish appearance overwhelmed Rem, making her very hot to cower in fear. Forming inside her was a wish to withdraw her reckless act immediately. She felt the urge to go down on her knees, to beg forgiveness for her hubris. However, she was reminded of Subaru, who stood in front of Rem in an attempt to protect her against an enemy that was as powerful as this one. Albeit dressed in a ridiculous woman's disguise, presenting an unsightly and shameful display, Subaru nevertheless stood there, risking his life to protect Rem. No, it was not restricted to that single occurrence. In Rem's eyes, Subaru was neither special, nor was he strong. Despite being frightened of the danger before him, however, Subaru did not back down ever. Rem, envisioning Subaru, scolded herself for being so filled with fear as to be unable to move. He had never cast his gaze downwards, nor had he thrown in the towel. He had never displayed such naive notions, nor had he ever displayed such tenuous resolve. Rem, even, Madeline, what the frig is it? Rem, even if you kill me, you'll lose. Madeline's eyes widened in surprise at the sentence Rem uttered through gasps, as she was strangled. If Madeline were to murder Rem in a fit of rage, she would miss her opportunity to talk with Flop. So ultimately, the nature and substance of the choice Madeline was being confronted with had not changed. To destroy the city, or to let Flop live, those were the two options. As a general first class of the Empire, it was Madeline's duty to fulfill the role entrusted to her. However, within her attitude and in her words, Rem had found a minuscule possibility for success. Madeline truly wished to exchange words with Flop. There was something she wished to make certain. How important was it for Madeline to confirm that something? Within that, Rem had seen something valuable that could decide the outcome of this battle. Rem, what will you do? Madeline, Rem, please choose. Will you kill or will you let live? Her white-tinted consciousness gradually cleared, and the world around her slowly gained color. Ugh! Alongside the awakening of her consciousness, she felt a terribly heavy, oppressive sensation throughout her whole body. It was as if there were rubble on top of her body, a heavy sensation that pressed down upon her entire being, making it difficult to breathe. She moved her arms in order to push it away in any way she could, and HNN, Nga. Once she stretched her arms out from their cramped position, the pressure disappeared with a loud thud. Only then did she come to realize that it had not been her imagination. She really had been underneath a pile of rubble, suddenly understanding the reason why it had been so difficult for her to breathe. Becoming convinced of it, she began to try and remember why she had ended up trapped underneath the rubble. Emilia. Right. I was with Priscilla, fighting Madeline. Recalling the events just prior, Emilia observed the surrounding landscape. What was spread out before her was the now barren debris of the cityscape. Buildings had crumbled, their collapsed debris blown away, the very earth flattened. At this sight, akin to fallen leaves having been scattered by a powerful wind, Emilia let out a small gasp. The white snow falling here and there was the result of the space of glaciation created by Emilia, a special technique Subaru had dubbed Ice Age. What had tinted Emilia's consciousness white, however, was another white something that had fallen from the sky. It was, Emilia, gives the same feeling as Volcanica. The white light that had descended from the heavens to the earth had been an attack triggered by Madeline's will. Even though she had not known what was due to arrive, Emilia took swift action and joined forces with Priscilla, putting up ice barriers to intercept that white light. The layers of ice shielding were shattered, and finally Priscilla's treasured sword of red flashed. Emilia. After that, I got buried, and this isn't good. What about Priscilla? Recalling what had occurred, Emilia began to look for Priscilla, who was nowhere in sight. Since Emilia had been under the rubble, it was not surprising that Priscilla, who had been right next to her, would have suffered the same. If so, there was a possibility that Priscilla would be buried, unable to get out as opposed to someone physically strong like Emilia. She had to help her quickly. It would be sad if she were shivering with inconsolable fear. Emilia, Priscilla, where are you? Answer me, I'll get you out right away. Cease your chirping, half-devil. Emilia, Priscilla. Pushing her body through the pain, Emilia turned over the debris near her. Once there was an answer to her inquiry, Emilia hurriedly ran towards the voice. And there, on the ruins of the collapsed city walls at the other side of a mountain of accumulated debris, she found Priscilla. Sitting on the wreckage, Priscilla snorted at Emilia, rushing over to her. Priscilla, what ugly stubbornness. I suppose you are alive. Emilia, yeah, thanks for worrying about me. You're fine as well, Priscilla, right? But it's a relief that you seem all right. Priscilla, HMPH. Faced with Emilia stroking her chest in relief, Priscilla sighed, looking a little more tired than usual. Her gorgeous red dress was torn here and there, her fair skin stained with dust and bruises. Because Priscilla was always so immaculate, it seemed all the more painful to look at. However, upon Emilia lowering her eyes out of sadness because of that fact, Priscilla looked up at her with displeasure, speaking, "Do not look down on me, Priscilla. Do not make me laugh with your anxious ponderings. You and I are enemies competing for the throne first and foremost. Your true desire should be to wish for my downfall. Emilia, HMPH, there you go saying mean things again. I don't want Priscilla to get hurt. Besides, Priscilla, what? Emilia, you seriously think of me as an enemy? It's a bit surprising." Emilia had presumed that Priscilla took no interest in her for certain. This assessment was surprising and gratifying for Emilia, who was aware that she was behind the other candidates for the royal selection, such as Crush, Anastasia, and Felt. To be placed alongside those amazing people felt like a recognition of her efforts. Priscilla, Emilia. Oh, but if you're safe, Priscilla, we have to move quickly. We don't know where Madeline went, and we have to get the city out of danger. She could only be happy that Priscilla was safe and sound, now that the crisis the city was undergoing had ended. True, she wished that Madeline would stop the assault of the flying dragons, but since she had not been able to locate Madeline during her search for Priscilla, it was likely that she had escaped. If Madeline could not be relied upon, Emilia and the others would have to drive away the flying dragons on their own. Therefore, to assist in battle, she thought of making haste to the place with the largest presence of flying dragons. Priscilla, halt, half-devil. Emilia, like to wait for you, but we can't rest. We have to hurry. Priscilla, no need. The situation is moving. Stopping a hurried run, Emilia turned around and let out a ha as she stared in wonderment. Priscilla, having stopped Emilia, jerked her head up while sitting atop the rubble. Emilia's attention was caught by her gesture, and she gazed upwards at the cloud-filled sky from which white snow sprinkled. Only then did she understand the meaning of what Priscilla had stated. Emilia, the flying dragons, they're going away. Emilia's vision, as that sentence escaped her mouth, was filled with the flying dragons that had previously overrun the city's skies, hunting down people indiscriminately. Spreading their wings, they were slowly growing distant in the skies. For a moment, Emilia was unsure of what that signified, then considered, maybe, Emilia. Madeline listened to our request. Priscilla, foolish nonsense. Emilia, I guess not. But I think Madeline is the only one who can order the flying dragons to leave. The most pleasant possibility was shot down by Priscilla, and Emilia pondered on it. Of course, even a flying dragon who followed someone else's orders would not be suicidal enough to throw away their own life for naught. They would retreat if faced with likely defeat, and it was possible they would even flee in a hurry if, for example, the leader of the flock were defeated. However, would Madeline's defeat count as the flock's leader having been defeated? Even if Madeline considered herself as having lost, the blow from above the clouds, the one which Emilia and Priscilla had been unable to stop with their combined efforts, was also a thing. Rather, it was Emilia and the others who were in danger. Madeline could have protracted the bout for quite a bit longer had she continued battling with the flying dragons alongside her. And yet Priscilla, then there must be a reason as to why they withdrew. Emilia, a reason why they withdrew. What would that be? Priscilla, even I cannot discern everything. Perhaps Madeline received an order to withdraw due to the presence of the cloud dragon being discovered. Or Emilia waited to see what Priscilla would say, her hand over her mouth as she pondered this. After letting Emilia's anticipation last for a few seconds, Priscilla directed her gaze towards the flying dragons moving away from them. Priscilla, did she find something that should take precedence over the orders of the imperial capital? Priscilla's reasoning would be revealed to be right or wrong after the flock of flying dragons had made their absence. The attack of the flying dragon General Madeline Eshott, the leader of the flock of flying dragons, had left the city on the brink of ruin, with a large number of its inhabitants and defenders alike suffering injury. Then came the arrival of the ice season, unprecedented within the Valatian Empire, alongside the dreadful white light, originating from the heavens that wrought destruction upon the entire city. Amidst this despair that made everyone believe the city would not escape doom, however, these threats suddenly disappeared. The city was rocked by this unforeseen, narrow escape from demise. Even if they wished to rebuild, They would first have to ascertain the extent of the damage they had suffered and whether the wounds could be healed. It would be a daunting and arduous task, akin to counting the drops of blood that had been spilled. Before the survivors of the fortress city commenced that, there was one fact that should be added to the list. Madeline Eschart, the flying dragon general, had retreated together with her flock of flying dragons. Concurrent with her flying away from the fortress city, accompanied by the flying dragons, two people also vanished. The merchant known as Flop O'Connell and the girl named Rem had both abruptly vanished. Arc 7, Chapter 59b, Flop O'Connell. Machine translated by Archbishop Bruce F. Punibaba, proofread by Archbishop I3 Laid Dragon Eternitishak, Spriton and Japanese to English checking by Ice Mask Book Scrubadoo Art Sources. Punibaba Ruwisteria 993. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Miles, treasure your life, Flop. Self-sacrifices for morons. That was the advice Miles, the benefactor who had taken Flop out of a squalid environment, had given him. It appeared that the orphanage where Flop and Medium had spent their childhood was a much worse place than they could have even expected. A habitual saying of the grown-ups at the orphanage was that it was a place for children who had no family, no place to go, and no one to rely on, which provided them with a roof over their heads. Caretaker, you're blessed compared to so many other children who have got nothing to eat and no work to do. In fact, that was what he also thought. For him and his younger sister Medium, having been abandoned by their family, it was a harsh life of going through hell and back. In regards to food, they would eat grass, insects, and the occasional rabbit, which would cause great furor upon being caught. Worst case scenario, they would have to munch on soil and moss to stave off the hunger. In comparison, life at the orphanage was much better. They were given blankets, albeit thin and tattered ones. Meals were provided, albeit consisting of tasteless soup with a piece of bread. They were assigned with menial jobs where numbers mattered, and although they were beaten up by adults on a whim, it was only on occasion. There was some truth in the grown-ups' words of admonishment that the outside world was much more painful, and so the idea of running away did not even pop up. Be that as it may, he could not bear to expose Medium and the other children to the punches and kicks of the adults. Thus, Flop learned to act as cheerfully as possible to draw the grown-ups' attention. Flop made up his mind that every day he would be the one to get the most attention from the adults. Flop's conspicuousness would make the adults soften their attitude toward the other children. Even on days the adults were in a bad mood, it was Flop who, standing out as he did, would be the first target of the abuse. Standing out was a weapon in its own right. Loud voices and gestures, exaggerated facial expressions and mannerisms. Luckily, it was not difficult to establish a habit of doing these things. It seemed that he had a natural talent for drawing attention. Flop had shifted the focus of their anger from the younger children towards himself and had gone through terrible hardships that had left him half dead. It was there, on that night in which Medium had comforted Flop's wounds all throughout, that he became convinced. This was the role he had to play in that place. Amidst the excruciating pain, that was what Flop told himself. Of course not, you dimwit. Flop, ha. First time I've shown my face in goodness knows how many years, and looking at it, it's still the same disgusting place, with the same stupid kids doing the same stupid things. When it comes to crazy kids, Lil bowls more than enough. Having identified the role he himself should take on, Flop was prepared to shoulder the worst aspects of the orphanage. However, one night, Flop's plans were shattered abruptly. The person who had appeared mounted atop a flying dragon was not a person with a neat appearance, to say the least. He did not hide his ill-bred and violent nature, and the way he was ruffling his grey hair with irritation made Flop, even as a child, believe that he was the kind of person he would rather not have anything to do with. His features, reminiscent of a subservient rat, also contributed to this impression. A being around whom one should normally keep one's head down to avoid being punched. That person, Miles, languidly betrayed Flop's unkind impression of him. Miles, I come from this institution like y'all. Well, it was a horrible place even back then. That's why I got the hell out of here and survived by roughing it out. At night, the door to the children's room would be secured with a heavy metal lock to prevent the kids from sneaking out at a time they were supposed to be sleeping. Having broken the heavy lock quite violently and peeking inside, upon seeing nearly 24 children crammed into a small room, Miles clicked his tongue with great annoyance. He then escorted the children, startled and frightened by the appearance of an unfamiliar adult, out of the room, leaving them with a single word. Wait. He headed for the adult's room. And then, Miles. I was straddling the line between life and death day after day, but eventually my fortunes started picking up. Then, years later, I remembered our house of abominations and found this. Rolling the tied-up adults on the floor of the room around and kicking them in the face while he insulted them as ingrates, Miles smiled vulgarly and spat, saying, "Serves you right." These children must have had a very hard time with the adults. That said, Flop could not help but tilt his head and wonder if he should be going to such extremes. Turning to Flop, Miles raised his thin eyebrows and stated, "Miles, would you want to join in as well? Then go ahead and get even. Get even 100 times over." Flop, "Oh no, I'm not, Miles. Come on." Miles' fiendish whisper made Flop hesitate in his response, only for Medium to then jump out from behind Flop and proceed to punch the head of a tied-up adult without hesitation, using a branch she had picked up. No, it was not merely Medium. All the children, except for a stunned Flop, became enraged renegades. "You were always hurting us. I hate you. Medium, this is for Big Bro. Stop, stop," so went the screams of the adults, bound and unable to resist, drowned by the children's screams of rage. They clawed at the grown-ups' faces, slapped them on the cheeks, and finally urinated on them, their pent-up anger exploding. Miles, beware, haha. Look at their faces. What a masterpiece. Flop, dumbfounded, watched the mutiny of his little sister and the other children, while Miles laughed hysterically at the vulgarity of it all. Flop really could not bring himself to laugh at it. He just kept darting his eyes about as the others made the adults go through all this, wondering what would happen to them now. Miles, well then, now do as you like. Or that's what I'd like to say. But I dunno if Countess Dracroy's gonna flip her shit at me if I abandon y'all. Looking around at the children after the conclusion of their emotional rebellion, Miles addressed his young juniors, now outside the facility. Continuing with, "And so, Miles, for now I'm gonna take you to the Countess. You can do whatever you wanna after that. You don't really need to follow me, though." Receiving Miles's crude invitation, the children looked at one another. Anxiety and perplexity emerged in their faces. Miles had stated that they were free to follow him or not, but that was a choice that neither Flop nor the other children had ever had before. Never had they possessed the right to choose anything, having followed the instructions of adults their entire lives. Therefore, upon suddenly being gifted that right, they were thrown into a state of confusion. Towards the children's hesitation, Miles shrugged his shoulders with an "Oi, Miles. It's a lil, too late now, how pitiful. You've already made them pay their dues. You guys can choose what you want to do." Only once Miles stated so did the children realize it for the first time. Just as Miles had said, they had already chosen to rebel. When all was done and dusted, none of the children opted to stay in the orphanage. Of course, although he had not been complicit, Flop could not say that he would stay in the orphanage that had wronged him as such. To begin with, Medium was quick to accept Miles's invitation, saying, "I'll go," urging Flop to join her as well, voicing out, "Let's go." There was no way Flop could refuse Medium's wish or choose to part ways with his sister. For these reasons, a tad more passive compared to those of the other kids, Flop left the facility. He had done something outrageous, or perhaps he had gotten himself involved in something quite outrageous. Regret tormented his heart. However, Medium, good night, big bro. On their way to Miles's master or whatever, the words hit him as he and his sister slept somewhere without a roof, wrapped in blankets brought from the facility. The sight of his sister, who abandoned herself to her relief. The view outside, devoid of the prison called shelter. He realized that no longer did he have to worry about being beaten or about his sister being brought to tears. Flop, sniff, and on noticing that, Flop cried. He cried and cried and cried, savoring the salty taste of his freedom. In the distance, wings flapping, flying dragons flew away, out into the grey cloud-covered sky. Zika remained watchful until the distant shadow was as small as a pea, lest it be a prelude to the next attack, and only then did he relax his body. For reasons unknown, the flock of flying dragons had retreated. Since the city hall had not completely fallen, there were two possible reasons for the retreat. Either they had achieved the objective of their operation, or they had found themselves unable to accomplish it. From Zika's perspective, the former was preferable. Taking the dramatic events that had taken place during the intense assault, lasting only an hour or so, into account, objectively, it seemed that the former was more likely. Zika, a sharp drop in temperature and catastrophic damage to the southern part of the city. Running a hand through his own abundantly bushy hair, Zika touched upon two anomalies that he could not put a finger on. During the battle, the temperature within the fortress city had dropped in the blink of an eye. And then, once white snow began floating down, he doubted his eyes. Apparently snow was sometimes seen atop high, very high mountains, but if one were to see snow in Wallachia, the occurrence would be expected to be accompanied by some sort of natural disaster. In other words, the snowfall that had occurred during the battle was nothing short of a natural disaster. But that in itself had worked out to be fortuitous for Zika and the others. Sudden changes in temperature made flying dragons vulnerable, even more so when it became colder. Their troublesome ability to fly had been noticeably reduced. Without it, the damage would have been much greater and more profound. However, Zika, what in the world was that white light? Uncontrollable destruction had obliterated the southern part of the city flat. It was something of an end-of-the-world spectacle. Even the term natural disaster was insufficient to describe it. Even though no further damage had followed, the city had been dealt a painful blow by that single blast. The chain of command had been thrown into disarray, causing the evaluation of the battle's status to be delayed. Had the flying dragons pressed on as they were, it was possible that the city would have gradually fallen. For that reason, it was fortuitous and strange that the flock of flying dragons had retreated. Consequently, Zika speculated it may have had something to do with their enemies. Had someone struck a crushing blow to the enemy in place of Zika and his men, who were forced to defend the city? In that case, the most likely candidates would be Miselda, the leader of the Shadrakians, or Priscilla, who had a proven record of defeating Arakia, a general first class. Whichever one of them had performed this deed, Zika. After all, women are wonderful. However, I do not want to take entirely for granted the shame of being protected behind a woman's back. The fact that women were superior was no excuse for Zika to be inferior. While women's splendor should be revered and loved, one's own shortcomings should be admonished. Anyway, I never thought I'd be exposed to such an onslaught, but I suppose the advanced preparations have paid off. Zika. Flying dragons are standard practice for attempting to capture a fortified city. However, it should have been expected that the Flying Dragon General would be sent, rather than the Flying Dragon Squadron. Zika shook his head at the words of his wounded chief of staff, the latter bleeding from his head. The outlook was not good. The preparations for the flying dragons included placing most of the offensive weapons on the western wall in anticipation of an attack originating from the imperial capital, yet the flying dragons had assaulted from all directions. After the withdrawal of General First Class Arakia, they had assumed that it would take some time for the next general to be dispatched, but this had been a miscalculation, and given the circumstances, it was not surprising. This was not just a rebellion restricted to one city, but the harbinger of a much larger political upheaval. From the perspective of those schemers in the imperial capital, aware of the situation, it was to be expected that they would put all their efforts into extinguishing the flames of rebellion while they still remained small. They should have considered the possibility of the deployment of another general first class right after. Zika. No, let us reflect on that later. Now that the city walls have been damaged, it will be easier to capture the city, even without flying dragons. Assess the damage. See if the walls can be repaired. Put your weapons down right now. That's an order. PFF. Swiftly identifying the aspects to reflect on, Zicker stored them in a corner of his mind. Just as he was about to check on the damage and rack his head over measures to be taken for the future, a sharp, tense voice shook the chilled air. Looking over, a figure could be seen, surrounded by those who had repelled the flying dragons, raid on the building used as the command post, that being the city hall. The weapons and attention that had been directed at the flying dragons until then were now focused solely on the man glaring with a vicious attitude at those surrounding him. In both his hands were long swords, blood dripping from their tips. However, that blood was not that of humans, but of flying dragons. Zicker, that is. Chief of Staff. He's one of the soldiers we sent out from the cellars to counter the flying dragons. Wielder of twin swords, Zicker. Yeah, I was watching too. That was quite the mighty fight. Hey, hold it. Zicker, nodding to the Chief of Staff's point and extending his arms, commanded his men such. At Zicker's command, one of his men raised his voice. General second class. Soldier, it's dangerous. I let him out of jail because of the situation, but... Zicker, so you want to just throw him back in jail as soon as the threat of the flying dragons is over? As if he would just meekly accept that. The sacrifices we would have to make him go back are the bigger problem. Responding to his tense subordinate, Zicker walked over to the man who had become encircled. The twin sword wielder's ability was considerably higher than that of the average Imperial soldier. In fact, without his inspiring performance, there was no certainty that they could have repelled the hordes of flying dragons that had raided the city hall. If that sword were to be pointed at them, it would cause more unnecessary damage. Zicker, obviously, if you continue with such an outburst, your life will be forfeit as well. Which is why, man, which is why what? Zicker. To a Zicker attempting to break the ice, the man responded with a sharp voice and demeanor. Instead, he pointed one of the two swords in his hands at Zicker and let out a ha. Together with a fierce smile, man, you want me to surrender so obediently? That's no different from what the rest of those guys are saying. Right, General second-class womanizer. Soldier, you dare taunt General second-class Zicker. Zicker was proud of his title, one which possibly sounded disgraceful, but there was a clear intent to ridicule it in the man's statement from just now. This caused Zicker's men to become irate and hostile as a result, but Zicker once again restrained them with one hand. Zicker, you are welcome to surrender, though that was not what I was attempting to suggest. Your work has been outstanding. Although we stand on different sides, the fact that you have contributed to the defense of the city is not diminished. Therefore, you will be released. Man, you serious? Zicker, definite punishment or reward is a rule of Wallachia, and the wishes of His Excellency the Emperor. The Emperor of Wallachia, who evaluated people on the basis of their ability and achievements, was the foundation of the empire's meritocracy, a principle of loyalty that Zicker, too, respected. However, as soon as the man heard Zicker's answer, his attitude became blatantly prickly. The ghastly aura overflowing from his entire body, and his eye, as the right eye of the man was covered by an eye patch. He glared at Zicker with his left. All of his emotions were conveyed through it. Man, how can a rebel general who betrayed His Excellency the Emperor and the Empire, joining forces with the enemy, be so shameless as to say that? If it were me, I'd be so ashamed of myself that I'd just cut my guts out. Zicker, staring fixedly at the man, Zicker only held his breath upon being faced with these words, the source of his intense hostility seemingly laying in his loyalty to the Empire. This soldier, who had been put in the dungeon, was very likely one of the men who had resisted Vincent's advice to surrender till the very end, as of the latter's conquest of Garrel through his scheme. In other words, he was a man that adhered vehemently to the principles of the Empire. Then, Zicker, if I were to inform you that I, like you, pledge unchanging loyalty to the Empire and to His Excellency the Emperor, would you be willing to listen to me? Man, on. At Zicker's question, the man opened his left eye wide and let out a boorish voice. He trained his eye on Zicker, seemingly unintimidated by the look in his eye. Then, after a brief pause, he tossed his swords to the floor. The swords clattered upon the ground with a high-pitched sound, and the now unarmed man raised both hands. Zicker, can I take that to mean you are going to listen to me? Man, For now, I'll stop rampaging as I can die an honorable death. If I were to really try it, though, I could at least chop the treacherous general's head off. Looking around, the man gazed at Zika's subordinates in a provocative fashion. Their alarm was heightened by his gaze, but the man snickered. Man, but I won't. Though, if this talk you wanna have's a boring one, Zika, I intend for this to be a reasonably interesting conversation. What is your name? Having lowered his weapon so he could step closer, Zika inquired the man as to his name. For a moment, the man hesitated to answer the question, but as there was no point in deception, scratching his own head, Jamal Orally, Private First Class, stated his name and rank. In response to this attitude, Zika also gave deep assent with a nod. Zika, Jamal, is it? As you may know, I am Zika Osman. Having been conferred with the rank of Imperial General Second Class, I am also known as the Womanizer. Although, Jamal, Zika, I would feel much better if I were to be called the Coward now. That moniker, once considered a shame, now took on special prominence in Zika. Hearing Zika's answer, the man Jamal grimaced with incomprehension. It was evident that Jamal was skilled at arms, but not good at thinking or reasoning. With that as the case, he may lend an ear if one preached righteousness. And there, excuse me, you are the representative of this city, correct? Jamal had surrendered, and the city hall was released from the tension about to burst, following which, a voice slipped in, as if it had been waiting for the right moment to interrupt. The quiet, soft tone of that voice struck the eardrums in a way that evoked a sense of relief in those who heard it. Nevertheless, the unfamiliar voice made Zika turn around and furrow his curly eyebrows. The owner of the voice had made their appearance on the stairs connecting the top floor of the command center to the lower floor. Raising his hands as to display they held no hostility, a gray-haired man turned to look at him. Gray-haired man, are you General Zika Osman-san? He had not faltered in identifying Zika as the general, among those wearing the same red uniforms. Of course, considering the cloak he was donning and the rank insignia on his shoulders, to spot Zika as the highest-ranking individual in the room was an easy affair. The problem was the audacity to point that out. The audacity to show his face at a command post where there had been a battle just moments before, and name a commander they were unfamiliar with. Zika wondered about the affiliation of this unassuming, yet unafraid man. As they were not recognized as being part of the city's inhabitants, it was likely that they had blended with them during the struggle. The best answer in that case would be that they were Zika, a messenger from the imperial capital, perhaps a messenger for us. Gray-haired man. Ha! Oh, no, not at all. It is more complicated for us to explain any more at the moment, but we are not related to the imperial capital or anything like that. Waving his raised hands in denial, the young man hurriedly denied Zika's suspicions. If he were to take his word for it, the young man's position would become all the more incomprehensible. So, in Zika's stead, as he furrowed his brow, Jamal yelled out a bastard. Gnashing his teeth, Jamal, first dibs on him. You come in here after me, I'm gonna kick your ass. Gray-haired man, I am very sorry about that. I do not expect that we will be able to have a calm conversation at this point in time. So if you could just give me permission. Jamal, permission. Permission for what? Gray-haired man, to assist in the treatment of the wounded and in the repair of the city afterwards, to assist with the aftermath of the battle, so to speak. I am certain my companions and I will be able to give a hand in some small way. In response to Jamal tensing his cheeks, the young man sighed, speaking, although. His own face, somewhat tired and somewhat exasperated, relaxed slightly, and gray-haired man, since we have already started, approval would be retroactive, if only partially. Zika, I appreciate the offer itself, but it's nothing so complicated, Zika. There's no lie in what the man said. Before Zika could ask a litany of questions, a dignified voice that he could not help but listen to attentively interrupted him. The sound of a cane on the floor echoed sharply, and a shadow approaching the stairs lined up with the young man. It was Miselda, her valiant figure bathed in blood, which increased her ferocious beauty. From the looks of it, the entirety of the blood that stained her beautiful body appeared to have been spilled by someone else, as there seemed to be no noticeable external injuries other than her leg, which had been injured previously. Zika was relieved to see her back in one piece. Having returned, Maiselder clapped the young man on his thin shoulder like she was familiar with him. Maiselder, this one's companions have already started their work, I assure you. Zicker, Miss Maiselder, I am so glad you are safe. And him? Maiselder. I don't know him. He's not our enemy. He's just a guy with a handsome face, so I let him through. Zicker, Miss Maiselder. Maiselder's aesthetic sense was somewhat different from Zicker's, but she was certainly correct in saying that the young man's features were pleasing, beautifully arranged. The atmosphere he let off was somewhat neutral, but there was a strangely strong sense of purpose in his eyes. That he was not a bad person was what Zicker believed, but he also had a gut feeling. Zicker, I do not believe that there would be anyone willing to help with this situation and not want something in return. Who are you, grey-haired man? As I said before, the situation is a complicated one to explain. However, I do not intend to be hostile towards you. There are people who we are looking for, just that. Zicker, looking for people, towards Zicker, repeating his words, the young man nodded, followed with a yes. Then he removed the green hat he was wearing and placed it on his chest as he bowed, a polite gesture that displayed respect, but not in the way someone from the Empire would do such deed. Grey-haired man, my name is Otto Suwon. I am looking for my friend, as well as my friend's younger sister. Thus, with eyes like those of a cunning hyena, he stated his purpose. Miles's mistress, Serena Drakroy, was a high countess and a woman of fierce character. As a young woman, she had fought hard against the upper echelons of the Empire's aristocracy, and, in accordance with the code of blood and iron that was the embodiment of the Empire, placed great emphasis on meritocracy, favoring the talented. On the other hand, she also possessed integrity that did not allow the strong to humiliate the weak as they pleased. For that reason, the children brought home by Miles were not mistreated. Serena, I've heard about it. Miles, who avoids trouble, has even brought you to this house. He must have taken pity on your situation. You're free to do as you please in my territory. Serena smiled broadly as she welcomed Flop and the other children. Flop was overwhelmed by the intimidating feeling of being in front of an entity more massive than him in height, which made him want to grovel in his childish heart. Also, by the interior of the house, as he had never seen anything so ornate and spacious before. Miles, people such as the Countess ain't got a reason to go out of their way to bully those below them, even if they've got the leeway. After all, the adults who beat children were beaten by adults when they were children as well. Miles responded as such with his usual coarseness to Flop, and the children, who had been bathed in hot water, devoured a belly-filling meal and changed into clean, good-smelling clothes. Like Medium and the others, whose eyes were turned towards a world where everything they saw and touched was fresh and new, Flop was impressed by a world and way of thinking he was unfamiliar with. In particular, he was greatly influenced by the philosophies that Miles spoke of so casually. Without Miles, Flop would never have known that there were ways of seeing and understanding things that he had never known existed in the world. Above all, oh, we're the same, aren't we? Did Big Bro Miles pick you up too? Flop, following the back of his sister who had been given freedom to run around the mansion, stopped at a beautiful garden in the vast grounds. At a time in which he was overwhelmed by the sight of large flowers in full bloom, an oh-so-soft voice called out to his back. Albeit he was startled, looking around for the source of the voice, he could not find the other person in the garden. As Flop tilted his head at this, "Over here. Sorry about that, I'm down here." Flop, whoa. Oof, what a fall. As a head suddenly appeared right in front of him, poking out from just beyond the fence against which he had been leaning to peek into the garden, Flop involuntarily fell backward. Flop blinked as he was laughed at for falling on his rear. The person who laughed at Flop's fall was an older boy, though he still looked somewhat young. He was around 12 or 13 years old, with a charming face and brown hair. "Flop, you're laughing quite a lot, aren't you?" "Boy, oh, sorry. But that just now was something worth seeing. I'd help you up, but I can't move right now." "Flop, can't move, you say?" Standing up and then patting off his backside, Flop walked around the fence towards the youth. Doing so, he happened upon the boy, sitting cross-legged on the ground with a round mass in his lap. Upon seeing that, Flop opened his eyes wider in wonder. "Flop, is that an egg?" "Boy, yes, it's a big egg, right? It's actually the egg of a flying dragon." "Flop, what are you going to do with the egg of a flying dragon?" "Boy, I'm going to hatch it, of course." The size of the white egg required the boy to hold it with both arms, and as such, he held it close to his body as he gave Flop a broad smile. That was the first encounter between the sibling pair of Flop and Medium O'Connell and Balaroy Temiglyph, the man who would become their sworn brother for the rest of their lives. It could be said that they had gained more than just knowledge on the threat of the flying dragons, the threat of their claws and fangs, the breadth of strategies they could employ with their wings, the ferociousness with which they did not hesitate to harm their enemies. All those were more than keenly felt by the sight of the destroyed city and of those who had been attacked, respectively. Frankly, it was difficult to understand how anyone could think that such a dangerous creature could be tamed and used so effectively. It seemed like an irreconcilable adversary, one that was just as dangerous as the giant serpent they had encountered in the jungle. However, Rem quietly squinted at the sight outside her window, watching the assortment present in the landscape. In the garden of the mansion, a flying dragon was resting its wings, and a soldier was feeding it. The flying dragon, counter to the idea of it being supposedly terrifying and ferocious, had a soft look in its eyes and emanated a sweet tone as it was fed by said soldier. From Rem's perspective, having been told that flying dragons were ferocious and vicious, on top of having witnessed their danger firsthand, the appearance of a flying dragon being so friendly towards people was surprising. She had been told by a girl who was apparently very familiar with dragons that they, proud as they were not fond of people. One would not blame them for thinking otherwise. You seem to be quite gloomy. Suddenly, as Rem gazed at the garden, she heard a voice behind her. However, Rem was not surprised. She was aware that someone was making their way as the other party made footsteps in their approach. However, hearing the voice of a stranger and feeling somewhat tensed given the place she was in, Rem, I don't know if I'm being gloomy, but I do have some thoughts. It's not a place I wanted to go to, but I was brought here anyway. You are more straightforward than I expected. What a pleasant person. Rem, you would be. In the room to which she had been assigned, in a building where even the rooms given to prisoners of war were opulent, Rem asked the identity of the old man who had made his appearance, all while the chair she was on, too luxurious to be comfortable, creaked. He was an old man with white hair, a white mustache, and eyes as thin as a thread. His attire was far from that of a warrior, and one could only assume that he was a person of high ranking. His behavior and age, as well as the fact that the soldiers guarding Rem straightened their postures and bowed their heads, all suggested that he was in a particularly high position. At Rem's unreserved stare, the old man gave a light wave of his hand, gesturing for the soldiers on guard to leave the room. The soldiers immediately obeyed, and bowing, they left the room. And so, once the old man was alone with Rem in the room, with his hand he indicated the seat opposite the one in which Rem was sitting, and "Old man, may I sit down?" "Rem, go ahead." The old man took his seat right in front of Rem in a lax manner, the latter having assented with a nod. Facing Rem directly, he stroked his chin with his finger and spoke, "Old man, have you heard anything from her about me?" "Rem, no, nothing. I've heard nothing but heal him and rest, and if you try anything funny, I'll kill you." Ruminating on the instructions of the master of the house Madeline, who would not listen to her, Rem shook her head. Rem was under house arrest, guards posted on her. She had been given strict orders to not attempt an escape. While she had no intention of running away, it was true that it was not a very pleasant situation. The old man then nodded his head, responding with, "I understand, old man. I possess a few issues regarding her attitude towards a guest. I shall give General First-Class Madeline a word of caution." "Rem, you can caution her." Rem was taken aback by the words of the unfamiliar old man. Having spent neither a long nor a short time with Madeline between the events at the fortress city and being brought to this mansion, Rem was annoyed at her lack of communication. Madeline was obstinate and headstrong, although her having a persuadable candor had been her saving grace. "Rem, I believed she was someone who didn't like to be told what to do by others, that if someone were to tell her something, she would become angry and violent immediately. And having conveyed her own feelings to such an extent, Rem put a hand of hers on top of the other. Now that she mulled over it calmly, she felt ashamed of herself, wondering what kind of face she was making as she declared that, as a person who had once broken another person's finger because she had not hearkened to what they had to say. However, the old man broke a slight smile at Rem's self-reflection with a old man. Contrary to your expectations, you are not mistaken in that, even if it pains me to hear it. In fact, she failed to follow my instructions correctly this time as well. However, old man, this time though another factor was seemingly more important than the whims of General First-Class Madeline. The old man maintained his lips relaxed, but the hint of a smile had disappeared from the tone of his voice. Rem held her breath for a moment as she was shot by his gaze, something beyond those narrow, penetrating eyes seemingly assessing her. The gaze had eloquently regarded Rem as another factor. And that factor had brought undesirable consequences for the old man before her. Rem, who are you? Old man, I apologize for the late introduction. I am the Prime Minister of the Sacred Valetian Empire, Bastet's Fondalfin. Rem, Prime Minister Bastet's. The old man Bastet's, reverently bent at the waist in response to the question. As soon as Rem heard his name and position, her cheeks became even stiffer, and she tensed her shoulders even more. She remembered hearing both the name and the position. Rem, so you are, Bastet's. Yes, I am the enemy of His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Abelux. Rem. He asserted such without hesitation, and once again Rem was left unable to carry on speaking. It was an affirmation of what she already knew, but she had not expected it to be spoken in such a straightforward fashion. Additionally, at the same time, this was a major problem which she had gotten roped up in, regardless of whether she liked it or not. The fact that she had ended up being brought to the place closest to this maelstrom was something she could not help but conceive as being terribly out of place and ironic. It should be Abel, Priscilla, and Subaru here, and not herself, to begin with. With that point in mind, Rem was glad that Subaru was not at this place. Rem, had he been here by himself, he would have been reckless, definitely. There was no room for doubt about the black-haired boy's quick thinking and his ability to stretch the boundaries of one's imagination. Even in this situation, he would cause outlandish events beyond Rem's imagination. In that sense, it was a good thing he had not been in the city at the time of the Flying Dragon's raid. It was unlikely that he would have been able to do anything about it, and would only obtain even more injuries. However, I wonder, when he learns that I was taken away by Madeline, how he will feel. So terrible was it that Rem's chest was tormented by the pain of the sharp blade that was her imagination. Rem, so you know that Abelson is the real emperor, correct? Forcing herself to ignore the pain of the deep cut remaining in her heart, Rem asked Bastet's a question. To that, he responded with a curt, yes, Bastet's, of course. Allowing him to escape was a blunder, but after that, things have been proceeding according to plan, or should I say they were, as in fact, the destruction of Garrel was left unfinished. Rem, why did you do that to Abelson? I can't imagine what it must be like to come up with the resolution to do something like rebel. Is it because of Abelson's personality? Bastet's, we do not seek individual personality in the Emperor, the pinnacle of the nation. Personal feelings and attachments are trivial from the perspective of running a nation. If there is anything to look for, that would only be competence and the trust and performance of a person able to fulfill their responsibilities. Shaking his head leisurely, Bastet's responded with an emotionless voice and expression. The tone of his voice never wavered. The expression on his face never changed in the slightest. Rem's lack of life experience, coupled with Bastet's superior communication skills, made it impossible for her to read his inner thoughts. He was emotionless and therefore lying, or he was being truthful. Which was it? However, it was her opinion that she wanted to believe what she was told, that Abel's character had not been the reason for raising a rebellion. Rem had witnessed the blood and death of so many in the fortress city. Not only those who had died, but also Rem herself, would not be convinced that Abel's bad character was the reason for it. Therefore, Rem, are you saying that you ousted Abelson because he's unfit to be emperor? Bastet's, ousting was not my intention. That is merely hindsight. Rem, what about Abelson was lacking? I don't know the burden that the position of emperor carries, nor the abilities required, but I believe he's an excellent person. Rem wondered to herself why she felt compelled to defend Abel, but Rem chose her words to convince the nagging feeling inside of her. In fact, his capability to fight aside, Abel stood out for his wit and his stores of wisdom. The fact that Meiselder, Zicker, and even Subaru were willing to follow his reasoning was evidence that he also possessed the leadership skills to convince others of such opinions. Although she did not understand the particulars, Rem believed that was a quality of those standing at the pinnacle as well, and that would be something necessary for the one at the highest seat in the nation, that Bastet's. I have yet to hear your name, Helodona. Rem, it seems. Bastet's, Partly because of animosity toward Bastet's, she informed it as some sort of hearsay. Rem had already accepted that her name was Rem, understandably so. Ever since she had identified herself to Priscilla with poise, or from the time she allowed Subaru to call her that. Anyhow, familiarizing his tongue with Rem's name, Bastet's let out a small exhale, and then Bastet's. Rem Dono, how many successors do you believe His Excellency the Emperor has at present? Rem, successor essors. Ah, you mean children, is that it? Bastet's. Yes. As Bastet's nodded serenely, Rem pictured Abel in her mind. Rem had no memories, but that did not signify she had lost all the knowledge acquired before she lost them. Rem had also kept the knowledge of how human beings reproduced. However, it was doubtful that Abel would be able to establish a relationship as proper as that with another person. In the first place, Rem could not imagine a woman who would be able to stand on the same level as Abel. Rem, I can't imagine it. I guess there aren't any. Bastet's. You understand very well. Well, correct, none exist. Rem, oh, of course it's like that. Though I guess that's doing Abel-san a discourtesy. Rem was about to continue, only for her to interrupt her words there. Not that Bastet's had stated anything towards Rem, nor that she had been told to be silent. It was, however, that the narrowed eyes of the silent old man opened slightly. His expression, eyes visible behind it, came right up close to Rem's face. Rem's voice was silenced by an aura so ghastly that it was unfathomable. Quietly, Bastet's placed his hand on the table between them. Silently overflowing from his entire body was unimaginable, intense rage. Bastet's, there are no successors, you see. Therein lies the problem. Rem, Bastet's, the empire must be strong. Otherwise this nation will. As Rem before him let out a hoarse breath, Bastet's cut off her speech, opened his fist, placed atop the table, and exhaled. Then once again hiding his eyes behind his eyelids, the old man looked at Rem Bastet's. I beg your pardon. This is the first time I have been a rebel, and I must say that I have become slightly agitated. Rem, why are you saying this now to me? Bastet's. Rem, telling me all this wasn't necessary. Bastet's words were loaded not with emotion, but with something much weightier and clearer. Rem did not feel that it had been a lie, but that was exactly why she was questioning him. Why had he allowed Rem to hear such things? Rem did not consider herself to be in such an important position, and in fact, she certainly was not in one. There were times when Rem happened to be in a position close to Abel and Priscilla, but that was merely because of how things had come to pass, not because Rem was special. Rem, so why, Bastet's? You are a healer and belong to the Oni race. I would like to bring you in if possible. You are a precious existence. Rem, albeit not a lie, that answer was not entirely true. However, Bastet seemed to have resolved not to dedicate any more time to Rem, who was in search of further answers. Slowly, the old man rose from the chair in which he had been sitting. Bastet, I would like to converse with you a little longer, but a man like me has things he must do. Excuse me for inconveniencing you for a while now, but I will offer to make things as accommodating as possible for those in the mansion, so please be at ease. Rem, Bastet-san, what are you in regards to Madeline-san? Bastet, calling me a collaborator would be most appropriate. Of course, there is the impression that, in her point of view, she is utilizing a wise human being. This mansion is also my mansion. Unexpectedly shrugging his burly shoulders, Bastet's answered that, which prompted Rem to look around the room and towards the garden. Since Madeline spent her time there as if she owned the place, one would assume that it was her mansion, but it seemed that even that turned out to be wrong. However, the elegance of the building and its interiors convinced Rem, but I don't think I can spend my time lounging around, nor do I want to. Bastet's, a candid manner of speech, quite delightful. So once again, good health to you, Remdona. Darning a minute's smile, Bustetz once again bent at the waist and left the room. She considered attempting to stop him, but unable to find the right words to say, and judging herself to perhaps be unable to stop him, Rem went without saying anything. Replacing Bustetz, who had left the room, the guards who had been sent outside returned. Their stern stares directed at her, Rem once again looked out. The flying dragon had just finished its meal and was now slowly flapping its wings to take to the skies, on its back the man who had fed it. Rem, though it was a ferocious, fearsome flying dragon, to be carried atop its back in flight was exhilarating. She had not had the leisure to enjoy it given the circumstances, of course. They had been transported from Garrel to their destination in less than a day, making her wonder just what had their journey so far been. While Rem treated the wounded Flop, Madeline had brought them here, Rem, the imperial capital, Lupugana, the city where Abel aspired to reclaim his throne after having been ousted from it. With the crystal palace at the heart of the city in the distance, Rem was being held captive. Touching the unopenable window and ascertaining the feel of the glass on her fingertips, she had a sudden thought. Rem, him. Would pain run through his heart when he learned Rem was gone? A pain in his heart, just like Rem's own, which felt like a blade piercing deep into her heart. From where these sort of thoughts in her mind originated, Rem did not know. Flop slowly opened his eyes and gazed upon the ceiling of an unfamiliar room. Flop. He spent a moment organizing his thoughts, quickly observing his surroundings to assess the situation. It was his habit as a peddler who often camped out in the wild. Of course, his sister, who possessed a sense of intuition sharper than his, would be in charge of staying vigilant, but that was no reason for him to slacken. It was possible that his poor reactions could make the difference between life and death. So, getting out of bed as quickly as possible was a skill that he had learned as a matter of course in order to survive. Flop. This place. Ah! The moment he tried to look around while being careful, he raised a scream as his chest spasmed from a terrible pain. If this were outside in the middle of the night, he would have been very foolish to let beasts know of his whereabouts. Nevertheless, what had already been done had been done. So that he would recover with labored breaths, Flop attempted to upright himself, and Flop, what the I can't move at all. Not only was he unable to put strength into his arms, but the soft bed sucked his weight in. His whole body sank softly, yet if he were told that it was acting as more of a cage than a bed, he would have believed it. Nevertheless, he squirmed and struggled in a desperate attempt to somehow make it out. Flop, this is really tough. You're quite the strange person. Flop, wah, who's there? Behind Flop, as he struggled with the bed, a high-pitched voice was heard, hence he tried to turn around. But his efforts were in vain. His impaired body would not even turn around properly. As Flop struggled like a fish on land, a deep sigh was heard. It is I, the dragon. Your wounds are in the process of healing, so stop getting worked up for nothing. The other party stepping towards the bedside as they spoke, Flop exhaled faintly. A girl with sky-blue hair, golden eyes, and two black horns on her head, Madeline. An imperial general first class who had attacked the fortress city, the existence known as the Flying Dragon General. And from what Flop last remembered, Flop, if I remember correctly, your claws ripped into me, and it hurt quite a lot. Madeline, correct. This dragon's claws tore the life out of you, that girl friggin' healed you. Flop, that girl, oh right. Averting her gaze, Madeline muttered that with an uncomfortable expression on her face. Her words brought a visage to Flop's mind, causing him to comprehend the event that had befallen him. At the same time, he remembered that, in his fading consciousness, he had asked Rem to do something horrible. Flop, Miss Madeline, is that correct? I've got to ask what happened to Garrel. That city went through an awfully large explosion, plus an attack by your friends. Madeline, Flop. So, seeing as I barely escaped with my life, I think Wifesan and I survived. But that results the second worst one, in my opinion. Of course, the worst outcome would have been the one in which Wifesan and I both died. Holding up a finger, Flop kept talking and directed this question at Madeline. Madeline maintained her uncomfortable expression as she looked sideways at his finger. Thinking this was a sign this was leading down a reluctant topic for her, Flop pressed on. Flop, I don't know, Miss Madeline. Your face makes it look like you're unhappy or sulking. My little sister used to fidget like that too when sulking. The fact that she doesn't look low-key at all when doing so, given her body's so big, is cute, but I guess you're like that as well. Madeline, Fee, Flop, yes, what is it? Madeline, the city's friggin' safe. I wasn't able to friggin' destroy it completely. Is that what you friggin' want? Displaying her sharp fangs, Madeline roared back at Flop's words. Flop breathed a long sigh of relief, feeling the illusion of a furious breath of air run over his body. Safe was not a very appropriate answer considering what Flop remembered of Garrel's state, but Madeline did state she was unable to destroy the city. If that was the case, then, Flop, Wifeson used my life well, didn't she? Flop thought back on his deed right before he lost consciousness, when his awareness was vague, his ears filled with a ringing sound. Madeline had been so greatly upset by the sight of Flop bleeding and on the verge of losing his life that he had caught sight of it in the corner of his eye. She seemed to have been questioning Flop about something, as if clinging onto it. So the thought that his life could be made useful had come to him. An agreement could be made, where, in exchange for saving Flop's life, Madeline could be granted the answer that she desired, meaning that the possibility of Garrel escaping its predicament did exist. That the pacifist Rem would be capable of making such a cold-hearted decision was unthinkable to him. It must have put a tremendous burden on her, even though, considering the current situation, it appeared she had been successful. Flop, where's Wifeson, the one who healed my wounds? Madeline, she was friggin' brought along as well. That was the condition I, the dragon, proposed, and she accepted it. This dragon keeps her promises. I'll make sure she friggin' keeps her promise to this dragon too. Flop, promise, Madeline, this. Flop was relieved to hear that Rem was safe. But then an ornament bearing the fang of a beast, or rather, the fang of a dragon painted red, was pushed into his view. A precious item that Flop usually wore around his neck and carried with him without letting it part from his skin. It was held against the tip of Flop's nose as he laid prone on the bed. Flop, oh, you picked that up for me. Thank you so much for that. It's a very, very precious thing. I'd be incapable of living on just fine and make myself look happy. That's why, Madeline, Carolyn, Flop. Reaching out, Flop attempted to retrieve the fang, but Madeline easily dodged Flop's hand, and instead of returning the object, she uttered a name. The name caused Flop to hold his breath, and Madeline continued. Madeline, this is Carolyn's fang. Why the frig do you have it? Twice Madeline voiced Carolyn. He had unmistakably heard that name. It would be impossible for him to mishear it. Because that name was Madeline. Friggin' answer. Why do you have Carolyn's? Flop. I was there when Carolyn was born. I thought up its name together with them, with Big Bro Miles and Balleroy. Madeline, HK. Flop. When its fangs were replaced by new ones, we received one as a commemoration. It was proof of the bond with my sworn brother, my family. That's why my sister and I have Carolyn's fangs. Quietly, Flop replied, as if lifting the lid on a precious treasure chest deep inside his heart. He responded to the questions about the origin of the flying dragon fang swinging in Madeline's hand. Their precious family members, their benefactor, and their sworn brother, a memento of two people no longer in the world. Upon hearing the answer, Madeline was rendered speechless, her lips quivering, her eyes widened. Based on her reaction, and on the fact that she was familiar with Carolyn's name, Flop also made some assumptions and prefacing with "May I?" Flop, where did you get Carolyn's name? You even recognized its fangs at a single glance. I don't think that the relationship you had was a fleeting one. Besides, you, Madeline, HK. Flop, you're the girl who took Balleroy's place as ninth. Perhaps you'd known Balleroy and Carolyn for some time. Her reaction expressed her pain. Hounding the young-looking Madeline like this made his chest hurt, however. Flop's chest had once suffered a pain more intense compared to that of seeing Madeline in pain, and because of that very same topic. Nothing in the world was more devastating than the face of his sobbing sister, for him. So he did not hesitate in cornering Madeline to get to the bottom of what laid within her heart. Balleroy Temiglyph, one of the 9 divine generals of the Valatian Empire, a sworn brother to Flop and Medium, a rebel who had lost his life in a revolt against the emperor, a kind and beloved man who deeply loved his dear dragon Carolyn and his benefactor Miles. What was the relationship between him and Madeline? And Flop, why did you become a divine general, Madeline, for revenge? There was a beat of hesitation before she gave her answer, but the words that came out were transparent. Madeline's lips quivered, her eyes widened. Slowly, her expression changed as her golden eyes were filled by the fury that had wrought the distortion of her face a radiant rage. The violent rage of the little girl, accompanied by dragons, scorched Flop's entire body as he lay down on the bed. Madeline's rage was of such violence as to make him hallucinate that. Madeline revealed that she had taken up the position of divine general to seek revenge. The word, revenge, was something Flop also had thoughts about. For Flop, it was his life's goal. However, his target for revenge was not a single person, but rather the world. Revenge against the world itself, a world in which people were forced to make decisions against their will. The anger in Madeline's eyes, however, was wholly different. As for the violent emotion that burned in her golden eyes, he knew who it should be directed at. Flop, for whose sake do you want to exact revenge? Madeline, for Balleroy, revenge for the man who was to be this dragon's mate. Flop, Madeline, I, the dragon, will never forgive the one who killed this dragon's darling. For that reason, she would exact revenge for Balleroy's death. Madeline's small frame overflowed with rage as she replied. Flop did not know how Balleroy and Madeline had met, what experiences they had gone through, or what form their bond had taken. However, he did understand that Madeline lamented and mourned his death from the bottom of her heart. And so, therefore, that was why, Flop, who is Balleroy's killer? How can your revenge be fulfilled? If Medium were the one present here, she would certainly have embraced Madeline outright. If it were Medium, who had shed a waterfall of tears and wailed loudly at the deaths of Balleroy and Miles, she would certainly have taught Madeline how to cry. Someone dear to her had been killed. And at that fact, Madeline was furious. She did not know how to grieve. As a being of tremendous power with black horns, a being to whom flying dragons obeyed, she could only think of a single way to grieve: rage. And it was the same with Flop, who had forgotten how to cry. And so Madeline, the one who caused Balleroy's death, was. Flop's question was answered by Madeline as she squeezed her small hands. A darling stolen from her, and having been dispossessed of a place to pour her love in, keeping it within her petite body, Madeline allowed the embers of her anger to burn in place of shedding tears, resolving to exact vengeance. Flop. And Flop, upon hearing that name woven by Madeline's mouth, closed his eyes. He closed his eyes, kept his silence. For once, he forgot the ache of the still-healing wound which Madeline had torn into his chest, and surrendered himself to the darkness behind his eyelids. On closing his eyes, he could still recall the faces of those dear to him. Miles, you and Medium ain't thinking straight. Those who should stay at the Countess's place, I won't be able to take care of y'all, good grief. Balleroy, this is Big Bro Miles's way of showing his concern, though if you were to stay here, he'd end up taking care of you forever. He ain't very upfront now, is he? Miles, shut your trap, Lil Bal. Those who get ahead in life shouldn't come back so often. Balleroy, nah, that wouldn't be like me. Spending time here with Big Bro Miles, Flop, Medi, and the others, that's far more suited to me. Ain't that right? This brought back fond memories of Balleroy, who had gone out of his way to come from afar and stop by on the day of departure, and Miles, as well as those two's late-night exchange. With a big wave of his hand, he and Medium both left the place that had taken care of them for so long, and then, having finally arrived at the imperial capital, Flop O'Connell's blue eyes were alight. With those eyes of his lit up, his lips weaved words. They were Flop. Ah, so you were Balleroy's killer. Village Chief Khan, or rather, Emperor Vincent Valatia. Arc 7, Chapter 61. Welcome to the Gladiator Island. Human translated by Ice, Section 1. Machine translated by Archbishop Bruceff, proofread by Archbishop Eternitishak Sprighton, and Japanese to English checking by Maskbook Scrubadoo Art Sources. Pabo Bingo. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. He felt like he had been left behind in a cold, dark place. The place was dark, as if he had closed his eyes, cold as if he had pressed his cheeks against a discarded clump of iron. He desperately sought salvation, feeling his entire body bound by chains of captivity. That was also why he kept stretching out his hand, as if in a trance, looking for anything he could find. However, that was not why he had stretched out his hand towards the looming white light at the very end. The light, rather, its identity was that of a girl, with a tragic look of determination hidden on her face. He had stretched out his hand towards her, not because he was seeking salvation from her, but because he felt he needed to save her. And so, bending the chains that prevented him from moving his body even an inch, he reached out a hand, his own hand. He reached out his hand and, "It's so small." As he muttered that, Natsuki Subaru stared at his own hand, now reflected in his blurred vision. The hand being held up to the ceiling, palm facing out, was his own one, extending out from his shoulder. It clenched and closed, moving just as he willed. Without a doubt it was his. However, it was the hand of a child, a size smaller than Subaru had expected. Meaning, Subaru, I didn't turn back to normal. That had been his chance to get out of his hopeless situation. He should have attained it after going through untold hardship. He had literally put his life on the line over and over again for this, or so it seemed, and yet the result had slipped from his hands. Just how many sacrifices had he made for what had left his hands? Just how many? Sacrifices, Subaru. That's right, the hell am I doing? A jolt suddenly running through his bleary consciousness. Subaru brought the hand he had been staring at to his face. The memories that came streaming back to him were those of the strange situation he had encountered at the Demon City, as well as the dangerous game of tag with Albert, where he had been put through the ringer, so much so that that had been worse than the former. Subaru had managed to seize victory after accumulating countless deaths. He should have succeeded in getting his victor's dues, namely, in getting rid of his infantilization. Subaru also recalled Albert touching his chest to try and undo his infantilization. And immediately after that, he felt like someone had whispered the soul language of love into his ears. And Subaru. I passed out after that, and then. Subaru attempted to search his fuzzy memories for what had happened. However, even when he pushed and pulled, the door that held his interrupted memories within refused to open. Firmly clenching his back teeth together, Subaru grew more and more impatient as he felt how stubborn this door was. Now, let's take it easy. No need to get flustered. Luckily, y'all made it out with your lives, so you can take your time to do stuff after the lil missy that came with you wakes up. Subaru. Ha. Suddenly, Subaru heard a voice coming from right beside him, turning to look at it in dumbfoundment. As he lay on a hard bed, his eyes met with someone resting their chin on their hands there. This someone was grinning from ear to ear, peering right up close into his face. Subaru, you are. Whoa there. Love the reaction, but it's best you keep things on the down low. If we're too noisy, we'll catch the island chief's eye, and they'll put together a bothersome fight to the death. But then again. Subaru, Though it may be in bad taste, I don't dislike it, rather, I quite like it. In front of Subaru, who jumped to his feet without thinking and darted his eyes about in bewilderment, was a blue-haired individual, boasting ever so nonchalantly. He had his long hair tied up into a ponytail and was donning something reminiscent of Japanese-style garb, the likes of which were seldom seen here. Left astonished by how unfamiliar he looked, Subaru took a deep gulp before he chose his words and his questions. Not only the other party was unfamiliar, but also the place, the environment, the atmosphere. Subaru. Who are you? Where are we? Oh, how splendid. What great questions. Just as I'd expected. No, it surpasses even my expectations. Subaru. Beway. Subaru carefully tried to gauge his attitude. However, the other person, his eyes sparkling, quickly took Subaru's hand, shaking it up and down with such force that the latter thought his shoulder might be torn off. It was not like Subaru had been keeping his guard down. Yet, despite that, it felt like he could not react at all. Before the flabbergasted Subaru, the individual let go of his arm with a hew and spun around once on the spot, as if dancing, and said, You who have crossed the Black Lake and reached this island, the Gladiator Island, Jinnenhive, you with that unpleasant look to your eyes, swirling with such wonderful premonitions, I shall indeed answer you. Both his tone and gestures were theatrical, and for someone he'd just met, he was rather ill-mannered. However, he showed no signs of knowing what Subaru was thinking, and instead brazenly stuck to his attitude, his theatrics. Almost like he was an actor on a stage, basking himself in a round of thunderous applause like it was natural. Cecilus Segment. The way he stretched out his arms to the left and right as he voiced his name made it look like he was doing a pose straight out of a kabuki. One naturally, kabuki should not exist in this world, so he probably was not imitating an actual one. Even so, the pose he had struck had such a punch to it that it robbed Subaru of his breath. Then again, what had taken Subaru's breath away was not merely his powerful pose, but also how familiar his name sounded. Where had he heard it before? As soon as he recalled, he frowned. He had heard it straight from Abel. If he was not mistaken, his name belonged to one of the 9 divine generals. Cecilus, I am Valatia's Blue Lightning, the lead actor of this world. Subaru gawked as he heard him grandiosely declare that before him. Both his name and title were consistent with what Subaru recalled. However, there was just one thing that stood as a huge issue. Namely, Subaru, Valatia's strongest, is a child. Cecilus Segment, smiling right before him, was a child around the same age as the shrunken Subaru, with the very vibe of an obnoxious brat. The severe impact of infantilization was taking a toll on Natsuki Subaru's mind and body alike. The physical effects were easy to understand. As one would expect from Subaru's current outward appearance, what he possessed amounted only to the physical capabilities of a kid roughly 10 years of age. His arm and leg strength, and naturally, his stamina and explosive strength, all had been reverted to a prepubescent state. However, there were doubts as to just how useful Subaru's original physical abilities were to begin with, by the standards of this other world. So it was probably safe to say that the difference was small, as much as he would hate to admit it. Far more serious, however, was the impact to his interior rather than his exterior. Subaru, maybe my head's all messed up. It was a misleading way of putting it, but it was a simple way of expressing the bad situation Subaru was in. His ability to conceive, think, and draw on knowledge was weakening. Although he was using the same desk as before, his ability to open drawers was weaker, and he was unable to reach the drawers that were higher up. At the tower of the Crimson Lappy's castle, the infernal game of tag unfolded from Albert's authorship. The abnormally high number of attempts he had taken to implement a countermeasure had very much been influenced by the regression in his ability to think. He was sure that before the shrinkage, he would have found the solution a little faster. Probably he would have come up with that idea and put an end to that ordeal faster, to the point he would not have felt any pain. Fortunately, at that time, it was not Subaru himself, but everyone who was important to Subaru that saved him. He had felt everyone's voices, their support, echoing in his head, and Subaru. No, that's not it. Suddenly, something slowly welled up within his heart, and Subaru hurriedly got rid of it with his hand. The mixed feelings of relief and melancholy were probably a feeling more akin to homesickness. Before the infantilization, he would have been able to bear those feelings considering the chaos and his sense of responsibility, but it seemed that his childish body had even lowered the bulwark that protected against him tearing up. If he was not careful, he would likely break down crying. Subaru, don't cry, don't cry. Am I an idiot? No, I am definitely an idiot. No matter how much he may mourn, he could not borrow strength from those not present. Letting friction evaporate the tears, Subaru tried his utmost to get back to the main point. He had to, as it would be the only way he would ever get a chance to reunite with everyone. What was important now was neither his own weak mind nor his budding sense of nostalgia. Rather, what he needed to focus on most was the essence of his predicament. Namely, Subaru. Did I ever hear from Abel or Zika-san about the age of the first? Sniffling, Subaru searched his memory for the answer to his question. Cecilus Segment, he had heard that he was the strongest amongst the 9 divine generals of Valatia. That meant he was the most powerful person in the Empire. The reason why they had gone to the demon city of Chaos Flame in the first place was to get Yorna, one of the 9 divine generals, to become their ally. In order to regain the throne, their side needed to attain as many 9 divine generals as possible. Then, of course, it should have been natural to properly discuss the topic of the person who was ranked first. So he pried open that stiff drawer, searching for some answer, but Subaru. The only things I can recall are that he's unpopular and therefore not very reliable. He was not sure whether that was because that part had bore the greatest impact on him, or because that was all he had actually been told, but that was all the information Subaru possessed regarding the first. Unfortunately, he was unable to find any information about his appearance, his age, or anything of the like, which were what he wished to know at this moment. Subaru. But if it's about being unpopular because he's a child, then I can see why without a hitch. In the Empire, where the strongest were esteemed, it would be strange for the one most powerful to be unpopular. If this were because the strongest person was a child, it would make sense. Many adults would be reluctant to follow a child, no matter how strong they were. So, as Subaru came to terms with this prior information and his new knowledge, Cecilis, it seems you've come to some kind of conclusion. To this statement, Subaru looked up to see a blue-haired boy Cecilis standing in front of him, donning the same grandiose pose he had adopted earlier. Having left him standing there, Subaru, who had been lost in thought, blinked his eyes and said, Subaru, sorry I left you there for a while. Cecilis, no, not at all, don't worry about me. I'm often left out of discussions, after all. I'm used to being left alone and not talked to, ha ha ha. Subaru, is that so? Cecilis flashed his white teeth, blithely laying bare his sad situation. Although he was taken aback by this attitude, he felt glad that his rude response had not spoiled his mood. After all, he had a lot of questions that he wanted to ask him. He wanted to tilt his head in puzzlement, not knowing which of the many questions to start with. Subaru, sorry for being rude again. I apologize. Cecilis, like I said, there's no problem. Of course, that doesn't mean that rudeness, disrespect, and acting without consideration for others are acceptable, but I've got the openness to tolerate those to some extent. If you're intolerant, small, and superficial, then isn't it just like playing a minor role and getting the short end of the stick? Subaru, why yeah, you're right. Thank you, that helps. On that note, Cecilis, that reminds me. I didn't ask you this because you were absorbed in your thinking, but how did you feel about that pose? Since I put my all into this pose, I'd gladly like to hear your reaction. I was thinking if adding this to my introduction would give it the last push it needed. Subaru. Wait a second, please, I was talking. Cecilis. Oh yeah, there's some other things I want to ask. I'm pretty interested in those. What do you think? If you could tell me something about that in great detail, I'd Subaru. Listen to me. Even though he attempted to speak calmly, all of his attempts were interrupted by the lightning-fast speech of the other party. Fearing that he would be swept away by the momentum of the conversation, Subaru involuntarily let out a loud yell. After doing so, Subaru felt shock, as Cecilis's almond-shaped eyes widened. Cecilis, oh, by any chance did I do it again? Subaru, nowadays you practically never hear that kind of level of a template response. 2. Cecilis, level, template. Subaru, it's a phrase from my hometown, meaning something like standard or cliché. Cecilis, ho, your hometowns. That's very interesting. I guess this one was no good. With a twinkle in his eye, the blue lightning was quick to pounce on the object of his curiosity. Perhaps that nickname of his also symbolized his personality, which was too honest in regards to his desires, as if he were lightning searching for a high place to fall on. He was a completely restless character. But perhaps he was rather concealing his true character with an act. Cecilis, now, what will you talk about? I can't stop the throbbing in my chest, getting to hear what you have to say next. Herr Tilda, I feel so alive. Subaru, it doesn't look like a performance at all. With sparkling eyes, the boy desired that words from Subaru's mouth formed a story. His attitude, seemingly entirely divorced from any deception or conspiracy, made Subaru wonder if Cecilis could even tell a lie. In the first place, what would be the point of setting such a trap for Subaru now? Had he not been with Abel, Subaru would not have drawn any attention whatsoever in the Empire. Of course, there were exceptions who had attempted to aim at Subaru's life without relent. Subaru, but those are exceptions, and I don't want to see them again if possible. Cecilis. What's wrong? Subaru. I was just talking to myself. Also, I'm Natsuki Subaru ga. With Cecilis tilting his head in confusion, Subaru voiced his name in order to dodge his doubt, but realized his carelessness in revealing his true identity. At the time he had been cross-dressing, Subaru had assumed the name of Natsumi Schwartz, with prudence as to not spread his name in the empire carelessly, but his childish thoughtlessness had ruined that. If by some chance, by some small possibility, Cecilus, someone with the position of general first class of the empire, were aware of the royal selection of the neighboring country of the kingdom of Lugunica, and of the people involved in it, then, Cecilus, Natsuki Subaru is it. It's got a curious sound to it, but somehow it rolls off the tongue quite smoothly. By the way, which is the family name, Natsuki or Subaru? Subaru. My family name's Natsuki, and given name's Subaru. Cecilus, haha, noted. Then I'll call you Subaru-san. But if I find a better way to call you, I'll just change it depending on my mood, so don't be taken aback. Waving his hand in the air, Cecilus replied with a face that betrayed any hint of recognition. Subaru was relieved to hear this, but at the same time, a slight doubt grew in his mind. Was this child really Cecilus Segmund, Subaru? On second thought, anyone could just assert a potential identity. Of course, the boy in front of him could do that, just like how Subaru identified himself as Natsuki Subaru. Of course, the name and alias of the Blue Lightning, the strongest in Valatia, were renowned. It would be too much to expect to run into the strongest man in Valatia in some unfamiliar, dodgy place like this one. Furthermore, it was more likely that this could just be some kid posing as the Blue Lightning because they admired the name and title. That would be a much more natural thought. Cecilus, dearie me, what's with the suspicious look in your eyes? Is it something about me? Subaru, are you the real Blue Lightning? Cecilus, there it is, they said it again, just like every time. Since probing someone out was not his strength, he threw a fastball at Cecilus, who immediately let out uproarious laughter. He wondered if he could continue to call this boy Cecilus, but it seemed that people other than Subaru also harbored doubts about the authenticity of his identity. However, Cecilus, my words are genuine, though exclaiming that is easy, it doesn't really prove anything, does it? On the other hand, about any hidden information that can be of use to prove my identity, even if I told you anything of the sort, would you be able to tell what's genuine from what's not? Subaru-sen, you don't know me that well, do you? Subaru, yeah, you're right. Cecilus, then it's a waste of time to argue about the authenticity of my identity. Let's just cut out the useless stuff and move on to the next topic. That's way more constructive, even though I'm a specialist in destroying things. He felt like he was being cajoled by his momentum and eloquence, but with Cecilus advancing his argument so ferociously and without pause, there was no opening for Subaru to object. Besides, what he had spoken was true, albeit extreme. Within Subaru, there laid no method to tell if this truly was the Blue Lightning or not. Nor did he have a clue he could use. Then, even if he were to suspect this tentative Cecilus, he would never find the answer. If that was the case, Subaru. Once he set aside Cecilus as the target of his interest, the next question to rise to the fore would concern his situation. As Subaru was about to let Albert undo his infantilization, his consciousness was engulfed by a void now. Something much darker engulfed him, and his consciousness vanished. However, it was clear that he did not simply pass out, and that was that. Case in point, Subaru was lying on a shabby bed, facing Cecilus. Even with the limited resources of the village of Shudrak, efforts had been made to make the beds comfortable by using soft grass and wood. However, this bed showed no such consideration at all. The only thing present, there was a stand that was just good enough to lie down on. Adding to this bleak impression was the room's empty, bare interior, devoid of anything but the bed. The grey walls were dry and cracked, and the floor was stained with dirt that could not be removed. The damp, leaden air assaulted his lungs, and the environment was anything but comfortable. It felt as if he were in a prison cell. Subaru. Sesai, can I ask you something? Cecilus. Sesai, what's that? Is that me by any chance? Subaru. I'm not sure if I can call you Cecilus when I don't know if you're real or fake. It was not like he was readying himself in case he met the real Cecilus, but rather it was the compromise Subaru had reached regarding the boy whose authenticity could not be ascertained. Calling him tentative Cecilus would be rude and troublesome to begin with. Apart from being way too chummy to the point of being suspicious, his demeanor was very friendly, and he wished to avoid being disliked. Subaru, rather, he may be the friendliest person in the Empire. No, he can't compare to Flop and Medium. But I think he can put up a good fight. However, he could not bet on that. as there were examples of people who had been friendly at first before changing their ways. Then again, that Subaru had happened to meet the O'Connell siblings when he was with Rem had been a glimpse of uncharacteristically good fortune. Possibly, it was the most fortunate he had ever been his whole life. Why had Flop called out to him back then, he wondered. Perhaps he had been unable to continue seeing Subaru and Rem like that. Cecilus, Sese, is it? What a special sensation. Exquisite sound. Now that I think back on it, I've never experienced being called a nickname. It's got a rich, fresh taste to it, doesn't it? Cecilus, on the other hand, was excited by his first nickname. Subaru had picked a somewhat cheap name for him, but if he was so happy with it, hampering the latter's excitement would be undesirable, and he deemed it unnecessary to come up with an alternative. He really did not have any other ideas. Subaru. So, back to the subject. This isn't Chaos Flame, is it? Cecilus. Chaos Flame, the Demon City, you mean? Yes, not at all. Rather, it's just on the opposite side of the Empire, from east to west. Like I said, this is the Gladiator Island Jinnenhive. Subaru. Gladiator Island. Subaru's lips curled as he felt the sound of that unfamiliar word, Jinnenhive, escape from his tongue. The name did not ring a bell, but the place's title gave him an unsettling feeling. If Chaos Flame was called the Demon City because of the large number of demi-humans living there, then there had to be a reason as to why Jinnenhive had that title as well. Gladiator Island, that meant Subaru. Gladiator Island. The word gladiator brought forth a certain image in his mind, as he remembered hearing it somewhere before. If he remembered correctly, it was a word that Al would blurt out from time to time indeed. He had spent 10 years and then some as a gladiator somewhere, always thinking that he was going to die. Even though he had lost his left arm, he had managed to survive and escape that place. Then this place was Subaru. No way, these are death game grounds. Cecilus. Death Gamu. Is that a phrase from your hometown too? What does it mean? Subaru. Something like a coliseum, a place where people kill each other. Cecilus. Oh, I see. Then you understood quickly. Exactly, these here are the Death Gamu grounds. Subaru. HK. Cecilus laughed at Subaru, the latter overcome by a chill of horror after having mentioned this terrifying possibility. The fact that he clapped his hands in front of his chest and spoke casually made Subaru suspect that he had misheard something. But no matter how long he waited, the words he wished to hear did not leak from Cecilus's mouth. No, words leaked out, but they were not the words Subaru wished to hear. Cecilus, once again, welcome to the Gladiator Island. It's rare that people as young as me and Subaru-san come in, and even if we do, we don't live long, so I wish you the best. Subaru, Tha, HK. Cecilus, Tha, Subaru, that's ridiculous. There's gotta be some kind of mistake. His face contorting, Subaru's voice cracked at Cecilus in front of him. It was too much to take in. To find himself in such a place, it had to be some kind of mistake. Subaru, because I was in Chaos Flame until I woke up and, Cecilus, no, you were on this bed while you slept as well. You were groaning as you slept. I understand groaning from the lack of comfort of sleeping here, but back when I was in Chaos Flame. Subaru, that's not what I mean. Don't you get it? Cecilus, Irritated by the inscrutable Cecilus, Subaru's spit went flying as he snapped at him. Closing one eye at his complaint, Cecilus showed readiness to listen and did not interject. That demeanor of his made Subaru avert his eyes from him, instead looking around the room. Subaru, I was in Chaos Flame. Me being here must be some kind of mistake. I was doing stuff with other people too. Cecilus, even if you say it's a mistake, you're actually here, you know. If I accept that argument, that means I'd have to be the one sent flying from the island to the Demon City. Subaru, shouldn't that be possible then, if I'm on the Gladiator Island? Cecilus, beats me. But if you want an answer to that, then I can present it to you very quickly. Shrugging his shoulders at Subaru's tantrum because he would not listen, Cecilus calmly extended his hand. A slender finger of his pointed to a wall at the back of the room. No, it was not a wall. He pointed to a window with iron bars. The window positioned high up led the way outside the room, a damp breeze flowing through it. Subaru, no. His lips quivering, Subaru jumped off the bed in a panic. As soon as he stood barefoot on the cold floor, his head jerked and he felt weak, but he managed to suppress it, sprinting towards the window. He then jumped and grabbed the bars, forcibly hoisting himself up, placing his chin on the window frame as he wriggled awkwardly. Then, somehow managing to lay his eyes on the view outside, Subaru, see, Cecilis. Yeah, it's a lake. Looking out the windows, Subaru muttered so in dismay. Cecilis attempted to affirm what Subaru had said, having picked up on that mutter. However, Cecilis was wrong to affirm it, as Subaru had said sea, not lake. 3. Indeed, Cecilis had made a mistake. If he had indeed made a mistake, the scenery outside was possibly a mistake as well. Or at least, Subaru understood that that was merely what he hoped to believe. Subaru, as far as I can see, it's a completely black lake, Cecilis. The whole island's surrounded by a lake. The only way to get to and from the other shores to raise the only drawbridge. Truly, a natural fortification, or rather, a prison. Unable to lift himself up, Subaru slid away from the window. Cecilis's mouth was in high gear as Subaru kneeled on the floor, drooping to his knees. Why was he in such a good mood in such a hopeless place? Subaru, why, Cecilis, HM. Subaru, why do you look so entertained? An adult Subaru would have probably hesitated to ask, rather than asking it straight out. Being a child with no self-control, the question just popped out, overflowing from his mouth. Cecilis turned to Subaru's way too straightforward question with a childish look in his eyes, speaking, Cecilis. That is, because I feel the end of the first act. Subaru, first act. Cecilis, alas, though I don't really get it, I was thrown into these death Gamu grounds, and I had to fight to the death in a whirlwind of blood. A new wind blew to me with a different scent of blood and a different premonition. With that being the case, it's only logical that the story will transition to its next phase. He did not understand Cecilis's story at all, as the latter spoke in a profound manner, his fingers raised. No, it was not that he did not understand. It was that he wished not to understand. Because if he were to try to fully understand what Cecilis was saying, that would mean Cecilis. It wouldn't be interesting otherwise. You can't keep the star actor off stage. That'd be a sacrilege in a proper story. Valesia's strongest, the Blue Lightning, was a drama geek. Cecilis Segment, the drama geek, was a person of many words, to the point of making one suspect that if left to his own devices, he would continue to chatter on and on. Cecilis, so I was just kinda moseying around outside, and there you were, just crawling up to shore. Amazing, isn't it? That doesn't happen very often. It was fated to be, absolutely. Or should I say, it was like something out of a story. Subaru. Cecilis, you probably don't know this, but I've always had a good sense of intuition. Today as well, I found you and walking around because I felt as if the wind was calling me. So I'm so favored by the world it scares me. Subaru. Cecilis, of course, you survived that situation, so you've got a good chance of being favored by the world too. Let's show it our best, Suba Baru hum tilde. Cocking his head, Cecilis pondered over something, accompanied by a mutter. As he listened to the nonsensical and insubstantial words of conversation spilling from the boy's lips, Subaru's bare feet moved over the cold stone floor. It would be reckless to go out and walk like this outside the room in which he had woken up, as this location was unknown. Still, there was something he needed to confirm. Subaru, it's as you said, right, that I wasn't alone. Cecilis, yep, it's true. I'd like to commend you for that as well. Not only did you come out of that situation with your life, but you also saved your companion's life, which really is a feat of luck and courage, something of a talent. Subaru, yeah, sure, talent and guts and all that, right. So that other person, Cecilis, was a little girl, more or less like you, Basu. Has a pretty nice ring to it, doesn't it? The conversation had derailed without effort, but he had been able to have the questions he wanted to ask answered. Perhaps what Cecilis was struggling with was what to call Subaru in response to the nickname of Ceci the latter had given him. As long as the nickname was not a terrible one, it did not matter to him what he was called. What was most important was the info he had been able to get from him, Subaru, Louis, someone about the same age as himself. When it came to someone as old as Subaru was right now, the person who naturally came to mind was Louis. The situation right now was that Medium had also been reduced to about the same age, but since she had not been present at that tower, she was not a candidate. Frankly, though, Subaru's mental impression of Louis was a jumbled mess. Subaru, I'm not going to ditch you before I have an answer to that question. Besides, maybe, with your power, if they could make use of Louis's teleport, they might be able to get off this dangerous island. He did not yet know the whole island, and although Cecilus was the only other person he had met at this place, from what the latter had told him, it no doubt had to be the absolute worst possible environment for a child to spend time in. So, Subaru, we've got to get off this island as soon as possible. Cecilus, that's quite the aspiration, but I think there'll be a lot of obstacles. From what I've heard, only one person's ever managed to escape from this place, and it's for that very reason that the curse rule was created. Subaru. Then I'll be the second person. No, you and my companion make three. Subaru's determination interjected, replying out of reflex. And Cecilus, hearing this, looked over him as if he were something trivial, then gave a high-pitched whistle. It seemed to somehow put him in a good mood, but there was no time to care about that. And Cecilus, Basu here. After a short walk down a dimly lit passageway filled with damp, cold air, Cecilus stopped abruptly. With his hands clasped behind his head, he jerked his chin towards a room with a dingy wooden door. Looking up at the door, Subaru asked, "Here is, Cecilus, this is a healing room. It's also called the corpse room. Many people become corpses here after failing to die in the arena. Subaru, H healing room, is it? And the healer is Cecilus, healer, ha. There are some healers, sorta, but there's no precious magic user of the sort here. There'd be fewer deaths if they were assigned here, but that's not the policy of the island chief. Subaru. Receiving that frivolous reply, Subaru involuntarily shut himself up. It had slipped his mind completely, but in the Valatian Empire, there were very few people able to wield healing magic. That was why Rem's healing magic was treated as valuable. But the fact remained that Louis had been put into a healing room devoid of a healer. Cecilus, the girl you brought along was very weak, that's why. The purpose of this room is, at least in name, to treat the wounded, so there are some blankets and things to patch people up at least. We gladiators are treated just as you saw earlier, and the sleeping conditions were terrible, weren't they? Subaru, you're the only gladiator here. Cecilus, ahaha, you're right. Here, have an emotional meeting. Seemingly reading Subaru's inner heart for the second time, Cecilus patted Subaru on the shoulder. Pressured by his momentum, Subaru swallowed his saliva, steeled himself, and headed for the door. Pushing it open, he frowned at the unpleasant smell emanating from inside. What flowed out of it was the odor of a mixture of blood and decaying flesh, akin to the pinnacle of unsanitary conditions. Was their sense of hygiene dead and gone, perhaps? Within that not-so-spacious room, worn-out tools and sloppily washed bandages could be seen, having been left hanging out to dry. And in that not-so-great environment, Cecilus, that's your companion sleeping over yonder. Subaru, HK Louis. Cecilus pointed to a bed in the back as Subaru looked around. It seemed to be a room that served as an infirmary, with two beds that were a smidgen better than the one Subaru had been lying on, and a small bulging blanket at the far end of the bed. Subaru rushed toward it, hurried by his stray feelings. He was in a hurry to get to Louis, but could not decide what he should tell her. However, Subaru, having rushed over and attempted to shake the little girl's shoulder, Subaru froze in surprise. Not because he was incapable of finding the right words to say, but because he could not find anyone to whom he could say them. The girl who had been said to be brought ashore along with Subaru and laid to sleep, there was not Louis, who stirred up mixed feelings in Subaru's heart. She possessed a small head, two protruding horns, and flaxen hair that gathered at her shoulders. The girl had been stripped of the ornate kimono that wrapped her petite body, revealing only simple undergarments. It was not Louis, nor was it his companion medium, who had accompanied him to the demon city of Chaos Flame, who too had been made small by that technique of Albart's. The one there was Subaru, Titanza. There was no response from the sleeping little girl to his trembling call. But even if she did not answer after laying eyes on her, he knew. He knew that she was neither Louis nor medium, but Tanza the dear girl, the attendant of Yorna Miss Higya, the mistress of the demon city. Subaru, why? Why is this girl here? Cecilus, oh, did I do something again? Behind Subaru, who was surprised to see a sleeping face different from the one he had imagined, Cecilus voiced something silly. Of course, it was not that he was to blame. He was not to blame, but Subaru, that's not what I was told. You told me Louis was here. Cecilus, nah, I wonder about that. I believe I explained that there was a girl who came ashore on the island with you, Basu. I'm as surprised as you are that it's not the girl you thought it was. Subaru, Subaru was at a loss for words, unable to say anything in response to Cecilis's reasonable answer. Indeed, it was Subaru himself who assumed that he had meant Louis by the girl with him. Subaru could only apologize to Cecilis for that. But this was odd. Why would Tanza be with Subaru? For starters, if Tanza was the one with them right here, right now then, Subaru. What about Louis? Putting his hand on his head, Subaru was anxious about Louis's well-being. Someone nowhere to be found. Having been told of who she was, Abel, Al, and Medium now saw Louis as a threat. Yorna could perhaps protect Louis, but only because she was unaware of her real identity. Were she to find out that Louis was a sin archbishop, even she would change her mind, just like Medium had. And he could not find any reason for Abel and the others to keep Louis's identity a secret. Subaru, I've got to get her back to Rem. Louis's existence was very much like a thin and feeble thread connecting the amnesiac Rem and Subaru. Even though Louis had followed him without permission, Subaru had a reason as to why he could not afford not to bring her back. Above all, Subaru had yet to decide what to do with Louis deep inside. And despite that, Louis's whereabouts were unknown to him, and Subaru was on this island for some damn reason. Subaru, I shouldn't be wasting time like this. Subaru's thoughts would not settle at all. They were a muddled arrangement of many things. Still, he knew he had to get off this island and return to Chaos Flame immediately. Subaru, if possible, I'll take this child with me. Cecilis, oh, you sure? Wasn't this girl not the one you were expecting, Basu? Subaru, no, she isn't, but there's no reason to leave her behind, right? Besides, Yorna-san has to be looking for her. Yorna was so affectionate as to not hesitate to give of herself, even for the sake of a young child she had just met. Without her, he would have been unable to pick up a win in the game of tag against Albart, or to get the monstrous old man on board with the original bet in the first place. Therefore, returning Tanza to Yorna was the natural way to return the favor. Cecilis, I think your enthusiasm and consideration are admirable, but as I said before, I think it'll be difficult. However, Cecilis's opinion reigned on Subaru's parade. Even though the way he spoke and behaved had remained the same since the outset, Cecilis's relayed circumstances were grave at their root. Yet Subaru could not help but be frustrated by the harshness of his reality. Subaru, I heard you. You say it's hard to leave, right? But if we look for a boat, or if we bring down the drawbridge you were talking about earlier then, Cecilis, you raise the drawbridge. That'd be a challenge, I guess, but the problem lies elsewhere. The biggest problem's the curse rule, you know, the curse rule. Subaru, curse rule. That word was an unfamiliar one, but it was impossible to ignore it, given it had been stated to be the biggest problem. To Subaru, his eyebrows forming a frown, Cecilis let out a yes, then tucked his hands into the sleeves of his kimono. Cecilis, the curse's rules, or curse rule. A very troublesome and powerful rule laid down by the island chief who lords over this gladiator island. Break it and you die. Disobey it and you die. Resist it and you die. A curse of death. Subaru, Cecilis, it covers the whole island. Do you understand? As he proclaimed so, Cecilis spun around in place, waving his sleeves in the air. It was said in a light-hearted manner, without a hint of seriousness, but the existence of a death curse of this kind was far too aligned with Subaru's image of the Empire for him to laugh it off as a lie. Subaru, so no one can leave here. Cecilis, yes, that's right. If it weren't for that, I'd be out of here by now. The witch beasts in the lake might be a formidable opponent, but I can run on the water if such is my wish. Do you know how to run on water, I mean? You put your left foot out before your right foot sinks. Cecilis began relaying that ill-used and fanciful idea to a stunned Subaru. It seemed to be the way ninjas ran on water, and it appeared that many of the superhumans in this world were actually able to do it. Nah, this was not the time to run away from reality like this. Subaru, that island chief, are they the person putting a curse on the island? If so, how about having that person lift the curse? Because I'm here by mistake. Cecilis, that's a fascinating joke. Be it mistake, mishap, or blunder, by the point you've come up on this island and had the curse mark engraved on you, you're already one of the gladiators. Though you could say that the fact that the disposition of a gladiator won't sink is proof you've got a bigger role to play. Subaru, HK. The words he was clinging on to were denied, and Subaru swallowed his breath. The word, curse, brought up nothing but bad memories for Subaru. and as one would expect, it was as if it had been decided that the bad memories would layer atop one another to become seemingly even worse. Subaru. This isn't a joke, HK. Before he even knew it, he'd been flung off to a place unknown to him, with a girl pretty much unknown to him. Not only that, but he had been told by someone almost unknown to him that if he tried to leave the unknown place on his own, he might die because of a curse placed on him by yet another unknown person. What on earth should he believe in, and what should he even do in this situation, Subaru? That's it. Yes, that's right. Cessa, you're one of the 9 divine generals, aren't you? Cecilis. Oh, Subaru. Then maybe you could contact the outside world or something. Let's see, like with this sleeping girl, she's from Yornisen's place in Chaos Flame. Eyes bloodshot at the thought, Subaru grabbed both of Cecilis's shoulders. As Cecilis shut one eye in response to being touched, Subaru forgot his own shamelessness. After having treated Cecilis as a boar who cried wolf earlier, Subaru now expected him to be the blue lightning as he claimed himself to be. Since he was one of the Valatian Empire's divine generals, and the strongest in the Empire, and someone who was very approachable at that, he might listen to what Subaru had to say. That was truly nothing more than a notion from a childish, self-centered way of thinking. Hence, Subaru's speculations would end up as a fruitless effort, as per usual. Or perhaps, had his thinking not been dulled by the infantilization, Subaru might have come up with the obvious question on his own. That was Cecilis, say Basu. Subaru, oh yeah, what is it? Cecilis, what are these 9 divine generals you're talking about? Subaru, eh? With Subaru holding both of his shoulders, Cecilis cocked his head in curiosity. Subaru was astonished, not understanding what he was being told. Yet Cecilis resumed with, I mean, Cecilis, in seriousness, I really don't know why I'm here. I think that there's some kind of development that'll move the story along, and I'm wondering if that's you, Basu. What a bombshell it was, jamming even more confusion into the mind of the young Subaru. Translation notes. 1. Kabuki, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, is a classical form of Japanese dance drama. Kabuki theater is known for its heavily stylized performances, the often glamorous costumes worn by performers, and for the elaborate Kumadori makeup worn by some of its performers. For more information, see https://n Wikipedia org wiki kabuki. 2. If this makes 0 sense to you, well, that's because it makes 0 sense. Subaru is saying literally level of a template in part English, part Japanese. Japanese letter, 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 intending to mean something like standard template. 3. A bit of a stealth pun here. First, remember that the concept of a sea is foreign to inhabitants of the Ray, 0 world. Second, Subaru says, you, me, which can be understood as a groan accompanied by the syllable me trailing off, or the word yumi, or sea, broken up. Cecilis interprets it the first way and confirms that what Subaru's seeing is a mizumi, or lake in English. Arc 7, Chapter 62, The Island's Order. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln, proofread by Archbishop Eternitishak Sprighton, and Japanese to English checking by Maskbook Archbishop Scrubadoo, paper art sources. Funibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy. Therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. The reason he was here, and the 9 divine generals, both were unknown to Cecilis. Subaru's mind was engulfed in confusion as he failed to process that sudden bombshell announcement. The impact was much more striking than being splashed with cold water, and he couldn't help but blink a few times. Subaru, what do you mean? Saying you don't know why you're here, Cecilis. What I mean is just as I said. I found myself thrown onto this gladiator island with a brand new environment and outlook for the future which had me in quite the pickle. Well, this is a rather comfy place for me to live, so it's not too much of a pickle, but let's just put it that way. Subaru, Cecilis. Oh, are you perhaps thinking again? Man, Basu sure likes to think, huh? I mean, I think that's fine. I'm on the side that doesn't like to think too much, you see. I don't make fun of people deep in thought, nor do I wish to interrupt them, so I'll keep my mouth shut then. It took a long time for Cecilus to shut his mouth, but then he pretty much went quiet. That being said, during the time his mouth was shut, his legs were pitter-pattering and his eyes were darting about incessantly. Although he may not have been fooling around, it was more than enough of a distraction. But Subaru did not have the composure to deal with such things. If he was going to deal with something, then it should at least be something meaningful. For example, Subaru, how come you don't know anything about the 9 divine generals, but you know you're called the Blue Lightning? That's strange, isn't it? Cecilus, the answer to that question is easy. It was none other than myself who came up with this shocking alias. Cecilus Segmund, the Blue Lightning of Valatia. What do you think? It's a nickname that gives a very striking and elegant impression, don't you think? One day, my name's going to be so famous that everyone in the whole wide world will be dazzled by me as the lead actor. It's a manifestation of my passion. Subaru, a nickname that you came up with. Hearing that proud response, Subaru's shoulders sank in disappointment. Puzzled by Subaru's demeanor, Cecilus asked, "Who? What's wrong, Tilda?" As he peered at Subaru's expression nonchalantly. But Subaru had lost the willpower to answer that. Whether the boy before his eyes was the real Cecilus Segment or a fake, he had reached a conclusion. The theory that there were many adults who had no respect for children, as expected, lacked the power to overturn his outrageous statement that he had never heard of the 9 divine generals. No matter how you look at it, there was no way a real general first class could have followed up on the statement that they had never heard of the 9 divine generals. Subaru, not knowing that you're a general of the Empire, you've got to be joking. It was completely pointless trying to sensibly proceed through such hole-filled logic. Therefore, in Subaru's mind, any possibility that the boy in front of him was the real Cecilus had vanished. He was just a prankster, a boy who cried wolf, a fake Cecilus. And so, the thin thread of hope that sprouted at this dead end had snapped. If only one seed of hope still remained, it was that the fake Cecilus was just a liar, and perhaps that his earlier story about the very scary island was just another of his lies. So this is where you have been at, Segment. Subaru, you are. The next moment, Subaru jumped as a man's deep voice hit him from behind while he was thinking. A voice that was not that of the fake Cecilus, nor of Tanza, who was, of course, sleeping in bed. Subaru looked back at the entrance of the healing room, where he had heard it from, his surprise accumulating further. For the figure standing at the entrance of the healing room was an unthinkably large man. Subaru, huge. The man was so large that one could not help but marvel at his stature. No, not only was he tall, but he also had a thickness to him both vertically and horizontally, his entire body fitting the description of being thick and large. His neck and limbs were as hefty as logs, and the black clothes he wore, similar to that of a police or soldier's, were so taut and tight that they looked as if they were about to burst. Regardless of the fact that Subaru had shrunk, this was a man so giant that looking up at him would hurt your neck. He was easily over 2 meters tall, and possibly the tallest human Subaru has seen in this parallel world. Features like his colossal body, which carried a very stern face, his fangs protruding even when his mouth was closed, and his skin being blue in color were just way too numerous. However, the most prominent feature had yet to be described. That most prominent feature was Cecilus. "Yo, what's up, Gustav-san? You're looking splendidly prim and proper this morning. Your attention to every detail of your appearance is the basis of a gentleman. I believe that's a truly exemplary attitude." "Gustav, no need for compliments. I am glad to see that you are as excessively healthy as ever. A being such as you should be put to use in the gladiatorial arena, as I, as the official, in all fairness, have strictly judged." Saying that, the huge man, the one called Gustav, exasperatedly sighing in response to the wry words of the fake Cecilus, replied with his 4 thick arms crossed. "That's right, 4 arms." A large man with a face like that of a demon, whose large body was wrapped in a mass of muscles, had the feature of having 4 arms, with 2 arms sprouting from each shoulder. As he recalled, there was a race of demi-humans called the multi-armed tribe that possessed such a trait. He'd heard of them from an old man that he knew. An old man that he knew, Subaru, Ooh, that's right. It was Wilhelm-san. Even recalling the names of his acquaintances was difficult for Subaru. Outside of Subaru's hard struggle, the fake Cecilus laughed at Gustav's words, saying, "Nah, Cecilus, your concern is much appreciated. I understand what you're saying, Gustav-san. On the off chance I die, it should be on the battlefield. I'm so grateful to have a sensible person as island chief. I really am a lucky guy. Gustav, the mixing of public and private affairs is a hindrance to order. There is no sense in me, as the official, carrying out such a foolish practice." Cecilus, yes, yes, I understand. A big thank you to Governor Gustav for your consideration, Tilda. Gustav narrowed his intellectual eyes at the fake Cecilus when he donned a goofy smile and put his hands together. In a subtle way, the "don't mix public and private affairs" statement sounded to Subaru as if he personally disliked the fake Cecilus, but there was no point in delving into that. Other than the fake Cecilus, there was finally someone Subaru could talk to. Gustav, so, segment, about that boy over there. And right on cue, Gustav also turned his attention to Subaru. Being looked down upon from such staggering height, just being gazed at was suffocating. It felt as if his whole body was enveloped in an air of intimidation. Those four crossed arms, the fists at the ends of them all around the size of a child's head, Subaru would probably die if he were to be hit by them. Reflexively, Subaru gulped down his spit, while the fake Cecilus clapped his hands beside him. Cecilus, oh yes, he finally woke up. And since he was worried about his companion, the young lady, I brought him here. But it seems that the sleeping little lady was not the one he expected, and it seems a lot of discrepancies have arisen. The shock from that is now dissipating, so from now onwards the story will unfold. Gustav, thanks for the explanation. However, I remember ordering that if he had woken up, the first thing for you to do was to bring him before me as the official. That would have been the condition for me, in my capacity, to give permission for this boy and girl to be allowed ashore on the island. Cecilus, was it? Sorry, I'm forgetful. Gustav. At Cecilus's blank response, Gustav silently rubbed his finger between his brows. Doing so, the man who was much closer to the sky than Subaru and the others glared at the ceiling, grumbling to himself. As the official, I am a guardian of order. I will not mix public and private affairs. Subaru was not sure what Gustav's relationship with the fake Cecilus was, but the latter probably gave him a very hard time. Realizing that, though he felt sorry for Gustav, he was a bit relieved. Subaru, I'm not the only one who gets pushed around by Cec. Cecilus, it's outrageous to think that I'd push people around. I think I've given a proper explanation of what you wanted to know and accompanied you where you wanted to go to see who you wanted to see. Subaru. Yeah, you're right. I misspoke. The explanation had a lot of detours, and the person I was allowed to meet wasn't who I wanted to meet, and I was told I couldn't go to the places I wanted to go, and that made me depressed. It seemed there was no malice in the fake Cecilus, so there was no point in saying so. When Subaru told him so, the fake Cecilus let out a pursing his lip in dissatisfaction. With that, Gustav turned toward Subaru again, as if his frustration with Cecilus had been successfully dealt with. And then, Gustav, boy, if you've woken up, let us start our talk anew. Subaru, be happy to do so. I had also wanted to hear from someone else. If it's with a person of high standing on this island, that's even better. Gustav, I see. While Subaru was being careful with the words he was speaking, Gustav touched his chin with his two right hands. At first glance, he had a stern outward appearance, but his speech and atmosphere were very quiet and calm, and there was an intelligent glint in his eyes, giving an impression quite close to that of the bushy-headed Zika. In other words, a representation of a sensible adult. As if to confirm Subaru's expectations, Gustav gave a deep and dignified nod. Gustav. As the official, my name is Gustav Morello, and I have been entrusted with the management of this island by His Excellency the Emperor, Vincent Valatia, the 77th Emperor of the Sacred Valatian Empire. Can you tell me your name and affiliation? Politely giving his position and name, he addressed Subaru directly. Subaru was slightly astonished by this fact, then put his hand on his chest and bowed his head. Subaru, thank you for introducing yourself. My name is Natsuki Schwartz. Gustav, I see, Schwartz. Subaru, though pressured, announced his name in reply to Gustav. For a moment, after wondering whether to use his real name or a pseudonym, he gave a somewhat mixed answer, but at this point, it should be considered a success. Honestly, he wasn't sure if lying to Gustav was the right or wrong thing to do. However, it would not be good for Subaru's real name to spread. It may not have been a big deal to the fake Cecilus, since he was a fake general first class, but you never know who might be knowledgeable on the kingdom's affairs. What can be hidden should be hidden. Even if Cecilus, upon hearing Subaru's current alias, had tilted his head grandly with a hot tilde. Gustav, but if you are Natsuki Schwartz, then why did Segment call you Basu? Subaru. I think Sesse's got his own reasoning for himself. Would you like to confirm it? Gustav. No, let us not. Considering the duties entrusted to me as the official, I have no time to spend on pointless endeavors. I may not be a wise man in my capacity, but I do try to be wise. Shaking his head, Gustav made a wise Subaru-like decision. It was somewhat annoying to think that was due to the fake Cecilus's usual behavior, so it was better to consider this the result of Subaru's behavior. In any case, Gustav, you are able to answer to your name, and from your appearance, you seem to not possess any physical impairments. According to the healer, your strength has been considerably depleted. Do you feel that as well? Subaru, my strength. I may have been feeling a little bit tired, but thanks for everything you've done to help me. Gustav, allow me to correct one thing, Schwartz. It was Segment there who helped you, not me. As far as I, in my capacity, am concerned, I have only agreed to accept you conditionally. Subaru, I see. Gustav's well-reasoned responses almost made Subaru falter. The way he spoke and the content of his words were not particularly welcoming towards Subaru, and the tone of his voice was somewhere between cold and emotionless, but his easy-to-understand explanations were genuinely helpful. Compared to the fake Cecilus, how much he spoke and the amount of information in his words were much, much more balanced. Even the question he had just asked seemed to be born out of concern for Subaru's condition after he'd woken up, and if things continued like this, it was possible that he would listen if Subaru just talked with him. Subaru, and Tanza as well, had arrived at this gladiator island by mistake. Subaru, Gustav-san, me and this girl, her name's Tanza, but is this girl some sort of blunder? We seem to have come here by some kind of mistake. Gustav, the mistake being Subaru. That is, I don't know the reason. It's just, we were so far away, you know of Chaos Flame, right? We're supposed to be in that city. According to the fake Cecilus, this island and the demon city were apparently quite far from each other. That alone should be enough to make everyone, Subaru included, realize that what had befallen them was a severe predicament. Being sent from the demon city to this island was far from being an everyday event. Subaru, I know it's selfish of me to say this after all the help we've gotten, but we can't stay here much longer. I'm sure our people are out there looking for us. If possible, I want to let them know we're safe and join them as soon as we can. Ideally, he would leave this place with Tanza if circumstances permitted. Subaru did not know why he and Tanza were both on the island, but he was certain that Yorna was worried about Tanza. Since the original goal was to get Yorna on his side, Abel would not get mad if he did something that made her happy. Besides, Subaru was rather fond of Yorna. If he could make that gentle woman happy, then all the better, so he thought. Subaru, so I gotta get out of here as soon as Gustav. Enough. That is enough, Schwartz. Subaru leaned forward, about to raise his voice, but a gargantuan palm stopped him. Two right hands were thrust in front of his face. Silenced by those, Subaru cut off his words with an ah. Crossing over his right hand, Gustav used his left hands to simultaneously stroke his chin and head. Gustav, I understand your point. I may say that I have a rough understanding of your situation. In addition, you must listen to what I, in my capacity, have to say. That would be only fair. Subaru, fair. Gustav, indeed, fair. It is just, it is strict, it is unbiased, it is absolute truth. It is essential to building what is called order, definite reason. Subaru was interrupted and frowned at being assaulted by the litany of words spoken slowly. Things like fairness or justice, they sounded quite easygoing from the perspective of someone in a rush. But Subaru nodded anyway, knowing that going against Gustav here would not help him. At Subaru's reaction, Gustav closed a single eye, letting out a very well, Gustav. You remember what I spoke earlier, do you not? that it was Segment who saved you, and that the fact that I, as the official, allowed you and that girl to land here had conditions attached to it. Subaru. Yes, I remember, but his attention had been directed to the part about them being helped, not so much on the part about it having been conditional. But Gustav had indeed told that to Subaru in an oppressive tone. But just what were those conditions? What were the conditions under which Subaru and Tanza had been allowed to enter the island? Gustav, Schwartz, the fact is you hold sound judgment. You are not so impoverished in knowledge as to not know how to answer my questions. You make use of your education to address me. As the official, by honorifics, you are in good health based on the healer's diagnosis, and there is the fact that you yourself have not suffered from any self-reported physical ailments. Any objections? Subaru. You saying it all at once makes me dizzy. I have no objections, I think. Gustav, you think that is a somewhat unconvincing opinion. Do you hold any objections or do you not? Subaru. I have no objections. Gustav's gaze did not allow Subaru to give a half-assed answer. Overwhelmed by this, Subaru looked over at his opponent. His gaze was returned to Gustav's frightening, statue-like face, the hue of his eyes and his expression unchanged. The conversation was rather one-sided, and proceeded with Gustav having seized the initiative. This was making Subaru feel a growing sense of dread, but he was unable to come up with a quick solution. As usual, he had no information. In other words, there were no options for him. And in Subaru's stead, Cecilis. See, I told you, didn't I? Basu meets your standards in proper fashion, Gustav-san. It's also just in time for today's schedule, so you can't complain, right? Gustav. However, the girl is yet to wake. Cecilis. As for that, there are ways to adapt and manipulate things under a governor's jurisdiction, right? Gustav. Yes, provided the girl does not wake up, we shall begin with one person fewer than stated by the regulations. Cecilis. Well, we've really stirred up the hornet's nest, huh? While Subaru was left perplexed, the one parleying with Gustav was the fake Cecilis. Although he could not perceive the main subject of that conversation, he could understand that it regarded him and Tanza. Also, he could understand that this fake Cecilis was incapable of conducting a conversation properly. Moreover, Subaru had a feeling that the one to pay the bill for that failure was not the fake Cecilis himself. Cecilis. I'm sorry, Basu. It seems that my assistance is only possible up to this point. You'll have to do the rest on your own. I'm sure you can do it. Subaru, wait. This whole conversation's just too ominous. What the hell was that exchange just now? Gustav-san, what were the terms of our stay on this island? Gustav, you must participate in Sparka. Subaru, Spa. Subaru frowned at the unfamiliar word dropped from on high. If Gustav said they would be participating, then this Sparka had to be an event of some kind. Any kind of event held here, on the Gladiator Island, he could not help but get a nasty feeling about it. Before, Al had said that life on Gladiator Island had been difficult and painful for him. Events that were bound to be scary or painful. Subaru, hold on, Gustav-san. Why do we need to participate in Sparka? We didn't come to this island on purpose. Gustav, prisoners of war, slaves, criminals. The circumstances of those that land on this Gladiator Island may vary, but few come willingly. And the only role I, as the official, possess is to perform my duty, as per the wishes of His Excellency, to my utmost, and bring order to the Gladiator Island, which holds all these outlaws. Subaru. His Excellency, the Emperor's wishes would be, Gustav, to transform this Gladiator Island into the most meaningful bloodbath in the Empire. That declaration was so awfully emotionless that Subaru's blood ran cold just after he snapped at him. The hue of Gustav's eyes, the way he spoke, they seemed cold and unwavering, but that would be mistaken. There were more appropriate words to describe Gustav. It was as if he were robotic, inorganic and cold. As Subaru sucked in his breath, stiffening at the alteration in his impression of Gustav, the latter addressed him with Schwartz. He then looked down at Subaru, who was much smaller than himself. Gustav, you shall call him His Excellency the Emperor. The first time a caution, the second time a warning, there will be no third time. Subaru, Gustav, also I want to reiterate that I shall not allow you to refuse Sparka. If you refuse to take part in Sparka, you and the girl shall suffer your original fate. Subaru, our original fate, what do you mean? Gustav, Segmont's plea is rejected, and you are not permitted to make land, meaning that you would fall prey to the aquatic witch beasts that live in the waters of the lake. Flatly, devoid of any vacillation, Gustav presented Subaru's future options. This giant of a man would tell a child that refusal meant death. This was what it meant to be cold-blooded, and it also made Subaru desire to curse his own poor luck for facing nothing but painful experiences while he was shrunk. Weren't people usually kinder to children? Or was it acceptable in the Valetian Empire, where the strong were revered, for children to be killed without pause for the sole reason that they were weak? Subaru. If that's the case, a nation like this has got to be destroyed. Gustav. I know not what you mean, but I shall allow your cursing. If all speech is silenced, discontent shall build up. The seeds of great folly grow in the seedbed of discontent, watered by animosity. Slowly shaking his head, Gustav grabbed Subaru's shoulders as the latter gritted his teeth. Caught in a palm that could easily grasp his head, Subaru could do nothing to resist. Rather, Subaru thought about forcibly resisting and escaping from this place. But Cecilis, I don't recommend that approach, Basu. You'll probably end up having an awfully bad time. This isn't out of kindness or anything, more like I just feel like that would be boring, so I'm strongly requesting this of you. Subaru, thanks for speaking your heart. Go to hell, Ceci. Cecilis, wow, I genuinely saved you, and you say those terrible things to me. Though it's not that I don't understand what feelings made you say them, so I won't be angry with you. With the fake Cecilis casually blocking the entrance, Subaru was robbed of his last bit of resistance. In the end, even though he had attempted to express his indignation regarding the situation through swearing hurled towards the fake Cecilis, whose status as a friend or foe was unclear, reacting to his response was a waste of effort to Subaru. At any rate, Subaru was forced to participate in this good-for-nothing event, Sparker. If he refused, he would be fed to the fish, and if he did what they told him to, Gustav, prove your qualifications, and I, as governor, shall take responsibility and welcome you as a gladiator. Subaru, super. If he did well, he would become a slave, and if he did not, he would be fed to the fish. Subaru had thought that nothing good had happened to him ever since he had been made smaller, but he had to correct that. Not a single good thing had happened ever since he arrived at the Valetian Empire. Subaru. I really hate the Valetian Empire. Subaru's hateful complaint, as if in consideration for Tanza, who continued to sleep, was low, quiet, and minute. And then he felt the heat that enveloped the venue all over his body. The eerie thing was, however, that despite the number of gazes pouring down on them, there was a little commotion. It was a strange sensation of a deafening silence, rather than any muted excitement or fervor. However, Subaru did not have the luxury of getting angry or complaining about it. Shit, you gotta be kidding me, this is the worst. I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna be the one to fucking do it. Silence. Follow my orders obediently, all of you. Do so and you'll make it out alive. Cutting through the noisy silence were three men in Subaru's immediate vicinity. A scaly-skinned lizardman with skin akin to rock, a bald-headed man with many tattoos engraved on his body, and a young man with a pleasant face donning long, rust-colored hair. They all hailed from different backgrounds and races, but they all had one thing in common. That was that they disregarded Subaru when it came to manpower, and that the tension of this life-or-death situation dwelled within their eyes. As it stood, although their dates of birth were different, their dates of death would be the same. Gustav, gentlemen, first of all, congratulations on landing upon this island. His Excellency the Emperor Vincent Valetia in the imperial capital shall be very pleased. As the governor who has been personally entrusted by His Excellency the Emperor with the management of this gladiator island, I am pleased to present you with an honorable trial. So he, Gustav Morello, governor of the gladiator island Ginnenhive, and the director of this local entertainment, spoke loudly from a special seat atop the high wall overlooking the gladiatorial arena. And then, beneath Gustav's feet, as the gate of the passageway that brought the warriors to the gladiatorial arena opened, a horrifying apparition slowly emerged from the darkness. A face of a lion with eyes colored red, four hoofed legs like those of a deer. With twisted horns and fangs, and a frighteningly long tail, its huge body made even Gustav, tall as he was, appear small. with drool and growls spilling from its mouth. The fearsome enemy, a witch beast no, here it would be called a gladiator beast, arrived with hefty steps. That was precisely what Subaru and the other three must confront Gustav. As is desired by His Excellency the Emperor, prove your prestige as strong citizens of the Empire. That was the examiner of Sparta, the barbaric trial to become a gladiator. Arc 7, Chapter 63, Sparta. Machine translated by Archbishop Kilm Brusev Punibaba, proofread by Archbishop Eternitishak Spriton and Japanese to English checking by Maskbook Archbishop Scrubadoo Paper Ice Art Sources Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Let us rewind the clock a little. Gustav, from now on, you gentlemen shall be tested to ascertain if you are qualified to be gladiators on this island. Subaru was taken out of the healing room and forced into another room, and Gustav crossed his four powerful arms, eyeing around the sight before him. That mechanical, frigid stare was directed at a total of 4 people, Subaru included. A lizardman with grey scales in filthy rags, a skinny man with tattoos all over his naked upper body and bald-shaved head, and a fearless-looking young man with rust-colored hair. All of them had been crammed into the same room as Subaru had. From what they had just been told, Subaru and the men were probably in the same situation as far as Gustav was concerned. However, there seemed to be some disagreement with that idea among those who had been pushed into the room. Wait, Governor Gustav. Are you going to start Sparka now? With this child in our ranks, we aren't playing around here. Seeing Subaru, whose back was pushed into the room, the young man with rust-colored hair cried that out. He had a reasonably good-looking face, but his stubble and exhausted expression, along with the frustration on his face showing his dissatisfaction, cut down its quality considerably. However, his appearance was irrelevant here. Proving this, 2 more people also lashed out at Gustav, as if caught up in the heat of the moment. Lizardman, yeah, man, how's a brat gonna help us? My damn life's on the line here. Tattooed man, not making gladiatorial combat a cruel spectacle. That was the governor's policy, or so I'd heard, but rust-haired man, it's exactly as they say. We're going to need a good explanation. In the first place, even if we were to add the child to the group, we wouldn't have enough people. 5 people per group, that's what you said. The lizardman, the tattooed man, and the rust-haired man all raised their voices in unison, their anger directed at Gustav. Not fully understanding what Sparka consisted of, nor how it involved them, Subaru was in a situation where he could not easily butt in. However, somehow or the other, he had been able to grasp some stuff. Apparently, Subaru had seemingly betrayed their expectations, and they were directing their dissatisfaction to Gustav because of that. Subaru, Gustavsen, this is what everyone has to say, and yet, Gustav, I heard them, Schwartz. In my capacity, I only have 2 ears like you, unlike the number of arms I have, but I intend on performing my duties to the fullest, including this only head of mine. Rust-haired man, if that's Gustav, silence. If you interrupt me in my capacity, it is tantamount to obstructing the will of His Excellency the Emperor. With just those few words, any further remarks from the rust-haired man were shut down. Gustav did not change his expression, nor the tone of his voice. Even so, the meaning carried in his words was much heavier than before. The rust-haired man, as well as the other 2, shut their mouths. Seeing this, Gustav nodded. Gustav, very well, I shall continue. As I have declared, I shall now begin your Sparka. The audience is already set to be composed of the island's resident gladiators, with no visitors from the outside. This is a litmus test to ascertain if you are capable of entertaining such important visitors. Subaru, audience. Quietly, with a sense of displeasure, Subaru muttered. The fake Cecilus, who had been with Subaru up until he was pushed into the room, had told him, good luck. I'll be watching from up there, as of their parting. He did not confirm what sort of significance it held, but this gave him a rough idea. Subaru, Don't tell me you're going to make us fight each other, Lizardman. Ha, you really don't know anything, do you, brat? If that were the case, surely we'd be oh so happy to have someone like you in the mix. Subaru. Ah, as soon as he put his thoughts to words, the Lizardman ridiculed him, letting out his long tongue. But they had a point. If Sparker was to be conducted by the members present here, then a child would have been welcome amidst them. Rather, what they were worried about was that Subaru would not be a capable fighter, Subaru. Rather, all of us are going to fight something. Tattooed man. You're pretty clever, kid. Me, I've got a short temper. So shut your trap for a sec. Rather than gently praising him for being correct, with bloodshot eyes, the tattooed man gave him a warning. For now, it felt like their team play had definitely started off in the dumps, though this was no situation for him to speak casually like that. Rust-haired man, just what in the world do you intend on having us fight? Gustav, it will not be trained gladiators. You would not stand a chance against them. In my capacity, that is all I can tell you, because this enemy never appears in the light of day. Rust-haired man, a riddle, that's in poor taste. The corners of his mouth twisting into a grimace, the rust-haired man responded to Gustav's words. Then he took a small breath and continued. So then, rust-haired man, although you press me to be silent, let me at least ask you this. If that child is the fourth person, then what about the fifth person? Our unit is, Gustav. Your unit, its fifth person, is still asleep in the healing room. As long as that one does not awaken, only these people will undergo the challenge of Sparker. Rust-haired man, are you insane, Governor? Gustav, if necessary to abide as per His Excellency the Emperor's will, I shall utilize either sanity or insanity. Faced with Gustav's cold-hearted answer, the rust-haired man looked away, having got nowhere. Then, turning his gaze towards Subaru, he called out with a "You." Due to that threatening attitude earlier and being beckoned suddenly, Subaru's cheeks stiffened. Subaru. W, what is it? Rust-haired man. From the looks of it, you're just some poor kid, but what can you do? Any special skills? Any magic? Perhaps you'd have something strong and useful. Subaru. You useful special skills. Subaru's eyes darted around in a panic as he was asked a series of questions. Unfortunately, after shrinking, he did not feel like he could handle the whip properly, and he was helpless when it came to magic without the adorable Beatrice. Other than that, even his various little tricks could not be used properly while he was shrunken down. Subaru, unable to respond, kept silent. The rust-haired man put his hand to his forehead. Rust-haired man, really, he's just a child, what a mess. And muttered in a voice terribly laden with disappointment. Lizardman, he, we've got a brat and we're lacking in people. It's over, ooh veer. Tattooed man, don't raise your damn voice, scaly bastard. You wanna die cause you piss me off. Lizardman, on. Can't hear you, your voice is way too quiet. The interaction between Subaru and the rust-haired man not to their liking, a big row began between the lizardman and the tattooed man. The two glared at each other, making it seem like a fight was only a few moments away from breaking out. Then the rust-haired man broke in between the two, shouting, "Wait! Rust-haired man, why are we fighting? I know you're feeling sorry for yourselves, but listen to me. I used to be a warrior serving someone highly esteemed before I came here. If you follow my instructions, you'll... Lizardman, shut up. You were a warrior. Then why the hell are you here? Because you were beaten and taken prisoner, yeah. That's not a good sign. Tattooed man, there's nothing more idiotic than to put one's life in someone else's hands. I won't let anyone control my fate. Rust-haired man, why you bastards? However, both the lizardman and the tattooed man did not listen at all to the words of the rust-haired man that stood in between them. To make matters worse, with the two talking back, the rust-haired man turned red and started getting angry. Given that what lay ahead was unknown, this definitely was not a good situation. Subaru, G. Gustavsen, Gustav, Schwartz, there is nothing in my capacity left to be said. I, as the official, have already told you my intentions. Even a single drop of blood that is shed within the Gladiator Island shall be utilized for the prosperity of the Empire. Even a single drop. Subaru, even if you state it once more, I still don't get it. The three had their scuffle, and the one remaining, Subaru, was unable to pick up on the meaning of Gustav's words. As he gazed down at the four of them in their immensely desperate situation, Gustav would not speak anything further. And then, the relationship between the four of them remained at its worst, and thus Sparker, the problem at hand, commenced. Subaru. A circular field surrounded by high walls, that was the stage for gladiators called the gladiatorial arena. On the other side of the wall, there was staircase-like seating for the audience. The seats were gradually filling up with the figures of people sitting down, and one could tell that a quiet enthusiasm enshrouded the whole venue. What was eerie, however, was that those who overlooked the gladiatorial arena, the so-called gladiators, if Gustav's explanation were to be followed, were doing so without complaint. The way Subaru had imagined it, the audience in a place like this was expected to be a vulgar and boisterous bunch. However, such a large difference from what he imagined was perhaps inevitable. After all, it was Gustav the one who managed and controlled this island. It was unthinkable that the big, unbending man would tolerate any vulgar attitude from the gladiators. Subaru, just running down the hallway, would probably have severe punishments. Hence, Subaru was doing his best to put on a brave front while averting his eyes from reality. Otherwise, he would have to force his trembling knees to run away at any moment. Slowly, from behind the opening iron gate, the glint of a witch-beast's eyes emerged. Gladiator beast. The witch-beast stepping out wore a lion's face, and Subaru recognized its garish body. It was the large witch-beast that had been brought into the mansion by a girl wearing braids in the past, and it was also the monumental opponent that had become the material for Subaru's whip, although its name did not come to him immediately. Subaru, L-Lion, Gladiator Beast, Arrow. As if answering Subaru's call, the witch-beast, or rather, the lion gladiator beast, roared. The roar echoed throughout the gladiatorial arena, and Subaru could feel the sound reverberating within his body. A gladiator beast larger than Gustav, even just seeing something of the sort at a distance was unbearably terrifying. Rust-haired man, if we don't kill that thing, we're not going to make it. Glaring at the lion, the rust-haired man spoke with an unpleasant voice. Indeed, that was correct. That was the condition to end this sparker, a challenge that Subaru and the three others had to work together to accomplish. It was a dreadful challenge with no chance of victory in sight. Lizardman, shit, damn it, why am I in this mess? Rust-haired man, enough with the whining. We need to do everything we can to survive. Look over there. Lizardman, ha! Covering his face with both hands, the lizardman lamented as if it were the end of the world. Tapping him on the shoulder, the rust-haired man pointed to what appeared to be the edges of the gladiatorial arena, to be more precise, to something affixed to the left and right edges of the venue, as seen by Subaru's group located on the corner opposite to the lion. There they could see something stick at each of those corners. Tattooed man. Are those swords? Subaru. Oh, it looks that way to me too. Upon agreeing with the tattooed man's words, what Subaru received was a cold stare. But even if his allies did not agree with him, it was not like what he saw disappeared like smoke. There were indeed two swords lodged in the ground over there. Rust-haired man, they wouldn't simply feed us to that gladiator beast without weapons. So our first priority is to secure weapons. However, only the sword on the right is viable. Tattooed man. Yeah. The tattooed man nodded in agreement to the rust-haired man's words. Subaru was of the same opinion, though he remained silent, as he thought he would be stared at if he spoke out. After all, the sword on the right was small, while the one on the left was too large. The sword on the left was so large, its blade so thick, not to mention how unwieldy it was, that it made him wonder if that sword was possibly for Gustav's use. Even if Subaru had not been shrunk, it was so huge that it seemed impossible to lift. Perhaps the rust-haired man and the tattooed man were also unable to use a sword that large. Therefore, only the smaller sword could be used as a weapon. If they had a member who could use that large sword, it sure would have been reassuring. Rust-haired man, it's too large. There's no other way but to get a weapon and aim for that gladiator beast's eyes. We stir up the insides of its head and finish it off. That's our only way to win. Tattooed man, can you use a sword? Rust-haired man, I told you. I used to be a warrior. I can use it better than you can. The rust-haired man answered confidently, and the tattooed man closed one eye and pondered. Coercively judging that silence as an affirmative from what it seemed, the rust-haired man turned back to Subaru and the lizardman. Rust-haired man, when he announces the start, I'll go and secure that sword. In the meantime, as I'll be defenseless, keep the gladiator beast away from me. Subaru, how am I gonna keep it away? Rust-haired man, You can draw attention by shouting or making sounds. At least figure that out on your own. Subaru, gee, got it. At the rust-haired man's powerful retort, Subaru nodded meekly. It was a pretty reckless and scary strategy, but it was not like he could think of any other method. And if the rust-haired man's swordsmanship was as good as his confidence suggested, they could take down the lion. He needed to get this dreaded Sparker over with so he could figure out his next course of action. Therefore, Gustav, well then, let Sparker commence. With that bold, stark proclamation from Gustav, the unleashed lion poised itself to pounce. Pressured by its intimidating presence, Subaru took a breath in preparation to get the gladiator beast's attention so he could buy time for the rust-haired man to secure his weapon. Rust-haired man, Gua, Subaru, HK. Faster than he could shout, he immediately became speechless as he saw the rust-haired man collapse to the ground right next to him. The rust-haired man, who had planned to start running right after Gustav's declaration, collapsed onto the ground. That alone was a surprise, but what was even more surprising was that a kick struck him in the face. The one who did that was the tattooed man, who was supposedly his comrade. He had swept the rust-haired man off his feet as the latter was about to sprint, and launched a kick as the latter fell. Then, after ascertaining that the rust-haired man had tumbled over and laid sprawled out, tattooed man, I told you. I ain't putting my life in someone else's hands. With that said, the tattooed man ran off at a brisk pace, heading toward the small sword. Subaru's eyes widened at the suddenness of the situation, and panicking over what he should do, lizardman. Not me. I ain't gonna die. Subaru, hey! The lizardman screamed in a quavering voice and fled with his back to the lion. Like that, he stuck to the wall of the gladiatorial arena and slowly began to change the color of his scales. His gray-colored scales blended in with the color of the wall, making his large body surprisingly difficult to see. One person outmaneuvered his comrade, one person clung onto the wall, one person got beat up by his comrade, and the last person just widened his eyes in panic, completely confused by the situation. This was the worst possible start. Subaru, what can I possibly do? And as Subaru's face went pale in shock, he looked towards the lion. Looking at this group with zero sense of unity, just what kind of impression did the gladiator beast have? Or rather, Subaru was frightened that its fangs would pierce him the moment he turned around. However, gladiator beast, Subaru, ha! The start had been declared, and he thought that surely the gladiator beast would toy with them, foolish as they were. But the lion remained in the same poised posture it had made at the beginning, without even the slightest movement. It was as if the beginning had not even been declared. And while thinking about that, Subaru realized it. That things were progressing just as it felt it would. Subaru, it's no good. Reaching his hand out, he tried to speak right away, but he could not continue beyond that point. After all, Subaru did not know his name. He could not call out the name of someone he did not know, so even if he called out to them, just how much impact would it have? Because of that, Subaru's voice was lost of strength, nor could it stop what was to come. Tattooed man, now that I have this, I can. Outmaneuvering his companions, the tattooed man, who had run so vigorously, reached the sword lodged in the ground of the gladiatorial arena. Chuckling to himself, he pulled the sword out from the ground and felt it in his hands. Just how much courage did the feeling and weight of the cold metal give him, who had been unarmed? Jauntily, he turned his head. His face was as though there were no enemies. Gladiator beast, Arrow. The tattooed man's face was blown off without mercy by the lion, with a swipe of its front paws. Its sharp claws sent everything upwards from the man's neck flying, and with his body not yet recognizing its own demise, it took a little bit before blood violently spurt out. Subaru, eek! At the sight of this horrific scene, Subaru's throat hitched. At the same time, he cursed himself from the bottom of his heart for his stupidity in not realizing things sooner. The lion had gotten up at the very moment the tattooed man gripped the hilt of the sword. For the lion, that had been the true declaration that the event had begun. Up till then, Subaru and his team certainly still had time to refine their strategy. However, through impatience and through anxiety, Subaru's squad had ruined it all. Gladiator beast, Arrow. Along with the high-pitched clang that rang out when the sword hit the ground, the tattooed man's headless body toppled over backwards. Indifferent to the death of its prey, the lion howled loudly, commencing a ferocious sprint using its four large legs, straight toward the wall of the gladiatorial arena. Lizardman, stop, 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 get away, get away, get away. He did not know what method the lion had utilized to find the whereabouts of the lizardman camouflaged against the wall. Although he did not know that, what he did know for certain was that the lizardman's inability to bear the lion's approach as he let out a scream and ran away was undoubtedly what caused the decisive blow. Gladiator beast, Arrow. The lion plunged headfirst into the wall, its powerful headbutt crushing the lower half of the lizardman before the latter could escape, causing the contents of his body to spill out like a frog ran over by a car. Lizardman. Gay. Although he had taken the color of the wall, the organs ejected from his squashed mouth took on a vibrant red and pink color, and Subaru absent-mindedly thought about how his innards remained the same. With those thoughts, Subaru also understood, without a shadow of a doubt, that the crushed lizardman in front of him was dead. And then, rust-haired man. What, a stupid thing to do, shaking his head, the rust-haired man feebly grumbled at the sight of these two deaths. He had been desperately trying to get through this situation, and to get everyone to join forces in his own way. But one of his companions had outwitted him, the other had tried to run away, thus completely nullifying that possibility. The rust-haired man did not expect Subaru to be capable of doing what he had expected from the tattooed man and the lizardman as well. Even if he had indeed expected something of him, Subaru himself did not feel that he could meet those demands. Perhaps having understood Subaru's inner thoughts, the man looked into Subaru's eyes. Rust-haired man, stay behind me. Upon comprehending just how hopeless their situation was, how many humans could put on such a brave front and face their demise head-on, the rust-haired man, devoid of weapons, devoid of comrades, could only hope to at least face his last moments with integrity. With the child Subaru sheltered behind him, he glared at the lion who had turned around. In response to his stare, the lion let out a short roar, then rushed toward Subaru and the man, lifting a cloud of dust as its four powerful limbs kicked off the ground. Subaru. He could not wrap his head around the events that had occurred in that split second. If only one of his reliable friends were here, would he somehow find a way? If Louis, Medium, Flop, Tarita, Al, Abel, Meiselder, Harley, Kuna, Utakata, Rem. If any one of his friends were here, then could he somehow do it? Subaru, in a place like this, am I gonna? And Subaru tried to wring the rest out of his trembling voice. However, he was unable to, because before he could do so, the lion had caught up to Subaru and the man, but not quite. That was because Subaru's shoulders had been grabbed and forcibly thrusted forward. Rust-haired man. No, I don't want to die, HK. Screaming, the man with rust-colored hair pushed Subaru in front of the lion. Staring in astonishment, he had no time to curse him out. Only Subaru's body flew as light as a leaf from a tree as the lion rammed straight into him. Subaru, what a frail body he had. Subaru's body was quickly shredded by the gladiator beast's ramming attack. This did not mean he had been dismembered, but rather that his insides had been scattered into tiny pieces. Bones, internal organs, all broke and crumpled as if he had been hit by a truck. Rust-haired man, save me. I made a mistake. I lied. Me being a warrior was a lie. I was just trying to make myself seem important. Let me out. Let me out. Below Subaru as he whirled around in midair, the rust-haired man screamed and shouted as he jumped against the wall. Desperately, he appealed to Gustav, high above the wall. And yet Gustav, upon observing the man crying, snot dripping from his nose, stood with a nonchalant face, with nary a movement of his eyebrows. Perchance he was already aware of the rust-haired man's lie. Perhaps he was not at all interested in whether it was true or false. Whichever it was, it mattered not. Rust-haired man. Save as the rust-haired man pleaded and clung to the wall, he was struck by one of the lion's paws, thrust from right behind him, and he was squashed like a tomato thrown at a wall. The tattooed man, the lizardman, and the rust-haired man all had fallen before the gladiator beast. Basu, can you hear me? Suddenly hearing a voice amongst the loud ringing in his ears, Subaru limply shifted his head. Only then did he realize that he had been blown away, and that, before he knew it, he had fallen to the ground, tumbling about. Even if he had realized it, he was powerless to stop it anyway. In addition, the voice he had heard was coming from atop the wall, where a figure was watching Subaru tumbling on the ground. a boy with tied-up blue hair and a somewhat detestable face. Cecilus, my bad. It seems like I was wrong in my expectations. I thought I'd be able to, but it seems like I'm not as good as my dad. It appears that I'm not a good judge of character. Subaru. Cecilus. In the meantime, is there anything you want to tell your companion once she wakes up? I thought how story-like it'd be to pass a message, so why don't I seize this opportunity? While he observed Subaru's groans, the fake Cecilus's demeanor seemed completely steadfast. Thinking back on it, his attitude had never changed. Not when Subaru woke up, not when he and Subaru talked in the healing room, and not when Subaru was like this, on the verge of dying. He felt that this insane view of life and death was an element that made the fake Cecilus, though he was supposedly just a boy who cried wolf, seem a tad more authentic. If that much were to be assumed, then he truly would be the most powerful general of the Valatian Empire. Subaru, it. Cecilus. Ha! What? Basu, please speak louder, as these are your last words. If I get the message wrong, I think I'll regret it forever. Subaru, I hate it, Cecilus. So he declared towards the fake Cecilus, who had cupped his hands around his ears to try and hear Subaru's voice. The fake Cecilus raised his eyebrows at these words. He would speak a bit louder from the depths of his throat. Subaru, the Empire, I really hate it. Cecilus, yes, yes, for sure. I'll remember that well and pass it on, Basu. Holding tightly onto his resentment, he cursed the fake Cecilus, whose face looked like he was dealing with someone else's problem. But whether that curse would destroy the Empire, Subaru could not be sure. After all, Gladiator Beast, Aru. Of the four that had been fighting against it, only Subaru remained. And so the Gladiator Beast approached him, opened its gigantic maw, and mercilessly swallowed Subaru whole head first. Subaru, HK. Though all the bones of his body were in pieces by now, the lion's fangs tore every aspect of his body into ribbons. The little mercy he received was that his body had become unable to feel pain due to how crumpled it had become, and so he was incapable of feeling anything more than a slight displeasure at being devoured into nothing. Then he tried his best to raise hell and get stuck in the lion's throat, but he was unable to do that either. Because with one final bite, that sly head of his attempting revenge was crushed. If we don't kill that thing, we're not going to make it. It was just after a few moments of being crushed by the writhing reddish-black flesh surrounding him. Seemingly caught off guard upon hearing that voice, Subaru was brought back to reality. However, it was a reality that was so hopeless that it was tempting to mistake it for a nightmare upon waking up. The noisy sensation of that silent heat and the dry sands were spread out the grounds of the gladiatorial arena. The worst-case scenario had arrived right before his eyes, and his comrades, or rather, those who had simply wound up in the same situation as him, were each plotting various ways to protect their own lives as their number one priority. Were he not to think of them as that, everything that had just happened would have been very hard for him to accept. Subaru, you are. Though he had no need to, he still thought about it. Because of that, Subaru's whole body remembered the gladiator beast's ramming attack, the fear of being chewed up, and his reckless anger towards reality. As these thoughts surged, he could hardly stand up straight. Damn, he's just a child after all. Well, I've had enough. You guys, look over there. Ah. To the crouching Subaru side, the rust-haired man directed the tattooed man and the lizardman to look at the large and small swords that had been prepared for them. However, their attention had naturally focused to the side of the smaller sword. Disregarding the larger, unusable sword, their strategy was set on securing the other and defeating the gladiator beast. Tattooed man, can you use a sword? Rust-haired man, I told you. I used to be a warrior. I can use it better than you can. The same things he had heard earlier continued unabated, and anxiety began to simmer within Subaru. But even in a state of being seized by fear and anxiety, that was a remark he could not let slide. Subaru, that's a lie. Rust-haired man. What? Suddenly, the men's strategy meeting was interrupted by Subaru's voice. The moment he heard that, the tone of the rust-haired man's voice changed. The man turned around and looked down towards Subaru as the latter crouched. Kneeling, Subaru fixedly stared at the man's face, and so he repeated himself once more. Subaru, that you used to be a warrior, it's a lie. You're just downright lying. Rust-haired man, oh, on what grounds? You bastard, are you intending to insult me just because I called you a child? Subaru, who's the one insulting here? Lying and trying to make yourself look like a big shot is a much greater insult. In a situation like this, what's the point of playing the tough guy? Rust-haired man, GH. Perhaps he had thought that he could silence the child by yelling in a loud voice, but instead, the rust-haired man was visibly flustered at Subaru snapping back in opposition. The tattooed man who had spoke earlier had probably perceived his shaken manner as well. Tattooed man. Or is what that kid said true? Thatcher weren't a warrior for real, and that you were trying to deceive me. Rust-haired man. W8, that's just a child's ramblings. You can't just go spouting such nonsensical things in a place where our lives are at stake. Tattooed man. Exactly, since our lives are at stake, why don't you try and explain yourself? The tattooed man grabbed the rust-haired man by the collar, the skeleton-like tattoo on his face contorting with anger. The rust-haired man gulped down his spit at that threatening attitude, lowly panting as if suffocating. Because he had thoughtlessly interjected, such a fight had broken out. The lizardman, not involved in the fight, was visibly stepping back slowly and beginning preparations to escape. Although Subaru's interruption had been the impetus, this team was once again in a state of disarray and fragmentation. Moreover, whether Subaru and his team were in such a state or not, Gustav. Well then, let Sparker commence. Gustav would not procrastinate in his pronouncement of the battle's beginning. Tattooed man, care to explain? Yeah, A deep voice boisterously declared the start of the battle, and immediately after, the cracking voice of a man cut through the gladiatorial arena. Anyone looking over would see that the one who had cried out was the tattooed man, pressing the rust-haired man for an answer. Somehow, the rust-haired man had bitten the hands that were grabbing his collar, and he seemed to have bitten those fingers off. While the rust-haired man's mouth was stained with blood, he pushed off the screaming tattooed man's chest and sprinted for the sword. Lizardman, and not me. I ain't gonna die. And so, in contrast to the rust-haired man running towards the sword, the lizardman did as he did before and stuck to the wall of the gladiatorial arena, then started to change the color of his scales for camouflage. Having lost 2 fingers, the tattooed man was crouched down clutching his right hand, and Subaru's knees were trembling in fear at the situation before his eyes, which was even worse than last time. Rust-haired man, mind your own. If only you'd just done as I said obediently. Without care for Subaru or the others, the rust-haired man with bloodshot eyes had arrived at the smaller sword. Cursing that his lie had been discovered and that the tattooed man had grabbed him, he reached out his hand and pulled the sword out of the ground, readying it like a warrior would. Gladiator beast, arrow. Then, having received the start signal, the lion pounced ferociously. The resulting incident was practically identical to what had happened just before once the tattooed man had taken the sword. The rust-haired man did not even have the time to swing the sword he had readied, and both his arms were completely blown off as he was hit by the paws of the gladiator beast. With a firm grip on the sword, the rust-haired man's arms were torn off from the elbows down, and just as he stared in astonishment and let out a thin cry of "ah," the lion forcefully hurled itself at the man's armless body and sent him flying, throwing him against the wall head first. The rust-haired man became a stain on the wall, and the roaring gladiator beast, ignoring Subaru and the tattooed man, ferociously sprinted straight for the rear wall of the gladiatorial arena. Lizardman, stop. Get away. The lizardman, having disguised himself as a wall, shrieked at the intimidating air of the lion running toward him. Having given away his position by yelling, the lizardman hurried to change positions, but he did not have enough time. The lion's charge crushed the lower half of his body, mortally wounding him as he vomited out his own internal organs. Then the lion that had murdered the 2 men in a blink of an eye slowly turned to Subaru and the tattooed man and let out a bloody roar. Subaru, eek, tattooed man. Shit, it just keeps getting worse. His brain numb, his paralyzed thoughts slowly began flowing anew. Because of that, Subaru's body remembered the fear, his teeth clattered, and his internal organs tightened. As the tattooed man grinding his teeth had stated, the worst kept piling on top of the worst, and as a result, it had become an even worse and hopeless situation. There had been no significance in calling the rust-haired man a liar. Although nothing good would have come from exposing the rust-haired man's lie there, Subaru had still done it without thinking. Because of that, everything was a mess. Tattooed man, still one alive kid. Subaru, Ha, tattooed man. If you want a live, pick up the sword. The man with the tattoos spoke this to Subaru, the latter's vision blurry, looking as if he was about to break down crying at any moment. Gazing towards him, the tattooed man pounded the ground with his bleeding right hand and stood up while breaking into a greasy sweat. As he did so, he jerked his chin to the sword lying on the ground, indicating what had fallen to the ground together with the rust-haired man's severed arm. Tattooed man, I'll draw that monster's attention. You grab that sword and throw it to me. Subaru, B-Butt, tattooed man. Even if I'm missing 2 fingers, I can use it better than your kid. Having been told so clearly, Subaru was at a loss for words. There were 2 swords, one large and one small, and although he had been referring to the smaller one, it was still a sword too long and large for a child's body to use. Just as the tattooed man had stated, even if Subaru were to wield it with both hands, the only outcome would be that he would tumble due to its length and weight. However, when the tattooed man declared that he would take the sword and defeat the lion, Subaru thought of it as impossible, remembering his death last time. And yet, Subaru, I don't want to give up either, tattooed man. You're better than that fraud and that scaredy cat. Bearing the pain, the tattooed man contorted his lips, welcoming Subaru's determination. And with that, the tattooed man glared at the lion who was carefully observing them, and bit by bit, widened the distance between him and Subaru, tattooed man. It's Whites, Subaru. Ha, Whites. That's my name, Schwartz. Being called Schwartz, Subaru's eyes widened in astonishment. Subaru wondered where the man had heard that name, but Gustav was the only one who had referred to Subaru as Schwartz. That was why the tattooed man, Whites, remembered the name he had been called during their first meeting. Of course, that did not really amount to anything, and he knew that last time, Whites had been a coward as he tried to outmaneuver the rust-haired man. He knew that, but Whites, go. Whites's shout just then became his reason to rely on him and run without hesitating. Subaru. Firmly enduring his urge to scream, Subaru ran along the ground of the gladiatorial arena with all his might. Naturally, he was slow. His childlike body had short limbs, and his internal organs, contracted by fear and tension, were in terrible pain. Even though he already often suffered from a lack of strength under normal circumstances, this body was a far too lacking one. Still, he ran desperately. He ran and ran and ran until he reached the sword. Subaru, ka. Both of the rust-haired man's hands still clung to the sword, and just looking at them made him want to retch. However, this was no time to throw up. Peeling off the firm, rigid fingers one at a time, he forcibly detached the sword from the rust-haired man's hands. Then, while breathing heavily, Subaru lifted the sword. Subaru. Yes, I got it out. Taking a large breath, Subaru hoisted the sword he had picked up. Then he turned around and was about to throw the sword over to Whites's direction, when Schwartz. Whites's frantic voice made all the hairs on Subaru's entire body stand on end. Subaru turned around, and filling his field of vision was a lion, its mouth gaping wide, barreling toward him. At that moment, he felt like a deer about to be eaten, and the lion's movements seemed to be in slow motion. Subaru. Slowly, the scary-looking lion was drawing near. It seemed as if he could dodge it, but since his own movements were in slow motion much like his vision, he would be unable to escape at all. Only, he continued to throw the sword that he brandished. At the very least, he wanted to finish throwing the sword before the lion's attack hit him. Hurry, 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 hurry. Within the frustrating slowness, the voice in Subaru's head cried out desperately, wishing upon his arms and fingers. Would it reach him? The sword finally left Subaru's hand, whirling around and spinning vertically as it flew past the dashing lion and toward Whites. Whites, his hand outstretched with missing fingers, was shouting something to Subaru, who was being hunted down by the lion. However, he did not understand the true form of that shout. Even though he did not understand, it was okay. Anyway, he just needed to put the sword that had been thrown to good use. Subaru. Wah. Right when he thought he had completed his part, the once slowed world returned to normal. The howling lion dived at him, and Subaru, screaming and expecting to be torn apart by the gladiator beast's claws or fangs, fell onto his butt. Tears and snot streaming down his face, Subaru accepted that he was going to make an incredibly pathetic dying face. And yet, Subaru, the lion's attack, that which should have killed Subaru, did not reach him. Because the lion had stuck its front paws into the ground right in front of Subaru, dispelling its own momentum, then fired off its hind legs into White's directly behind it. White's, bah! Having received the sword thrown by Subaru, White slashed at the lion from behind. White's face, riddled with tattoos, was smashed to bits by the hooves of the lion's hind legs. Exactly as before, White's died having had everything above his neck exploded. The sword he had brandished fell out of his hand and rolled on the ground into the distance, fruitless. Gladiator beast, Arrow. Then the lion that had just killed White slowly turned its attention back to Subaru. There was no lenience there to let him off the hook, only a ferocious intent to kill. Basu, excuse me, but do you think you can still recover from that? Behind him, calling out to him from the audience in the gladiatorial arena, was the fake Cecilus, who had been watching this pitiful fight. And as he looked down at Subaru, who had fallen on his buttocks, Cecilus, like some awakening of a hidden power or the release of some sealed technique triggered by the brutal death of a fellow comrade. Is it likely? Is it unlikely? Subaru, I don't have anything like that. Cecilus, yeah, tilde, seems about right. Bad. Looks like I was wrong in my expectations. Do you have a message for the girl who was with you, or something? I wonder how story-like would doing something like that be. Unchanged from the time he had died earlier, being spoken to in such a relaxed tone, Subaru let out a ha, exhaling. What was different from before was that the bones of Subaru's body were not yet in pieces. Even though he might be ripped to pieces after this, and even though he was scared to death, he had yet to die still. Subaru, Sesai, just one question. Cecilus, not a message but a question, a so-called memento for the afterlife. Whether or not my answer would fulfill Basu's question will be a test of an actor's blossoming brilliance. Subaru. That lion, why didn't it kill me earlier? Cecilus, Pointing to the gladiator beast in front of him, Subaru asked the fake Cecilus perched on the wall. Subaru was not sure if he, the boy, who cried wolf that he was, would give the straight answer that he desired. He just comforted himself with the thought that it was not so bad for a useless struggle. To Subaru's question, the fake Cecilus spoke as he stroked his slender chin. Cecilus, that's easy, Basu. Even if it's ferocious, a beast is a beast. In that case, a beast only hunts by instinct. Instinct is the power to live. Subaru, what do you mean? Cecilus, if you were that beast, Basu, who'd you aim for? The riddle-like phrasing did not give Subaru that simple question and answer sequence. Irritated, Subaru pondered the meaning of the fake Cecilus's words. If Subaru were to be that lion, just who would he target? If he were to aim for someone, what would be his reason? Subaru. Ah. Suddenly, it dawned on him. So that was what the reason was, he understood. And Cecilus, when she wakes up, I'll tell her that Basu was brave. I suck at lying, so thank heavens you were brave. Hearing such an insensitive voice, he did not have any time to respond. Having reached an understanding, Subaru widened his eyes, and the lion standing in front of him swung its paw towards him. For the first time, Subaru truly heard the sound of his own body being crushed. If we don't kill that thing, we're not going to make it. His skull had been crushed, his shoulders had been crushed, his body had been crushed, his hips had been crushed, every part of him had been crushed. Slowly, Subaru experienced just that, a human body being dealt a blow of such unbearable power and speed that it would be brought to ruin in that manner, as if it were from someone else's perspective. Of course, it really was not someone else's problem. If possible, he would meet the end with the least amount of suffering, with the minimum amount of pain and fear. Still, Subaru's way of thinking was only possible due to how much experience he'd had at Chaos Flame. Those 10 seconds of hell. Since that had happened, Subaru deeply understood the importance of a mere few seconds. And because that understanding permeated his body. Shit, damn it, why am I in this mess? Ugh. Enough with the whining. We need to do everything we can to survive. Look over right beside him. The lizardman and the rust-haired man became desperate as they accepted the situation before them. While listening to this already familiar conversation, Subaru called out, Subaru, Whites, hold that guy down. Whites, what? The moment Subaru shouted that, the tattooed man, Whites, had his facial tattoo distort in confusion. That was natural. Although he had never once mentioned it, Subaru knew his name. But even if he had been called out by his name, he had no intentions of doing as he was told by some creepy kid. But neither the bewildered Whites nor the rust-haired man, nor the lizardman, startled by Subaru's sudden loud voice, had time to stop his sudden action. And then, Subaru. Lion, who are you aiming for? Subaru's tiny hand grabbed the sword lodged in the ground with force as he shouted. At that moment, without waiting for Gustav's command, the gladiator beast howled, kicked its feet upon the ground, and ferociously barreled forward towards Subaru. Cecilus, if Basu were that beast, who would you aim for? The words of the fake Cecilus, like a riddle, had been painfully seared into Subaru's brain. Indeed, that was it. If Subaru were the lion, he would go for the dangerous ones first. For instance, in this place, that would be the one wielding a weapon. Gladiator beast, arrow. Subaru gritted his molars and faced the howling lion lunging at him. He had a visceral shudder of fear, but he would not be defeated, he would not run away, and he would not cry. He had already been killed twice, and no matter how many more times he had to face this scary experience. Subaru, don't think that just because I'm a kid, I'm gonna cry and give up right away. Cooperating with a coward, a scaredy cat, and a fraud, with all his might, with all his power, with all his body and soul, he would fight through this sparker to the bitter end. In that decisive moment, the lion's powerful paw ferociously reaped the life of Natsuki Subaru, along with his third attempt. Arc 7, Chapter 64, Magic Words. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to @WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Human translated by Archbishop, Section 6. Machine translated by Archbishop Kilm Brusef Punibaba proofread by Archbishop Safa Commit Alpha Didra Eternitishak I3 Lay Dragon Japanese to English checking by Maskbook Archbishop Paper Ice Art Sources Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. An abominable technique left behind by the vicious old man, Albert Dunkilken. By meddling with the art of others, the shinobi's secret infantilization technique could remarkably reverse the growth of one's body. All living beings were not more than containers for that which came into existence from nothingness, the ard. Depending on the shape of the ard, the size and form of the container would vary accordingly. Therefore, all living creatures would don different appearances and establish themselves as unique life forms. If this theory was correct, that the body only served as a container for the ard, then by altering the shape of one's ard, the form of its container could be altered freely. By compressing one's ard, then the body, serving as the container, could also be shrunk. Well, to tell you the truth, I'm not sure how the shinobi ancestors came up with those ideas. In the first place, not knowing the methods to train your body to the brink of death, nor how to ascertain that limit, must have been scary, huh? And so that's what a shinobi is. When the time of trying to become one arrives, you're on the path of Shura, not to mention that the tale becomes one of constantly walking over a mountain of corpses, you see. There are lots of techniques, but if you don't test them with your own life, you can't leave them behind in a book of secrets, you know. My secret technique is just one among several dozen, but even so, it's no exception to that. But it's amusing that the actual result and the effects deviate so much, you know. I was sure they'd just shrink someone, you know, but it goes as far as to completely restore the brain to its youthful state. Unfortunately, I really don't understand why either. Well, it's 'cause the ard's forcibly tampered with. Just as your body shrinks to fit your ard, your mind probably shrink to fit your ard as well, yeah. Well, it's a technique I don't use very often, 'cause I usually have to kill the person I'm using it on, so I've never bothered to find out the reason why. In fact, it's easier to kill someone if not only their body, but also the contents of their head shrink, so it's a perfect solution, you know. Also, You'll sometimes get guys who have already got some serious resolve in them from the time they were kids. I can't expect that trick tar work on those kind of guys, even if the stuff in their heads shrunk. Oh, it's nothing. Anyway, I'm fond of it since it's one of the more amusing shinobi techniques, you know. It's easier to deal with a weak enemy, isn't it? Anger simmered up in Subaru, scorching his soul. There was fear. There was also tension. Furthermore, there was also unease. He thought that of all the negative emotions one could think of, he probably possessed them all. But all those negative emotions blazed, burning though every carefully folded and wrapped thing until not, without exception, remained. His raging anger surged up. Lizardman, shit, damn it, why am I in this mess? Shut up, idiot. No one'll listen to your whining. Rust-haired man, I told you. I used to be a warrior. I can use it better than you can. Shut up, idiot. That's a lie. You're just trying to show off. It's been obvious for a long time already. Whites, I told you. I ain't putting my life in someone else's hands. Shut up, idiot. Like hell you can survive this alone. Look around yourself a little more. Yes, look around you, do so properly, at everything that you can put to use. Subaru, Whites, take this. It'll aim for the one who has the sword. The moment he grabbed the sword, a roar reverberated through the gladiatorial arena as the black lion broke out into a ferocious charge. He already knew that it was aiming for him now, at the prey that wielded the sword. So grasping the sword he had pulled out, he tossed it towards Whites, who was standing still. When Subaru ran ahead, breaking out into a sprint at the outset, the three members of his team froze in surprise. Among those three people stuck in place, the one to receive the sword that Subaru had thrown over Proper was the tattooed man Whites, the only one to come to their senses in their last moments. Whites, K-Kid. Witnessing the spinning sword lodge itself underneath his foot, Whites immediately grabbed it by the hilt. However, he had given a proper listen to Subaru's voice, so he quickly understood that rather than being the key to defeat the lion, the sword was more of a flag to change its target. The problem was rust-haired man. Gee, give me that sword. I'll take that gladiator beast and... Subsequently coming to his senses, at Whites's side, the rust-haired man tried to snatch the sword the former had secured. His mind riddled by tension and fear, the rust-haired man's judgment was beyond repair. If this continued and became a scuffle over the sword, the two of them would both fall prey to the lion's paws. For that reason, he had to prevent that before it could happen. Subaru, Hein, behind you, Hein, be behind me. Just before the rust-haired man grabbed onto Whites, Subaru called out the name of the unaware lizardman Hein, convincing him that he was cornered by the imminent danger behind him. Being the most cowardly among the three, he turned around in panic at Subaru's voice to ascertain what was about to attack him. But there was nothing there. Subaru merely wished for him to turn around. With his body stiffening in fear, Hein turned around and rust-haired man, Gah! Instinctively extending his tail, Hein struck the rust-haired man's flank from the side. The latter was sent rolling at the unexpected obstruction, allowing Whites to snatch away the sword. Then the lion came flying towards Whites, who was properly standing on guard, having changed its target from Subaru to him. Subaru, get down. Whites, TCH. Hearing Subaru's voice, Whites crouched as the lion's fangs bore down on the air right above him. Whites's tattooed face contorted into a grimace as he dove underneath the lion's belly, releasing the sword before the next attack could come. With a plop, the sword, thrown without force, settled itself atop Hein's chest, who instinctively grabbed it. Hein, ha, gladiator beast, arrow, Hein, Hira. Naturally, the lion's focus turned toward Hein, who reacted poorly. As if he did not fully understand the situation, Hein turned his back to the lion with the sword held in his arms, and with his surprisingly fast sprinting speed, he immediately distanced himself from the lion. The lion relentlessly chased him down and proceeded to unleash an onslaught. Subaru, while that's happening, While Whites and Hein were somehow managing, Subaru ran alongside the wall of the gladiatorial arena. What lay ahead of his gaze was a small handle installed in the wall, something akin to a lever. At first glance, his eyes had been drawn to the two swords, one large and one small, lodged in the ground of the gladiatorial arena, but upon closer inspection, he noticed that a lever of sorts had been inconspicuously installed on the wall. Subaru, if I pull this, what'll happen? The lever was a little too high for the child's Subaru, so he jumped up and pulled down the handle. Putting his weight on it, he forcibly lowered the lever, and a heavy sound reverberated. Gears were interlocking, and the sensation of something beginning to rattle and move sent a tremor from under his feet. It was the sensation of something mechanical being put into operation directly beneath the gladiatorial arena. With this, the situation had changed, and Subaru looked back at the circumstances of the gladiatorial arena. Subaru, you are. The next moment, making a sound as it split the gladiatorial arena in two, an iron fence rose from the ground. It was a wall that had been raised to divide the circular gladiatorial arena into two semicircles. If utilized properly, it was possible to force the lion into the other side. However, gladiator beast, Aru. This time he had failed. He had corralled it on the wrong side. The lion was on his side of the raised fence, so the fence only narrowed Subaru's room to escape. With its hunting ground having become smaller, it felt as if the lion's body had doubled in size, and the remains of what used to be hyaen were caught in its blood-stained mouth. Rust-haired man, Guak. Furthermore, at the lion's feet was the rust-haired man, crying out in pain as he laid down. It seemed that he had been right above the fence when it was raised. Because of that, he had been sent flying, and in a stroke of bad luck, had fallen on the side where the lion and Subaru were. In contrast, an uninjured Whites was dumbfounded on the other side of the fence. Rust-haired man, Esto, raising its paw overhead, it then trampled on the rust-haired man, collapsed on the ground, mercilessly fracturing his head. A sound similar to that of ice being smashed rang out, and the rust-haired man's screams were cut off there. The lion, unable to climb over the fence behind it, turned its gaze towards Subaru. The way it stooped down ever so slightly made his skin crawl as it charged at him. The sword was on the other side of the fence with Whites, but it seemed that if the attack were unable to reach it, the lion would not consider it as dangerous. That was why it then ferociously charged at Subaru. Whites, Schwartz, Whites called out. At these critical moments, Whites called Subaru's name every time. Of course, only when he did not die before Subaru, while also keeping that at the back of his memories, Subaru. Next. As he howled that out, the gladiator beast's sharp claws pierced Subaru's chest. In less than a second, together with the impact that felt like being struck by lightning, Subaru's body was split in twain and his consciousness went white. Subaru, Idra, the fence won't hold any longer. How's the sword over there? Idra, I can't pull it out. It's too heavy. There's no way I can move it. Suffering the powerful ramming attacks, the iron fence was being tremendously warped, and the lion was thrusting its body over to their side. He had heard that even humans would be able to pass through most narrow spaces, provided their heads could pass through. Even though its form was considerably different, given the gladiator beast's face gave off the feeling of a feline's, it was probably able to get through even more easily. Behind Subaru, who was gnawing his molars in alarm, the rust-haired man Idra was desperately trying to pull out the large sword lodged in the ground, but it would not budge an inch. The lever to raise the fence, and the two swords of large and small. What he had found after thoroughly searching were just those two types of gimmicks. The rest would be a genuine contest of ability. Idra, boy, what should we do? Subaru, don't be frightened. You're the heir of your noble father, aren't you? Idra HKT, that's right. I'm not going to chicken out. Panic ran through Idra's voice, but Subaru's words brought strength back into his eyes. Idra was no warrior, nothing of the sort. He had drifted onto the gladiator island like this because he had become unable to repay his debts and was thus reduced to the status of a slave. But the reason behind his debt was that he had taken it on to protect the family business he had inherited from his father. Even though Idra was not a warrior, he wished not to be a man who would bring shame to his father. Those were the true feelings on his mind. Idra, Ra, the untalented son of a miller, applying his weight, leaned to uproot the large sword. Subaru, too, rushed to Idra's side and applied his weight to the large sword in a similar way. The lion was coming at them from the other side of the fence, and behind it lay the corpses of Whites and hyaen, both of whom had already been killed. Now there was hardly a chance of anything like winning. Even so, Idra did not abandon Subaru and run away. This was the first occurrence of that. Gladiator beast, Aru, Subaru, Idra, it's coming. Idra, I know. There was a violent sound of the iron fence creaking, followed by the lion finally coming over to their side. Even if the broken fence had wounded the lion's skin covered in black fur, it did not display the least bit of pain. Rather, blaming the pain on them, its motivation ignited as it charged at them. Idra! Ugh! Idra had somehow managed to get the tip of the large sword out of the ground, and through sheer force carried it on his shoulder. Subaru put his hands on the tip of the sword from below, and used the principle of leverage to help Idra to try and swing the sword, even if only a bit. If Subaru pushed up the tip of the sword from below, the sword should be a little lighter to swing. If that sword were to score a decent hit on the lion, Subaru, Guwu, Idra, Ra. Subaru and Idra joined forces to swing the sword at the lion's face as it lunged at them. The large sword, swung with the force of a shoulder throw above Idra's shoulder, aimed true at the lion's head with miraculous timing. But Idra, oh, the obvious strike was repelled by the gladiator beast's claws without a hitch, and Subaru and Idra were hit with the force of that ramming attack, blown away simultaneously. Then the two struggled midair as they slammed into the walls of the gladiatorial arena together, becoming one. Idra, Ba. Indistinguishable from each other, the blood from the two was spread out and stained the walls. Subaru, Ni, XD. Anger simmered up in Subaru, scorching his soul. Whites, I was desperate for food, so I stole. If I let 'em think I was a dangerous person, surprisingly, I could avoid deadly situations. White said this as he stroked his skin, which was so filled with tattoos that there was no spot left uncovered. It seemed like he was apologizing for giving a false impression, but Subaru thought it was proof that Whites had opened up to him in his final moments. Hein, y'all are gonna use me as bait to escape as well anyway. I'm not gonna be used anymore. Like hell I'm gonna be used. While abjectly avoiding eye contact, Hein had said this as if wailing. He had the ability to run and hide by changing the color of his scales, seemingly well known among his own people. He had stated that he had always been given the most dangerous roles, and in the end, he willfully became the decoy and was made into a slave. That timidity had been instilled in him by his surroundings. Hein was not at fault. Idra, people I trusted deceived me, stole my family's business away from me, and in the end, I became a slave. If living honestly only makes me look like a fool, at least I'll be the last one standing. Biting his lip in frustration and embarrassment, Idra sobbed those words out. Unaccustomed to telling lies, he was unable to stick to them to the very end. In the first place, ever since he was brought to the Gladiator Island, he had been introducing himself as a warrior. That had been a lie, not much thought put into the consequences. It would be exposed later anyway. Sure enough, Subaru found out right away, though it was the result of having cheated. Cooperating with a coward, a scaredy-cat, and a fraud, he would survive this sparker. Subaru next. Next time. Next time for sure. I'll do it next. HK. Next is. I can do it next. Next. Next is. / definitely next. The contradiction of accumulating deaths in order to survive amassed more and more. It hurts, it's difficult, it's scary, it's tough, I want to stop. I want to cry, I want to shout, I want to howl, I want to grieve, I want to scream, I want to resign, I want to refuse, I want to lament, I want to give up, I won't give up. He was nipping off the possibilities. Out of those endless possibilities, crushing the paths which lead to dead ends, crushing them. He would twist his small body into that path unknown, laying ahead of the ones he was crushing. White's Hein, Idra would die. Of course, Subaru would die just as many times, and yet he raised his head still and proceeded forward. Cecilus, Basu, is there anything you want me to tell your sleeping companion? Subaru, next. Natsuki Subaru yelled back at the inconsiderate voice, and though his entire body was bathed in death from the assailing claws, Natsuki Subaru still refused to desist. Because Subaru, I won't lose. Because he did not feel like losing in the slightest. Oh, just now were you hesitatin', ta say something. Geez, you're a clever fella, huh? Oh, that, I told you about the guy who was troublesome even when he got shrunk, didn't I? Even if the mind shrinks, the effect'll only be half as powerful on whose resolve was unchanged from before. Of course, guys like that'll also get their bodies shrunk, so they'll also become seriously easier to kill, you know. Also, let's imagine here. Surpassing, there was a guy whose body and mind were instead both perfect since they were little. What do you think'd happen if you were to apply this technique onto that guy? Ah, I know, I know. I also don't think there's a guy like that in the slightest, you see. But you know, I'm an incredibly pessimistic old man. I've always imagined the worst, so I can harass my opponents in the worst possible ways. Right. That's what I think's the worst possible scenario against this technique. When the guy gets more dangerous when shrunk, that's really darn frightening. It isn't limited to just me, but getting older means you gotta give things up and compromise, you see. What if those things were to disappear from a guy like that? Scary as can be, right? Subaru. Next. That outcome, it was way too ironic. The vicious old man Albert Dunkelken's technique and the harm of the infantilization it brought about had transformed Natsuki Subaru's body into that of a child, regressed what little intelligence he already possessed. Gradually losing both his knowledge and memories, Subaru was reshaped into a weak and frail young boy. Taking away threats both physical and mental was the purpose of that technique. For the shinobi, who would utilize all means possible to accomplish their objective, it could be said that secret art was a rather fitting secret technique. The truth was, as his memories faded as if flaking away from him, the faces of those important to Subaru grew distant. Thus, befitting of Natsuki Subaru's outward appearance, he had returned to being a young child of around 10 years old. Around 10 years old before, to the times Natsuki Subaru had been a child prodigy. Subaru. Next. Before, Natsuki Subaru had been a child prodigy. Actually, that he was an existence overflowing with talent to the point of being called a child prodigy was not that important. The important thing was, it was none other than Subaru himself who possessed that level of self-esteem. As a young child, Natsuki Subaru had been overflowing with confidence and held no doubt in his belief that he could accomplish anything. Drawing in the children around him, his belief that he could reach that starry sky was unceasing. Subaru. Next. In accordance with his growth, his self-esteem wore down in the face of reality and ended up being lost altogether. His number one truth had been erased in spite of whatever he would do, and what remained in Subaru's possession were not feelings of almightiness, but rather feelings of uneasiness and powerlessness. Those shining stars were concealed by an overcast sky. Together with the growth of his stature, Natsuki Subaru had lost his confidence. Subaru. Next. The moment in which Subaru's self-esteem reached its lowest, that had definitely been the day he was sent to another world. After that, his encounters, his experiences, his conversations, and his actions gradually wrapped Natsuki Subaru with new desires, and had also led him to the assessment that his own perseverance was not a bad thing. And yet he was still insufficient, his heart still lamented so. Subaru. Next. The things that Natsuki Subaru had gained through growth, the things he had lost with growth, had all vanished. Together with their body turning younger, people would also regress mentally, so the person was supposed to become weaker. Physically, that was the case for Subaru. He had become weak. However, what about mentally? Subaru. Next. Before, Natsuki Subaru had been a child prodigy. Never knowing defeat, never knowing how to give up even when his dreams did not come true, even when he did his best but could not reach, even when he mourned his own inadequacy, even when he lamented a dead end, even when he sulkily withdrew. He had never known those. From just being insensitive to being flat-out reckless, he firmly believed he could accomplish anything. He recklessly believed he was the ruler at the center of the world. That was the kind of boy he had been. Then, the magic words that sustained Natsuki Subaru's sense of self. He's that guy's child, after all. The unlimited power pouring from those words freed the heart of the young Natsuki Subaru from its shackles. More than it was scary, it was revolting. More than it was painful, it was vexing. More than he wanted to cry, he wanted to smile. In a country he hated, joining forces with comrades he had little emotional attachment to, in order to return to the place where the girl he liked and his friends should be waiting for him, just what point was there in hesitating? Therefore, this time, because he had been summoned to another world, Subaru. Next. As the strongest existence, Natsuki Subaru would trample upon Jinnenhive. Everyone was left speechless. From the get-go, the gladiators had been under strict orders from the island's governor, Gustav Morello, to witness the Battle of Sparka quietly. That was why it could be said that it was inevitable that some sort of odd silence would envelop the gladiatorial arena. However, this time the silence and stillness were not simply because Gustav had proclaimed it. Even if Gustav had not given those instructions, no one would have been able to say anything. That blood-curdling scene had overwhelmed them to such an extent. Subaru, Whites, Idra, scatter to the left and right. Hein, I know you're scared, but don't run. Pick up the sword, draw its attention, then throw it. Ferociously roaring, the Giltilaw, the gladiator beast, fiercely leapt around the gladiatorial arena. The beast had been trained for use in Sparta, its horns broken off, now lost of its bestial obstinacy. In its place, the level of threat the humans known as gladiators posed had been thoroughly drilled into it. That was why it took the initiative to target opponents with weapons and eliminate them, since they were dangerous existences. Only, since it had the bad habit of relentlessly following this devotion, one could imagine that the members of a unit would be able to scatter its attention by passing the weapon between each other. Although it was not uncommon for units to fail to recognize this at first sight, and consequently suffer total annihilation. It could be said that once someone was able to recognize this, a certain level of excellence was guaranteed. But even so, the scene this time was extraordinary. Ha ha ha. Amazing, amazing. You're really doing your best, aren't you, Basu? Among everyone who had lost their voice, welcoming the sight before him with a warm reception was only one boy, clapping his hands. His long blue hair tied behind his head, he was a person whose charming face was adorned with a smile. Apparently showing indifference to Gustav's commands, the boy cheered on the unit fighting bravely in the gladiatorial arena. Whether that cheering had any effect was unclear, but while dodging the gladiator beast's onslaught by a hair's breadth, the four men challenging the Sparker continued to fight desperately. With no decisive blows, the progress of the death match was, to a certain extent, boring. However, one point was that even if it seemed like they were going to die, they would not forfeit their lives, and the other point was they were being supported by the continuous voice of the young boy. These 2 points made it unthinkable that the death match was boring. Following the boy's directions, the 3 men that continued to move too were desperate. That was only natural, but they had the freedom to ignore the boy's instructions. For the boy's instructions had now saved their lives from the gladiator beast many times. Hence, that freedom had been closed off. Like that, with the young boy at their center, it was as if their unit was a single living being with perfect coordination. That which had become a solely defensive battle, was it caused by their hopeless gap in fighting power, or perhaps, just what are you aiming for? In the hearts of all the gladiators overlooking the battle, the same burning anticipation began to dwell. Anger simmered up in Subaru, scorching his soul. With deaths piling up, and the pain and fear compounding with it, his arms, legs, and internal organs were all shriveling up. If he shut his eyes, on the back of his eyelids, the face, the fangs, and the inside of the mouth of the lion he had seen up close so many times would come to mind. Unfathomable fear manifested, though while seething, together with it came something. Anger. Those vexing thoughts, invigorating his cowering viscera and limbs, Natsuki Subaru opened his eyes. Those attempts which he had already gotten sick of counting were all for the sake of snatching even just one step closer to victory, that he had not the slightest intention of losing for the sake of proving that to himself. Subaru, Hein, throw the sword to Whites, then head to Idra. Hein, shit, I ain't got a clue on what's happening. Furiously running on all fours over the ground, Hein tossed the sword he was holding over to Whites. Like that, he accelerated as to come to Idra's side by the large sword. Whites narrowly caught the sword whirling around and spinning in the air, and as Subaru tried to direct their next course of escape, his eyes widened in astonishment. Gladiator beast, Arawu. The roaring lion, having chased the fleeing Hein until just a moment ago, had its legs halted at the other half of the circular gladiatorial arena. Meanwhile, rather than being positioned in the other half of the circle, they were all right before him. Everyone was still alive, and on top of that, this was the first time they had gotten to such an ideal position. Subaru, Whites, get ready, Idra and Hein too. With vigor akin to blood hurling out of his throat, Subaru cast rolls at the 3 of them. Though that may not have been enough to get everything across, Whites readied his sword and faced the lion, and Idra and Hyain hurriedly jumped to the large sword. Then Subaru, too, clumsily ran with all his might, heading towards the wall. Gladiator, beast, arrow, 1 step, 2 steps. During his frustratingly slow-feeling speed, the lion howled from behind them. And with that, the lion kicked off the ground with an explosion-like force and charged toward Whites, who had his sword at the ready. Straight at him, with no pause, Whites was holding his sword at the ready. But if he were to collide with that force, nothing would be able to stop it. One hit and he would die. He was well aware of this. However, it was certain that only Whites possessed the courage to square off against the lion until the very last moment. Whites! Ooh, rah! The foul-reeking mouth letting breaths escape, the mouth embellished with sword-like fangs, the mouth that had masticated Subaru and the other 3 countless times, was charging right at the one brandishing a sword, Whites. And right before it could dispossess Whites of his life, Subaru. Ghoul! The moment his fingertips were on it, Subaru used the entirety of his minute body weight to pull down the lever. Immediately after, the sound of gears turning came from beneath their feet, and the iron fence that thrust upwards struck the lion's head from directly below. Crashing into its jaw, the lion's gaping mouth was forcibly shut. The force of its charge slamming into the iron fence, Whites, who had drawn the enemy until the very last second, with a whoa, exclaimed his surprise at the shockwave, and was blown away. The iron fence was squashed by the impact, and the lion's head emerged from the bent part of the fence. The lion, which had received a severe blow to the face, scraped the ground with its front paws, and after having stood back up somehow, seemed to be trying to break through the fence. But it would not be permitted to do that. Subaru, Idra, Hyain. Hyain, you are, Idra, Ra, in White's stead, who had just been blown away. Idra and Hyain rushed over to the iron fence. Clasped in the hands of the two was a very unwieldy large sword. It was a weapon that not a single one of them could utilize properly, however. There was no rule that they must use it alone. There was also no rule that they could not use 2 people to lift it up and swing it down on an opponent unable to move. Gladiator, beast, arrow. With all their might, the large sword swung by the 2 men fell from directly overhead onto the lion's neck, which was protruding from the iron fence. As the large sword pierced the beast's thick neck, the lion's shrieks echoed into the sky. Blood spurted out, and as if rejecting death, the lion violently struggled. Hyain, die, dee-dee-dee-dee. Idra, please let it end. Hyain and Idra applied their weight onto the large sword as they bawled, and the blade was buried deeper in its neck. If they continued and beheaded the lion, the moment of their long-awaited victory would come. Over and over again, those claws and fangs had killed them and killed them and killed them. Gladiator, beast, arrow. Hyain, Ga, Subaru, guys. They had been just 1 step away, however. Just like them, the lion did not want to die. With the large sword lodged in its neck, the lion forcefully twisted its body and pulled his right paw to their side of the fence. That paw swept away the bodies of the 2 men grasping the large sword. He was able to witness Hyain and Idra violently tumbling along the ground, raising cries of pain. There was no telling just how deep the wounds that they had sustained were. However, more so than rushing over to the 2 who had collapsed, jumping to that large sword was important. Subaru, as if I'd let you go. Not wanting to let it get away after coming this far, Subaru jumped to the hilt of the large sword. But he was too light. Taking the place of both Hyain and Idra's body weight, the current Subaru was far too light. The large sword dug a little deeper, but as if returning the favor, a paw swung back at him. Just like the 2 before him, Subaru was also struck by its paw. Whites. Don't think. I'll just let you beast, HK. Its front paw was skewered to the ground by the downward swing of a sword. The one who had thrust the sword was the one who had supposedly been blown away by the charge, Whites. With all of his might, teeth clenched and facial tattoos distorted, he had used the sword to pin the lion's paw. And then, Idra, lying down here, just how can I call myself a warrior? Hyain, just die already, you shithead. Having gotten back up, Hyain and Idra leapt onto the large sword Subaru was dangling from. With the strength of 3, or rather, of 2.5 men, the large sword bore deeper into the lion's neck. With Whites also keeping the front paw firmly pinned down, the 4 members of the unit joined forces to lop off the lion's head. Howling, the lion greatly writhed in pain, and the iron fence violently creaked. No more chances would come around. He could not lose. He did not want to lose. He must not lose. Gritting his teeth, Subaru desperately clung to the large sword. And yet, gladiator beast, arrow, Subaru, you are HK. Shaking its head with all its strength, the lion's huge body swept Subaru and his comrades away. Tearing away the bodies clinging to the large sword, the three of them, no, including White's, all four of them sluggishly tumbled to the ground. Due to quite literally exhausting his desperate efforts, he had no strength left in his limbs. Subaru, I have to get. He had to get up. He had to jump to that large sword once again and lop off its head. Despite these thoughts, his body did not listen to what he was saying. It seemed that not only Subaru, but the other three were also in the same situation. Even after all this, the lion was still the most vigorous of them. Gladiator beast, arrow. With the sword lodged about halfway into its neck, the lion groaned in a low voice. Rather than weak, it was a voice that sounded like its stockpiled rage had reached its limit. Of course, it probably had bore effect, but its strength had not been depleted. Subaru, darn it, HK. Even after trying and trying and trying, and finally being just one step away from reaching it, still, he could not reach it, even though he had utilized everything he could think of and reached this far. That is why next time I won't lose. Subaru, next time. He would definitely arrive at this same place and see more quickly. Subaru firmly vowed so. Oblivious to his vow, the lion slipped through the iron fence, raising its unharmed paw towards Subaru and, excuse me. The next moment the lion's thick neck was chopped in one swift motion. Subaru, ha! Facing death, Subaru stared in wonder at the death of not him, but his opponent. Its decapitated head falling to the ground with a thud, the lion's body slowly fell sideways. The one responsible for that was the large sword that had been deeply lodged in the lion's neck. Like a surprise attack, a small figure had fallen from the sky, and stepping on the large sword, pushed it in. Thus, the lion had been decapitated, and the one to perform that deed was, why am I in such a place? And the girl, Tanza, had a visible expression of worry on her usually emotionless face. At the girl whose kimono had been removed, clad only in hadajuban, Subaru let out a soft breath. He was unable to respond in any way. However, when Subaru turned his head and looked back, the three others also seemed to have survived by a hair. In other words, Gustav, that is enough. You have done well to survive Sparker. By my jurisdiction as the official, I accept you all as members of the Gladiator Island. A loud, booming voice resounded from high above, and Gustav's declaration marked the end of the fight. Immediately, having quietly watched over the battle until now, the spectators know, the gladiators stood up, and all at once, in praise of Subaru and his comrades' victory, raised their voices. Well done. That was a huge feat. You sure got it in you, Lil. As the voices of the excited men rained down, Gustav crossed his forearms and said nothing. Hearing the cheers of the crowd, Subaru threw himself to the ground with a thud. Tanza, approaching with trepidation, peeked down at Subaru's face. Tanza, pardon me, you are Subaru, Natsuki Schwartz. Tanza, huh? Seeing the round eyes on Tanza's surprised face become even more rounded as he laid down, Subaru let out a long, long breath and continued. Subaru, first of all, I'm Natsuki Schwartz, so it's nice to meet you. There's a lot I want to talk about, but, Tanza, yes, but. Subaru, I want you to let me rest just for a bit. He felt bad for Tanza, who tilted her head, but Subaru had reached his limit. The strained thread of tension was severed, the heat that had been seething in his soul also fizzled out. Of course, his hate for this situation was still left smoldering within him. Nevertheless, he had somehow managed to survive Sparker. Subaru, so please, let me sleep for a bit. With that, as if falling straight down into a pit, Subaru's consciousness slipped away. Gustav. Looking down, Gustav narrowed his eyes at the boy who had lost consciousness while sprawled out on the gladiatorial arena below. That it was an incredible battle with an unexpected outcome, that he could say. He would have never thought that the boy possessed such talents. Wheel Tilda, that was amazing, wasn't it, Gustav-san? Picking Basu was bang on the money. It's great that you kept him instead of throwing him away. Isn't this a glorious achievement for me? Gustav, Segmund. As Gustav was lost in his thoughts, Cecilus came over and relaxedly spoke towards him. At the boy's words, whose hands were crossed behind his head, Gustav rubbed his forehead and brow with his two right arms. Gustav, there was some truth in your proclamation. Is this what you had been anticipating? Cecilis, I had my expectations, you know. I thought it'd be nice if this happened, and it did. It's exactly the feeling where what you believe in is what saves you. Gustav, such a frail possibility, and you would stake your own life on that. Cecilis, yes, I did, so what? Tilting his head, Cecilis made a puzzled face. It was an attitude as though he was wondering if he had spoken something strange. If the two people who he had pulled up Schwartz and Tanzer could not be put to use, he would take responsibility for their lives and pay with his own. He acted as if he had never even asserted that. Cecilis, nothing really happened in the end, did it? It was a very generous offer from my perspective. I'm not the kind of person who'd succumb to idleness in a place like this. Gustav, I, in my capacity, am unable to comprehend your logic. And aside from that, what did you do in that final moment? Gustav questioned Cecilis, who had puffed up his thin chest in pride while smiling. In that final moment, in the midst of the sparker that he had even staked his life on only once, and only for a short amount of time, had Cecilis disappeared. Given what happened after that, one could roughly imagine that, Gustav. Did you go to wake the girl? Cecilis, oh dear, if you know the answer you don't have to ask me. In the first place, since there are 5 people per unit, if that girl didn't wake up, they'd have to do it while lacking in people. It was Gustavsen who said that, you know. That means she could join in any time after she woke up, right? With one eye closed, Cecilis looked up at Gustav, their heights not level, and gave an "or." Cecilis, do you want to withdraw that now, saying that this sparker is found to be unjust? Gustav, it is not unjust. His Excellency the Emperor shall be pleased with the birth of a magnificent gladiator as well. Cecilis, haha, it's just my opinion, but it sounds like His Excellency the Emperor isn't a decent person. Gustav, insults toward His Excellency the Emperor will not be tolerated. There shall be no second time. So Gustav commanded in a stern voice, as Cecilis shrugged his shoulders and backed down somewhat. Exhaling through his nose in that state, Gustav looked again at the gladiatorial arena. Schwartz, the most meritorious, and 3 men were being carried out by the guards under Gustav's command. In the healing room, they would receive treatment from a healer. The young girl, seemingly aloof, also accompanied them for now. Gustav, did everyone in the unit survive due to just one person? It was a conclusion that could not have been reached without everyone's help, but it went without saying who had shown the greatest strength. By not overlooking the weapons and mechanisms the gladiatorial arena had been prepared with, keeping an eye on his comrades in the same circumstances, and even observing the enemy's movements whenever possible, they had crossed a fine thread. As someone who had seen that final resolution, Cecilis, you see, don't you just get the feeling that a grand tale's going to begin? Like that, Cecilis proudly asked for approval. While keeping his face stern, feeling that answering in any way would be annoying, Gustav silently crossed his 4 thick arms. Translation note. 1. Hadajuban, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, is a piece of clothing worn under a kimono. https://n. Wikipedia. org/wiki/kimono-layering. Arc 7, Chapter 65. The School Food Fighter. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to @WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Machine translated by Archbishop Kilm Brusev, proofread by Archbishop Alpha Didra Eternitishak, I3 Laid Dragon Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Paper Art Sources, Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore. If you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. Proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Chaos Flame has been destroyed by a very big disaster. The evacuation of the residents should have been completed by Yorna-sama, but as for anything beyond that, the ends of her gentle eyebrows lowered. With downcast eyes, the girl's voice was filled with sadness. He had always thought of her as a child who did not reveal many emotions. In fact, even now her expression could not quite be called one of sadness. However, he believed that anyone who did not consider this as sadness was an idiot. Subaru was not very smart, but he did not want to continue being an idiot. Therefore, he decided to seriously accept what Tanza had said, and sympathize with her pain. However, haha, a disaster that destroy the demon city'd be quite the big deal, wouldn't it? While I'm like this, locked up on an island, the world's going through loads of crazy developments. Goodness, I'll need to keep this in mind so that I don't get a late start. It'd be totally uncalled for. Subaru, Sesai, can you shut up for a second? Cecilis, did I do something wrong again? The personage who completely disregarded Subaru's inner feelings and Tanza's heartache as he proceeded to talk, the fake Cecilis, received a stare as he tilted his head to the side, a confused look on his face. Subaru was amazed and astonished, and amazed by that attitude which never changed no matter what, both before and after the sparker. This was compounded upon thinking of the dozens of times Cecilis had tried to cold-heartedly listen to Subaru's final request. Subaru. And despite that, it all been for nothing had Cesai not woken up Tanza at the end. Cecilis, there's no need to feel indebted over that. The moment you cornered it that far, it was Basu's victory. The final push was something like a bonus. Besides, whether this girl would wake up or not was a gamble. Tanza, I apologize for worrying you. The fake Cecilis was immodestly humble to the bitter-looking Subaru. Hearing that, Tanza slightly bowed her head, and beside her, the one she had saved, Subaru, was at a loss for words. Subaru had been able to surmount Sparker, the dangerous welcoming ceremony of the Gladiator Island. After repeating that challenge that now felt distant over and over again, somehow or another, Subaru and his team had attained victory by cutting off the lion's head. Yet, he was obliged to say that it would have been difficult without the cooperation from Tanza and the fake Cecilis. Had the fake Cecilis not woken up Tanza at the end, and had Tanza not lopped off the lion's head with the sword stuck in its neck, Subaru, I don't know how many more times we would have failed. Of course, the option to give up did not exist, because that had been a constant struggle that could not be stopped until they were successful. Even so, whether they had the willpower to do so or not would have greatly influenced the outcome. And it was quite possible that, if the situation arose, they would not have survived in their entirety. Had it turned out that way, he would have regretted it forever. Subaru, Whites, Heian, and Idra, we all persevered together. Cooperating as one had been extremely difficult, but they would not have survived had even one of them not participated. The fact that all of them had survived was the best-case scenario for Subaru. It was a great confidence boost for him to have been able to do something typical of a leader. With this, he had the confidence to say he was the son of Natsuki Kenishi with pride. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, Subaru, oh sorry, I got lost in my thoughts for a bit. So about Chaos Flame, Tanza. Yes, I wish to get back as soon as possible to help with the reconstruction. Subaru, yeah, that's right. I want to get back and reunite with everyone as well. Returning to the original topic, with her face downcast, Tanza looked very pitiful. It was only natural that she would worry about her family and hometown, and Subaru, too, held those very feelings. Even more so having heard about the turmoil Chaos Flame had gone through without him knowing. He was worried about whether or not everyone he was separated from Louis in particular had been found by the unkind Abel. He thought that if Yorna was with her, she would surely protect Louis. Tanza, the forlorn Tanza, was now back in the kimono outfit that he had seen in the Demon City as well. Subaru had slept for a whole day after the sparker was over, according to what he was told. At the time he woke up in the healing room, he was told by a toothless old man who claimed to be a healer that there was nothing wrong with his physical health, but he would feel drained and heavy mentally. However, he could not afford to calmly be at a loss. Subaru, what about the other three? Whites and the others. Has everyone already woken up? Tanza, as far as those three go, they have already woken up and returned to their room. It seems that they are all sharing a room. Schwartz-sama and I are also sharing a room, as well as Cecilis. Yes, that be me. You see, it's the room Basu first woke up in, but that's where our bedroom is going to be. I'm also glad that people that can share a room with me finally came. Well, rather than saying that you came here, it's more like I pulled you up here by myself. Tanza, pulled up. Subaru, don't worry about it too much. It's just a tale of me and Tanza falling in the lake after all. Come to think of it, he had a faint memory of swimming frantically and trying not to drown. Whether he had swam through in just one go or drowned several times was quite vague, but it was not that important, so thinking about it would be futile. Either way, he was relieved after hearing that the other three were also safe. Although it was unavoidable, he had learned a lot about their various circumstances in the midst of the Sparker event. A coward, a scaredy-cat, and a fraud. Though not very commendable personalities, they too had their reasons for being cowardly, timid, and fraudulent. Subaru. Yes, it's just like I'm Superman, eh? Cecilis. Oh my, your face sure is overflowing with an abundance of confidence. I think it even raises your level of manliness and gives it a pleasant feeling. To be so swept up in the situation that you worry about this and that, that's the behavior of a minor actor or a member of the masses. Basu needs to stand tall. Subaru. I don't plan on going along with Sesai's drama geek mind, but I think so too. In the first place, it was not good to dwell on things too much. Though for some reason, Subaru up to now had been far too passive regarding many things. No matter what, taking a passive response would just cause the opponent to get overconfident. Whether it be a hated opponent or fate itself, it was the same. And recently, fate had been getting a little too cocky. Subaru. From now on, I'll be more proactive in moving towards achieving my goals with avarice. For now, Subaru's goal was to escape the island. Escape the Gladiator Island and return to Chaos Flame together with Tanza. Of course, the ultimate goal was to leave the Empire and return to everyone in the kingdom, however. Subaru. You'll fall if you're preoccupied with big goals, after all. Even for summer homework, you've got to finish them one at a time. You can't write a whole diary all at once. Despite what he seemed, Subaru was the type of person who did his homework diligently during summer and winter vacations. Sometimes there were classmates who would come to school after the vacations without having done their homework, but he never fully understood the nerve they had, nor what they were thinking in pulling that off. Though somehow, feeling like he had lost in terms of the idea and courage was a bit frustrating. Subaru. But I did the homework, so I'm the superior one, Tanza. Then, Schwartz-sama, may I have a moment? Subaru. Yeah. Tanza timidly called out to Subaru, who had placed his hand on his chin, watering himself with self-esteem. Directing Subaru's gaze to herself, she indicated the fake Cecilis beside her with her hand. And sitting on the bed, watching as he dangled his legs with a carefree look on his face, Tanza. This one here is an ally, but Cecilis Segmont Sama is Subaru. Yeah, he's a boy who cried wolf. He keeps insisting on that. Cecilis, haha, they do say I am insistent, you know. And what do you mean by boy who cried wolf? If it means I'm a werewolf, could you please stop with that bad-mouthing? Sure, I may say some incomprehensible things, but it's only enough to make me dangerously attractive, right? One Subaru. Sorry, I've got no idea what you're talking about. Showered by questions, Subaru spontaneously let that slip and clutched his own chest. When he closed his eyes, he could recall the face of a lovely young girl, and along with that, the faces of everyone who was precious to him. Still, he was certainly aware that the drawer of those recollections was becoming harder to pull out. This situation could not be allowed to continue for much longer. Subaru. Aside from Sesai's flippant comments, what has gotten you so worried, Tanza? A general of the Empire and a celebrity, is it any wonder that there might be a kid with the nerve to pose as him? Tanza, that may be so, but, well, I saw Cecilis Sama once before, and I was thinking he looked a lot like him. Subaru, you've seen him before, Tanza, I have seen Cecilis Segmont Sama. He was once sent in to assassinate Yorna Sama. Tanza explained that she had only seen the real Cecilis. Hearing this recollection, Subaru also remembered the story he had heard before. As he recalled it, Yorna would every so often raise a rebellion against the Emperor, and so time and time again a suppression force would be sent in. However, now that he knew about Yorna's personality, from Subaru's perspective, that became quite an unexpected impression. Subaru. To try to kill Yorna-san, he must have been a really terrible guy, Tanza. That is correct. Cecilis Sama is an atrocious fiend. No, that is not what is important. I am just curious about the fact that, although this Cecilus-sama here and that Cecilus-sama have an age difference, they are like two peas in a pod. Subaru, exactly alike, just with an age difference. Tanza, yes. Perhaps he is a sibling of Cecilus-sama. Hearing what Tanza, who had seen both Ceciluses, spoke of that Cecilus and this fake Cecilus, Subaru fixedly stared at the latter. He had not considered that possibility. Or rather, it was natural that he had not considered it. Subaru did not know the real Cecilus, so he could not judge whether they were similar or not. However, it was fortunate that he had a partner who knew the real one. Giving up, the lying fake Cecilus submissively admitted to the lies he himself had told. Cecilus, no, that's not correct. I'm an only child, so I don't have a sibling that looks exactly like me. Of course, it's possible that my dad made me a younger brother after we separated, but if we're going by the current flow of the conversation, then he'd be my older brother, wouldn't he? Subaru, that's right, but you don't know when to give up, do you, Cecilus? How very upsetting. But there's a basis for it, you know. My basis is that both of those, having an older brother or a younger brother, would be odd. He crossed his arms and leaned back as Subaru and Tanza fixedly stared at him. The basis for the fake Cecilus's offended face, just how persuasive could it be? For now, in response to Subaru and Tanza, who were eager to listen, prompting him with their eyes, Cecilus, the basis is simple. My existence. Subaru, what do you mean? Cecilus, if I had an older brother, then my dad would have gotten him killed when he had me. And if I had a younger brother, then it'd be strange if my father hadn't gotten me killed. In other words, considering I'm alive, there's no way that an older or younger brother of mine could exist. How's that? Subaru, what do you mean? It was a theory that did not make sense to him at all, even though he said it with vigor as though it was self-evident. By his description, it sounded like the fake Cecilus's father was under some kind of curse to not have more than one child. Whether that was true or false, he felt like a guy who would rather abide by the curse. As for Subaru, he would like to think that the liar fake Cecilus had piled more lies upon lies. However, Subaru, with him being so brazen about it until now, I'm starting to feel like it's true. What do you think, Tanza? Tanza, I would like to be in accordance with Schwartz-Sama's notion. Subaru, that's a serious responsibility. Being relied upon by the reserved Tanza, Subaru put a slender finger to his small chin and pondered. The fake Cecilus tilted his head, as if wondering why they were unable to understand him. And yet, even if they were to ask him about his family environment, it seemed that no answer would be obtained. The only thing that mattered here was whether they believed the fake Cecilus or not. If they did not believe him, it would be the same as it had been thus far. They would just treat the fake Cecilus as a mere boy who cried wolf. But if they were to believe the fake Cecilus in that he had no siblings, that only left Tanza's testimony on how very much alike the fake Cecilus and the real Cecilus she spoke of were, and if he were to fully believe her testimony and the fake Cecilus's own awareness, Subaru, I'm afraid to ask this, Ceci, but perhaps your body has been shrunk. It was a prospect he wished to deny if possible, but it was a prospect he could not afford to ignore. If it had been a pre-shrunken, grown-up Subaru that was here, he might have hesitated to ask so many questions after having put on airs. However, since the Subaru here was a post-shrunken, underdeveloped Subaru, harboring doubts for a long time did not suit him. Sometimes he would carelessly ask questions with the intention of apologizing were he to offend them by asking. At that specific question, the fake Cecilus slightly widened his eyes in surprise. Cecilus, are you saying I've shrunken? Eh, haha, you sure say some interesting things, Basu. If there was such an interesting thing as the human body shrinking, wouldn't that be super fun? Laughing hysterically, the fake Cecilus pat Subaru on the shoulder in a good mood as he spoke those words. Subaru was very much lost in his remarks as he frowned. Subaru, just what is it then? Was he playing dumb or not? And if he was playing dumb, was he doing it consciously or unconsciously? Subaru himself felt that his memories were falling out in large drops due to effects of the infantilization, so it was possible that the fake Cecilus had forgotten all sorts of things for that very reason. But when compared to Subaru, who still remembered many things, the fake Cecilus had even forgotten that he had been shrunken. Was such a thing even possible? If the fake Cecilus had been infantilized the same way Subaru had, was this fake Cecilus's state of mind how Subaru would end up? Subaru, that shitty old man. I mean, did Sess also get smaller because of Albatsan? If that were the case, then that would be a major incident. It would become a major incident among the 9 divine generals. The fact that this was also the work of Albert was a situation that he did not want to think about. But then again, he also did not want to think that anyone other than Albert was capable of utilizing such an absurd technique. Naturally, he was tempted to think that Albert was also the one who had shrunken this fake Cecilus. Subaru. Wait, in other words, Cess isn't a fake, but the real deal, so Albert-san was the one who made the real Cesse smaller, and Cesse is like the ruins of what I'll become in the end. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, are you all right? You seem to be quite confused, Subaru. I'm fine. I'm incredibly confused, but it's all coming together incredibly nicely. The situation was narrowed down to approximately 2 possibilities in Subaru's mind, although hearing only the thoughts that leaked out of his mouth would sound rather disorganized. One was that the fake Cecilus was an infantilized version of the real Cecilus segment, dubbed the shitty old man Albert theory. And the other was that, taking advantage of resembling the real Cecilus, he was true to his nature as a boar who cried wolf and sublimated a lie, dubbed the shitty brat fake Cecilus theory. Subaru, the shitty brat one and the shitty old man one, let's keep both of them in the back of our minds as we strategize. Cecilus, ho-ho, that sounds somewhat interesting. May I ask you to tell me more about it? Subaru, no dice. I don't think it'd make sense to talk to you about it, Cesse. Cecilus, ha, what a cold attitude. That's a rather self-centered thought, but I don't dislike that way of going about things, rather, I quite like it. Rather than being angry at the cruelty, the fake Cecilus, provisionally but still the fake Cecilus, that reaction of his was helpful in many ways. There were already so many things to worry about, so it was valuable to have someone that he did not have to worry about. Subaru. For the time being, Tanza, you should also shelve everything about Cesse, because whether he's real or fake, the fact that he's unreliable won't change. Tanza. Yes, that is correct. Since he is the one who tried to cause harm to Yorna-sama, I personally hold no favorable impressions towards him. Subaru, thank you for being straightforward and honest. Now, having thus reached some sort of conclusion, Subaru switched gears. Now that they were awake, they were also done occupying the beds in the healing room. They would be heading to the room Tanza had been talking about earlier, the room that had been assigned to these 3. But before that, Subaru, I'd like to feed my very empty stomach. You see, my stomach's been whining miserably for a while now. So, rubbing his belly, Subaru made a shameless demand of the island he was imprisoned on. There was a saying that went, "You can't fight a war on an empty stomach." Beyond this point, the obstacles which Subaru and his unit would face would all be in the vein of battles. In order to fight them, Subaru's group must be in perfect physical and mental condition. Otherwise, in case they were unable to act when push comes to shove, they would be in trouble. To operate without sparing time for sleep, one should avoid making such a decision so rashly. Subaru, seems to me that before I shrank, since I had more physical strength than I do now, I used to do those kinds of rash things often. I'll likely get my due deserts if I misunderstand that. Such being the case, they wanted to treasure all the eating and sleeping time they could get. Somehow, it seemed that due to fatigue from the sparker, he had slept for a whole day. He accepted that as a sufficient rest, and now intended to find a chance to regain his physical strength. Hence, now that it was time to eat, the fake Cecilus guided them to where they would receive their meals. Eat, Schwartz, your shares this. With a thud, a large platter was placed before his eyes, and Subaru stared in wonder at the sight of the meat on the bone served on that platter. When Subaru looked up to see what was going on, the brows on the man's tattoo-riddled face scrunched as if to say, "What?" Though he was making that face, Subaru was actually the one who wanted to say, "What?" What exactly was he supposed to do when something of this sort was done to him without any explanation? Whites, say what you like, but I don't think that's going to happen. Look, Schwartz is frozen stiff. Ha, are you trying to say that we ain't got anything to worry about, ha? To begin with, there's no need to pile up a mountain of meat for this midget. We'll split it between us, whites. It's the portion we discussed and settled on for him, and if you're gonna ignore that, why don't you try and convince me? As he said this, the tattooed man prodded the lizardman on his side with the fork in his hand. Screaming, the lizardman fled to the other side of the table. Sighing at that sight, the rust-haired man looked at Subaru with a shrug of his shoulders. Sorry for all the racket, Schwartz. How's your body? Subaru, it feels okay. Same there. We're not badly hurt either, thanks to you. After rephrasing this, the rust-haired man, Idra, bowed his head slightly towards Subaru. It was not just Idra. The squabbling tattooed man and lizardman, Whites and Hyain, raising their hands in surrender, both agreed with Idra by nodding their heads in Subaru's direction. Currently, Subaru was in a corner of one of the island's areas that were open to gladiators, a large hall with tables and chairs, generally used as a dining space. As soon as he appeared in the hall, Subaru had been immediately grabbed by three people who had come into his sight, and was suddenly brought to one of the tables, being presented with the platter in front of him. Frankly, it was a dizzying, bizarre situation, and yet, Subaru, by any chance did you save this for me? Hein, what else could it be? Ungrateful brat, Whites. Don't say that like you're taking credit for it, I'll beat you up. Hein, I didn't say that, and I'm grateful for what you did, damn it. Pointing to the pile of meat on the bone, Subaru had asked a question, resulting in the ensuing altercation. This could not be called a very smart way to show it, but it seemed to be a sign of appreciation. For a feast like this to be served, Subaru became quite unsure about the way the gladiators were treated. Subaru, it's like, even though you make them kill each other, you let them have their fill of food. Technically, it's not killing each other, it's a death match, you know. Also, Gustafsson's policy is that should a gladiator die, it should only happen in the gladiatorial arena. Letting them die anywhere other than there, only prove the incompetence of the management. So you can relax and enjoy your time here. Next to Subaru, who tilted his head, sat the fake Cecilus, who had pulled out a chair with great enthusiasm. Subaru thought he would reach for his plate, given his brazenness, but surprisingly he did not. Instead, he filled a chipped cup from a jug and took a sip of water. Tanza, everyone believes that Schwartz-sama has done service of utmost greatness. Therefore, we have decided to prepare a treat. Subaru, Tanza, everyone is that right. Tanza sat in the chair opposite the fake Cecilus, with Subaru in between. While in surprise at Tanza's words, Subaru looked at the group of three of which Idra was a part of. Idra nodded deeply at that gaze and said, "Yeah, Idra. As I said before, it's thanks to you that all of us are safe still. The night we survived the first Sparker, we were treated to a feast for the unit, and I thought it'd be strange if you didn't get your share of it. Whites, for the record, I'm the one who suggested it. Hein. Though I wasn't gonna leave any for the brat." In turn, they told him why the platter of food had been saved for him. But at the words left behind by Hyain, Tanza next to him tilted her head. Tanza, I wonder if that is so. As I recall, I believe it was Hyain-sama who first said that he was uncomfortable eating with only those present. Hyain, hua, I didn't say that though. I dunno anything about that though. Hey, you lil bitch, I won't tolerate you saying unreliable shit like that. Idra, cut that out, Hyain. You can't beat Tanza. That girl beheaded the Guiltilaw. Tanza, I did indeed behead it. As Idra stopped him with a hand, Tanza bowed, and Hyain, unable to retort, concluded it with a ga and gave up his assault by turning his reptilian face away. So this was a token of appreciation from all of them, including the not-so-honest lizardman. Subaru, I'm grateful. I won't be shy at all about taking this meal then. Cecilus, oh, you're a really gluttonous eater. The way you show your generous acceptance is also terribly excellent, you know. Whites, don't overdo it and get a stomachache. Subaru, don't worry. I may look like this, but I used to be a famous school food fighter who ate up all the school lunches of those who were absent. 2. Getting milk from the kids who would not drink it was a piece of cake, and he also brushed his teeth before breakfast. That was Natsuki Subaru's school food fighter battle style. 3. The meat was cold and tough, but its generous seasoning was not that bad, so he couldn't complain. Above all, it was a treat that everyone had saved for Subaru, and that was the best spice of all. Yet, as he watched Subaru bite the meat off the bone like that, Whites turned his pattern-covered face to the side and said, "No, Whites, don't get any creepy misunderstandings. Not like I'm worried about you, Subaru. So you're regretting the piece of meat you gave me now or something?" Whites, that's not it either, it's the death match, Subaru. Whites' words were low and hushed, but the words resonated very profoundly with Subaru. That very instant, Subaru almost dropped the meat from his hand, but fingers from the fake Cecilus caught it from the side and quickly stuck it in Subaru's mouth. Subaru, Ugagu, Cecilus. Relax, 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 you're going to choke. Besides, Tattoo-san over there was a little lacking in his words just now. Don't worry, there won't be a deathmatch anytime soon. Subaru, Ugu, is that right? Tanza, indeed. Currently, we have not received any notice of that so far. However, we do not know at what time we will be informed of a deathmatch, it seems. After finishing off all the meat, leaving only the bone and pecking the remnants on his plate, he looked at Whites. Listening to what the fake Cecilus and Tanza had to add, Whites nodded. Whites, that's what I said, Subaru. No, you didn't. I thought they were going to make us kill each other soon. Idra, it's not that harsh a place indeed. I heard it used to be handled in the way Schwartz was concerned about, until the island chief was replaced and the policy changed. Subaru, before the changeover, so since Gustavsen took over. Idra nodded in response to the question as Subaru reached for the next piece of meat. In his mind, as he was reminded of Gustav's intense face, which did not reveal any emotion at all, Subaru puzzled over what kind of person he was. He was ruthless enough to suddenly throw Subaru into Sparker as soon as he took a look at the latter after waking up. He had thought he would be very much something like the violent rules of the cruel Valetian Empire in person, but from the extent of what he heard, it was not like the gladiators were being forced into seemingly deadly battles straight away. Subaru. Or maybe they just like to do it slowly rather than all at once. Cecilus, you can see that I'm not just a do on a whim kind of person. In fact, if Basu hadn't woken up, probably only these three here would be in the unit facing the Sparker. If that happened, you'd probably have a much darker look on your face at this dinner party. Hein, T, that ain't funny, you know. In the first place, why the hell are you even here? The fake Cecilus laughed at Subaru's words, followed by Hein pointing and barking back in his face. Indeed, if one were to ask, it was true. The fake Cecilus was the one who had helped Subaru and Tanza get ashore on the island, but that was the only connection between them. Idra, I've heard that every gladiator here joins a unit for Sparker at some point or another. After that, depending on their success, they may break up the unit depending on their performance, but your unit is Cecilus. Ah, if you're worried about my unit, don't. Everyone except for me has died, and fortunately I'm already a gladiator who gets allocated solo death matches. Subaru. What? Cecilus. I mean, I'm the strongest. No one can beat me, so you don't have to worry about me at all, ahaha. Subaru and everyone else clammed up as the fake Cecilus slapped his knee. However, Subaru and Tanza's reasons for keeping quiet were surely different from the reasons for the other three men. For that matter, both Subaru and Tanza's were also a bit different at the core. Idra and others would probably consider the words of the fake Cecilus as a huge lie, while Tanza was suspecting that the fake Cecilus was actually related to the real Cecilus segment. Then there was Subaru, who was thinking that he may be the shrunken Cecilus segment, which, if true, then the fake Cecilus may still be the strongest even in this state. If so, it would be very advantageous to have the fake Cecilus on their side. Cecilus, you shouldn't do that, Basu. Looking at your opponent with such greedy eyes'll have you be scorned. Subaru, Han, Cecilus, a person with the attributes to stand on top and in front, they shouldn't have that sorta avaricious, pleading look in their eyes. It's not smart in any way, shape, or form, so you should stop it. If you want to impress me, don't use words. Use actions, resolve, and a treasured signature catchphrase. Saying this, the fake Cecilus advised Subaru by taking two of the bones from his plate and crossing them in front of his face, forming them into an X symbol. Having been told something so astute that it was as if the fake Cecilus had read his mind, Subaru gulped down his saliva. And then, Subaru, you said it wasn't about words, but if a signature catchphrase is needed, then you need words too, right? Cecilus, hey, that's true. That was quite sloppy. Just what has struck me out of all people. With wide-open eyes, the fake Cecilus leaned heavily against the back of his chair and then leaned forward as if being pushed forward. Subaru stiffened as his face suddenly got close to him. Seeing that, the fake Cecilus shaped his whole face into a massive grin. Cecilus, well then, sorry for interrupting you. I've also got a lot of matters to attend to, people to talk to, and ways to pass the time, so I'll leave you here for now. Don't worry, I'll be in the other room next to you, so if there's anything you still need to talk about, you'll have to go there. Subaru, roger that. Cecilis, roger, I don't know what that is, but it sounds rather gallant. Well then, roger that. While making a slight misinterpretation, the fake Cecilis raised his hand and ran off before there was time to stop him. Although there had been no reason to stop him, Subaru was shocked at the lightning-fast speed with which he had left. In actuality, he wasn't so much of a hindrance that he could be called an obstacle, as he just wanted to have someone around who knew the ins and outs of the Gladiator Island. Subaru. Well, it gets tiring hearing him speak roughly 5 times the amount of information I actually want. Tanza, Schwartz-Sama, please continue your meal. Subaru. Yeah, that's right. I've got to get my strength back. No matter what Gustav was thinking, he had no intention of staying quiet until the next deathmatch was assigned. In the first place, he had no intention of staying here as a gladiator for very long. His goal was to take Tanza and get off the island today or tomorrow. Worst case scenario, they could become hostile to Gustav. However, if they did that, Hein, what's up, Schwartz? Subaru. I was just wondering if you guys were worried. Can you do this without me? Hein. The hell you're talking about? You're not thinking of running away, are you? If that's the case, then return the meat. Hein opened his big mouth to yell at the anxious-looking Subaru. Although they had every right to be angry, Subaru had people who were more important to him than they were. Should he consider leaving with not only Tanza, but also the other 3 together? Subaru. Rather, maybe everyone on the island could escape. Tanza, Schwartz-Sama. Subaru. Sorry, I was just talking to myself. As you'd expect, that was just some rambling. It was a troubling idea that he couldn't let other people hear carelessly, even if he was just talking to himself under his breath. However, Whites, Idra, Hein, and of course Subaru and Tanza had been forced to come to the Gladiator Island despite the fact that they did not want to participate in the death matches here. If that was the case for the other people as well, then surprisingly, perhaps Subaru's idea was not as ridiculous as one might think. And just as Subaru was thinking that, "So you've finally woken up, kid. That sparker the other day, that was a hell of a big deal, you know. I screwed up by not going to watch it. I only got to hear rumors about this, and that afterwards, man." People gathered around Subaru as he reached for the meat on his plate. The men who spoke to Subaru in such a friendly manner were all men who looked like they had a reason for being there, even without a detailed explanation. He was sure they were all gladiators. Newcomers to the great hall and those who had been watching Subaru and his comrades from a distance both gathered there, creating a bit of a buzz around Subaru. Subaru. You all are. Can't you tell just by looking? We're your precursors on this island. You guys had quite the hectic and not at all boring sparker. The men started laughing around Subaru, whose eyes widened in surprise. Only they didn't say it in a mocking tone, but in a genuinely complimentary way. Incidentally, while being surrounded by them, Idra had a forced smile, Hein looked uncomfortable, and White sulked silently. Gladiator, that girl's entrance at the end was a sight to behold. She's a lot stronger than she looks. Tanza, thank you very much. It is all thanks to the grace of those who love me. Gladiator. Oh, I see. I don't quite get it, but that was a good death match. Not getting too deep into what the bowing Tanza said, were the perfectly open-minded large men. While they talked about how Subaru and his team fought in Sparker with their every gesture, Gladiator. However, it's a big deal. That Gladiator beast, that Shadow Lion's taken out a lot of units. Another Gladiator. If you guys been taken out, I think the total number of units knocked out by that thing would have been 10. The recent sparkers continue to be rough. Gladiator, that's surely what Governor Gustav wants. Once you're welcomed as a gladiator, you're gonna be treated well, as the entrance is the toughest part. The next shows are gonna be scary. There was no shortage of topics to discuss as they raucously talked about the situation on Jinnenhive. Subaru nodded along, urging each of them to continue while he collected information on the island. It seemed that ever since Gustav had become the island chief, the policy had also become much different from before after all. Also, that lion seemed to be rather strong, and Subaru and the others who won were now rated highly. Subaru. I see, so it was worth all the hard work on our part shows, you say. Gladiator. Yeah, we have regular shows here where nobles from all over the empire get together and make a spectacle out of our death matches. Sparker and daily deathmatches are all training for the real deal. Subaru, training, gladiator, dying during practice won't be any good. The governor knows that. If you work hard, you won't get any reprimands. Ah, there's an exception. Subaru, an exception. Subaru tilted his head at the sight of the strong, muscular man with a fierce look stroking his nose as if he'd had trouble saying that. He was silent for a moment, then sighed deeply and continued, strong gladiator. I hate to tell you this 'cause you get along so well with him, but don't associate with that guy. Subaru. And that guy would be. Thinking of the strong man's phrasing and the one absent, there was only one person who fell under this category. Subaru continued with a could it be? Subaru, you don't mean Sesai. If anything, he's following me, strong gladiator. Yeah, he seems to have taken a licking to you, but how much can you count on that? He came here only 20 days ago. Subaru, MHM. Strong gladiator. At his first sparker, he did nothing and watched as his unit was annihilated, and once his allies were gone, he killed the gladiator beast with his bare hands, effortlessly. Subaru, strong gladiator. After that, every time he was assigned a death match, he had the nerve to cheer his opponent on till all others were dead. And for some reason, he calls himself by the name of General First Class Cecilus Segmund. As he spoke, the strong man looked at the entrance to the hall with a mixture of heartfelt suspicion on his face and in his voice. The entrance that the fake Cecilus Segmund had exited through just a moment before. And it was not just the strong face speaking directly to Subaru that possessed such eyes. Save for Subaru's unit comrades, who did not know of him, the same held true for everyone present. He was a man who was friendly to Subaru, who had displayed his incomprehensibly narrative-driven brain to the point of having him fed up, who had tried asking Subaru, when he was dying, about his final will and testament, and who was fiercely disliked by the gladiators, who were living side by side with death. That was strong gladiator. Governor Gustav and that death guard are the central figures in the current Gladiator Island's irregularities. Translation notes. 1. The Japanese phrase for boy who cried wolf is Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter, which is lit. Wolf boy, hence why Cecilus interprets this as Subaru calling him a werewolf. 2. The term Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter is an English loan word in Japanese saying food fighter. However, the actual meaning of the word is that of competitive eater 3. The expression Chinese letter, Chinese letter, Chinese letter directly means before breakfast, but is used to express the idea of something being easy, akin to phrases like child's play and piece of cake. The pun in this sentence is that Subaru refers to something that is easy, then uses the same term to say he does something before breakfast. Arc 7, Chapter 66, Hilain Yats. Which cult translations is recruiting? We're currently looking for machine translators and Japanese to English checkers. If you're interested in either of these roles, you can leave a reply in the comments below with your contact information. Send a DM to @WC Translations or contact ICE #6557 on Discord. Machine translated by Archbishop Kiln Bruceff Punibaba proofread by Alpha Dydra MPS Devil Eternitishak I3 Lay Dragon Japanese to English checking by Archbishop Paper Maskbook Nejamize Art Sources Punibaba. This an edited machine translation, which has been checked by at least one Japanese-English human translator for quality. This is expected to have a quality dip in accuracy, therefore, if you read this chapter, you must take into consideration the trade-offs between speed and quality. A proper, higher quality translation for this chapter is in the works by our team, so if you would prefer to wait for it, then feel free to check back at a later date, keeping an eye out on our social media for updates. Life on Gladiator Island Jinnenhive was not that bad for Subaru. Subaru's performance during the Sparker event had been well received by the gladiators competing on the Gladiator Island, apparently. And so, where he went, he would receive the same reception he had gotten in that large hall. Even in an environment where one would be forced to fight, the way of the Valatian Empire remained unchanged. Therefore, it seemed that the principle of the strong being valued was valid all the same, and the sparker performed by Subaru and the others of the unit suited said principal well. Even though he's just a scrawny brat, he's got grit. That seemed to be the common assessment of Subaru. It must have been quite amusing to them that Subaru, a child who could be throttled with one hand if such was one's wish, had put up a good fight against the lion gladiator beast. The fact that Subaru seemed to be just an ordinary child for his age, in opposition to the fake Cecilus, his age the same as Subaru's, was perhaps helping this impression. Conversely, the fake Cecilus's reputation was just that bad. Cecilus, I guess what I really want to say is that I'm just living my life as myself, so I really don't care what everyone around me thinks of me. After all, none of you will be able to complain once you see the results. Oh, I don't mean physical results, but emotional ones. Give or take, that had been his reaction at the time he overheard his reputation from the people around him. He had already sensed that was the case in some way, but the fake Cecilus had no desire to change his way of being, nor did he care to live in accordance with the people around him. He possessed a strong will to stick to his beliefs, and the strength to carry that through, both of which affirmed the fake Cecilus's outlandish ego. And as per the rules of the Gladiator Island and the Empire both, that was acceptable. Hydra, but being loathed for it isn't really beneficial. We cannot survive on the island alone because we are a unit. Whites. So you're saying that in there lies the power to survive, that so, guessing from that brat's uncontrollable behavior, he seems to be confident in his way too, Hein. TCH, what a weirdo, it ain't any of our business. I mean, dealin' with these two creepy lil brats is plenty enough. That was the impression the unit's members had of the fake Cecilus. It might have sounded harsh, but it was an entirely natural thought. To begin with, unless they were very strong and in a safe place, all gladiators would struggle so they could survive day in and day out. That was the norm, hence why they were left them with little time to care about the people around them. Subaru. Well, I do have a problem with Hein treating us like creepy little brats, but what do you think, Tanza, about Cessa? Tanza, to me it matters not. More importantly, Schwartz-Sama, Subaru. Yeah, Tanza, Schwartz-Sama, do you really intend to leave this place? Having been asked this all of a sudden, her voice sounding half exasperated and half reproachful, Subaru's eyes widened as he turned around and mindlessly let out a ha. In the communal room given to the gladiators, a space that could be called a shared cell, Tanza, Subaru's roommate, furrowed her smooth eyebrows and took in a breath in a way that was almost dramatic. Tanza, this is not the moment for hahing. I see that Schwartz-Sama has been having a good time with all of the gladiators over the past few days, but do you remember the plan you had at the beginning? Subaru, the plan at the beginning. Tanza, HK, you were thinking of leaving the island and returning to Chaos Flame. For a moment, Tanza's voice became firm towards Subaru's words that were as if he had no clue as to what she was alluding to. And with that, the girl took her eyes off Subaru and prefaced with my apologies, before continuing, Tanza. I was intending to follow Schwartz-Sama's plan if possible, but if Schwartz-Sama is not working proactively, then everything changes. I must rendezvous with Yorna-Sama. Subaru, Tanza, even now, I still do not know anything on what happened after Chaos Flame, only that Yorna-Sama is safe and sound, as evidenced by her continued love for me. As she stated this, Tanza touched her own right eye. What this gesture meant was the change Subaru had witnessed in the residents of the Demon City, the same blaze within the eyes of those under the effect of Yorna's soul marriage technique. Beheading the lion in a single stroke was certainly not something Tanza could do naturally. It meant that the power given by Yorna's favor towards her was still in play. Subaru, that means Yorna-san is well, doesn't it? Tanza, physically, but I do not know if she is well in heart. Subaru, that's well, yeah. Because Yorna-san treasured everyone in the city because she was too kind, she had been treated as a traitor on multiple occasions for failing to follow the policies of the Empire. Subaru believed he somewhat grasped Yorna's circumstances and the feelings of Tanza and everyone else protected by Yorna's ideals. So it was understandable why Tanza wished to go back to Yorna right away. Subaru, but you can't rush that. You can't get what you want by scrambling in the dark. Tanza, but I cannot afford to be as leisurely as you, Schwartz-Sama. Subaru, leisurely, Tanza, correct. I thought you were walking around the island looking for a way to escape for the past 2 days. But it turns out you were chatting with your unit and with other gladiators. Using her fingers to count, Tanza criticized Subaru's behavior over the prior couple of days. Indeed, for 2 days, all Subaru had been doing was talking to people, not looking for a way to escape or figuring out how to work the only drawbridge that connected to the outside world. Sometimes he would spend time with whites and the other people in his unit, but he gave precedence to learning the rules of the Gladiator Island, as well as other interesting tidbits of information from those who had been on the island for a longer time. Those were very leisurely actions in Tanza's eyes, and perhaps it looked as if Subaru had been preparing to make the island his home until his death. But if that were the case, Subaru, that's absolutely wrong, Tanza. I also have someone I want to see as much as Tanza wants to see Yorna-san. I absolutely have to get out of here. Tanza, say, are those the people who were with you? Subaru, that's true with the exception of Abel, and there are others, in a big walled city, and also in the country next door to the Empire. I've been very busy, you know. Tanza. Once Subaru replied that he had others he wanted to meet both there and elsewhere, Tanza fell silent. Perhaps she was thinking that her singular love for Yorna was greater than Subaru's love for multiple people, but she did not state that out loud. That alone was enough to understand how earnest she was. One could only admire Yorna's dedication to her education had she been the one to teach her so many things. Subaru, still, I probably can use my head better than you. Tanza, what is that supposed to mean? And something happened right when Tanza tilted her head at Subaru's words. Basu, the drawbridge is going up. New people have just arrived. As he raised a boisterous shout, the fake Cecilis came running down the corridor and appeared before them. Tanza's shoulders jumped at the intensity and loudness of his voice, but Subaru's reaction was the exact opposite, exclaiming, "Here they are." As he leapt up on the spot, he continued, "Subaru, that's a lot faster than I've heard it is. Is this the usual pace?" Cecilis, nah, like I told you, the latest Sparker, your groups, was an exception. All but the 3 members in Basu's unit failed in their escape and ended up at the bottom of the lake, so Basu and his team made up for the lack of manpower in a hurry. Subaru, ah, I see. As the fake Cecilis had said with a shrug of his shoulder, the previous Sparker had been held with irregularities. The gladiator candidates who were originally supposed to enter the gladiator island with whites and the others had attempted to escape en masse before arriving onto the island proper. However, this had ended up failing miserably, resulting in their carriage overturning. All of those who had escaped from the drawbridge into the lake then became food for aquatic witchbeasts. As a result, the Sparker had not been held for whites and the others as there were not enough members, and was going to be postponed until the number necessary to form a unit was replenished. But Subaru. So back then, when Tanza and I came in, whites and the others must have been really down, huh? New recruits meant that they had to undergo Sparker, and not only that, Subaru and Tanza were the ones joining, and Tanza was unconscious. Essentially, with the inclusion of one child with nasty eyes, it was a 4-man Sparker. All 3 must have thought it was the unluckiest day of their lives. Subaru, however, it was actually the luckiest day of their lives. Cecilis, oh, you have a very nice, confident look on your face. So, Basu, what do you want to do now? Subaru, yeah, I'm going to check out the drawbridge. I'd like to talk to some of the people from outside as well. Cecilis, that might be a little difficult. I think this spark'll start rather early in comparison to last time, so you may not get a chance to meet them. Subaru, I see, it's tricky, but if that's the case, there are ways to make it work. With Subaru answer that while putting his hand on his chin, the fake Cecilis raised his eyebrows in response. His interest, or perhaps his favorable impression of Subaru's reply, was easily understandable from his reaction. His personality was the type of having trouble keeping secrets, but still someone they had to keep their guard up against. There were few people in this world who could kill a person regardless of how much they liked them. The rumored personality of the fake Cecilis on the island was enough to make Subaru treat him as if he were a ticking bomb. Of course, too much apprehension would only shorten the fuse, so finding the right balance was a good idea. Anyhow, Subaru, finally, there seems to be some progress. Tanza, what do you think? Tanza, no, well, what do you mean? Are you and Segmund-sama plotting something? Cecilis, it's nothing of that kind. I wasn't told anything of Basu's thoughts, and even if I was, it wasn't anything big. He simply told me to inform him when the drawbridge was about to be raised. Everything planned afterwards is inside Basu's head, you know. Tanza, Schwartz-sama. Seeing that there was no information to be gained from a Cecilus displaying himself as having not the slightest clue, Tanza's gaze turned to Subaru, as if to accuse him of hiding something from her. Although Subaru had no intention of hiding anything from her, though it was his intention to move rather cautiously. Subaru, for now, let's talk while we go check out the drawbridge. We'd all be stupid to miss it. With Tanza looking as if she wanted to say something and the amused fake Cecilus in tow, Subaru left the common room and headed for the upper level of the island, from where he could see the drawbridge. Atop the island, gladiators were allowed a great deal of freedom in their activities, and except for those whose behavior was abhorrent on a daily basis, they were not restricted in any way aside for when they would go to bed or had their death matches. There were certain rules when to bath or eat, which apparently needed to be followed, but it was a far cry from what he had imagined, which had been the life of a slave or an inmate in a prison. The Gladiator Island had a gladiatorial arena at the center of the island, which became the stage where grand events were held for the likes of spectators from outside the island. As such, and because the gladiatorial arena and its surroundings were what the outsiders would be seeing, it was decorated in a rather flashy and standout style. On the other hand, the rest of the gladiators' free-living spaces were simple, so, with the exception of the bare minimum facilities essential for living, the island felt grey as a whole. Subaru. But there's also the healing room, and there's also a library, isn't it? Tanza, it is said that they began taking in books ever since Governor Gustav became the island chief. Surprisingly, I hear that it has become the place where everyone spends their relaxation time together. Subaru. Yeah, there were a lot of books, though it'd be nice if I could also read them. Whilst nodding at Tanza's description, Subaru scratched his temple with his finger. The letters of this world, which Subaru had supposedly studied, seemed to have been kicked out of his brain right after it was shrunk, so he could only read and understand them falteringly. He remembered some bits vaguely, so it was not impossible to decipher them were he to try hard enough, but he had to use his mind like he was on a treasure hunt just to read a single page. Subaru. If Nisama knew about this, she'd be extremely upset with me. The person who had given Subaru the most help in studying the letters was Nisama Ram, and so, were she to become aware of Subaru's current predicament, she would be very angry. Even discounting that, he had left Rem by herself. He was sure that Ram would be angry upon learning that. As for that, Subaru too wanted her to get mad at him. Tanza, Schwartz-sama, Subaru. In order for us to get off this island, there are two things which will become our obstacles. One of them is the drawbridge that connects the island to the other side of the river. Tanza. Yes, I am aware of it. The stage was for the purpose of running the gladiatorial arena, which was built on the island in the center of the lake. As half of it came from the island side, and the other half from the bank side, the drawbridge could not be crossed unless it was suspended from both sides. It was problematic, because it was usually raised so that it could not be crossed. Cecilus, that's why it's usually lowered. It's raised only when needed. Subaru, that still doesn't make sense to me, no matter how many times you tell me. That's why I want to see the real thing. Although the tone of Cecilus's voice was as if he was speaking to someone who just did not want to listen, at any rate, within Subaru, the image of the drawbridge was without a doubt that of one bridge divided into two from the middle, with each side causing the bridge to withdraw. Naturally, according to that image, the drawbridge would be lowered. Tanza. Then, Schwartz-sama, the second obstacle is, sweeping away the conceptual image in Subaru's mind, Tanza inquired as to the direction of the conversation. At those words, Subaru let out an aha and took a short breath. Then, Subaru, needless to say, it's the curse rule. The one Gustav says is placed on all the gladiators. Tanza. As the ends of her gentle eyebrows lowered, Tanza made a complicated face. Naturally, she would have understood the issue without even being told it was the curse rule. A curse mark was bestowed upon all the gladiators on the Gladiator Island, and it was activated on those who broke the curse rule, dispossessing them of their lives. That was the main reason why Gustav continued to reign as the absolute ruler of the Gladiator Island, as governor. No one could defy Gustav. Defying him would cost one of their life. Even if one did not defy him, as long as the curse mark was not removed, one did not know when their life would be terminated for violating the curse rule. How to remove it, and the details of the curse rule, nobody except Gustav himself knew. Subaru. If you ask me what I'm scared of, that be that I don't know the detailed rules. I could just be spending my time normally, and then inadvertently violate them and die without realizing it. Cecilus. Well, from what I know there was that sort of unease when Gustav first became governor, but lately that unease seems to have faded away for the most part. That said, it seems like Gustav doesn't want to reduce the number of gladiators all silly-nilly, so it's a relief that he's declared what should never be done. Subaru. Declared. So that be stuff like, do not defy the guards, and fighting amongst fellow gladiators outside of death matches is prohibited, and do not flee from this island without permission, and so on. Cecilus. Yupiup. Subaru. As I thought, the last one there is the problem. For maintaining the rules for living on the island, Gustav had imposed the curse rule. Nevertheless, it was true that this was in direct conflict with Subaru's and Tanza's objectives. Subaru, aside from less than upright methods, there are other ways to break the curse rule and quit being a gladiator, right? Cecilus. Yeah, there certainly are. That specific case be the large-scale show that they hold once a year. His Excellency the Emperor is invited, and it's the famous reward for the death match they hold in his presence. There's also other ways, such as someone in the audience spending lots of money to take you out. Therefore, the gladiators also need to look good, meaning a necessity to charm them with magnificent beauty emerges. Subaru. For some reason or another, my mental image is that of gladiators. That was something that resembled the so-called gladiators from the Roman Empire. 1. He did not know much about the details, but it had a nuance along the lines of a slave that was made to fight with a sword, which could be said to be literally the same position as the gladiators of the island. He had heard that there was a person, seemingly a famous gladiator of old, who had brought about a rebellion alongside the other gladiators. But to Subaru, what I want to do is escape, not rebel, so I'm thinking more like a great prison escape. What could become a hint would be the patterns of those who have escaped from prison. However, knowledge of such movies and manga was also rather hazy within Subaru. It seemed that they would not be able to utilize that with things as they were, so Subaru still had to find the right answer. Subaru. Whatever the case, for the sake of getting off of the island, we have to do something about these two things, the drawbridge and the curse rule. For that reason as well, it is absolutely essential that we go observe the drawbridge, got it? Tanza. I concur. Still, that does not explain why Schwartz-sama was taking his time relaxedly up until the drawbridge moved. Subaru, you sure are holding that against me. Responding to Tanza's intent gaze, Subaru scratched his head as he made a troubled face. While they were talking like that, the three of them headed to the vantage point they sought. Halfway up the mountain that got taller as it approached the center of the island, a balcony had been built in a position that overlooked half of the lake. Rather than a balcony, it was more accurate to call it an observation deck, but there were a few other people in attendance besides Subaru and the other two. The other gladiators seemed to have come here as curious onlookers. Amongst the ranks of the onlookers, a figure suddenly turned and waved to Subaru and the others. That's Schwartz, ain't it? What are you doing here? Subaru. Oh, Hein, you're here as well. Just looking at the goods. Hein, as if I could be doing something like that. I'd heard the next sacrifices were on their way, that's why. Averting his eyes, the lizardman Hein was unable to continue with the rest of the words. As a member of the same unit as Subaru, contrary to his cocksure attitude, he was quite timid. He was not a bad person, but on the other hand, his character was not something to be openly praised. Even that excuse just now had not fully dispelled any part of that purpose of looking at goods. Tanza, Hein-sama, did you want to take a look at the people who are coming next? Hein, ugh, Tanza. If you do not want to tell me, it does not particularly bother me, however. At the reserved Tanza's question, Hein curled his big mouth and hesitated to answer. But with the silence immediately becoming unbearable, Hein said, "That's right," with a trembling voice. Resting his elbows on the railing while scowled at the lake below, he spoke Hein. I wanted to see the faces of the guys coming here next. Is that wrong? Subaru, that's not wrong, but for what reason? Since you survived the Sparker, it'd be inconsiderate to come here to check if the next group of incomers can survive Sparker or something of the sort. Hein, like I'd do something that evil. I ain't saying. There aren't guys like that, though. I am different, and with that, Hein denied Subaru's suspicions. He had decided to trust that answer for the moment. Subaru also earnestly understood that Hein was not a bad guy, he was just a scaredy cat. He also was the one that seemed to be the least accustomed to the rules of this gladiator island. Hein, so why'd you guys come? Subaru, we aren't just looking at the goods, nor are we curious onlookers. Of course, we're interested in the people they're bringing this time around, but we want to see the drawbridge. Hein, you want to see the bridge? What are you, a brat? Wait, you really are a brat, ain't you? Subaru. No, that's right, and you sure talk loud. Subaru's lips curved due to Hein recklessly speaking very loudly, perhaps to cover up his own feelings. As he then stood alongside him, they looked over the lake below. Albeit the sun was still high in the sky, the area around the Gladiator Island was faintly darkened by an overcast sky. For some reason, it seemed the clouds in the area never seemed to clear up, and he had heard that the overcast sky was present all year round. Based on how the sky looked, this was a place that darkened people's spirits. Cecilis. Well, there are a considerable number of people who enjoy that kinder environment. I rather like it. Subaru. That's surprising. I thought Cec'd be a big fan of sunny days, but you do call yourself Lightning, so it's possible you don't care if it's cloudy. Cecilis, I see it's not something I ever cared much about, but now that you mention it, shrugging his shoulders at the fake Cecilis, who put his hand over his mouth as his eyes gleamed at the surprising revelation, Subaru and the others lined up in front of the railing, waiting for the drawbridge in question to be raised. Then, not too long after, Subaru. Oh. At first, the rattling sound of gears and mechanical parts moving could be heard from somewhere. His thought was that it had to utilize the same mechanism the iron fence at the gladiatorial arena used to spring up, but the drawbridges was on a scale a world apart. After all, not constructing a bridge of tremendous length would not do, so, from what it seemed, they'd had to balance that with turning either large gears or a large number of gears. Before Subaru's eyes, slowly, the drawbridge rose. Subaru. What had appeared so slowly was the drawbridge that had been submerged deep within the lake. Just like how the fake Cecilis had corrected him about it many times, moving in conjunction with the mechanism of rotating gears, it rose out of the lake to reveal itself. Rather than lowering a drawbridge that had been raised, they raised a drawbridge that had been submerged. In precise terms, it was not one singular bridge that was brought up, but multiple connected bridges that emerged from the bottom of the lake, apparently structured to form a single bridge. Once the bridge, divided into multiple sections, was lifted to the same level, it was then connected together to become one, which was completed while a large quantity of water was drained from it. That very mechanism was also in operation on the bank side, and so the drawbridge would also rise on the opposite bank. The two drawbridges raised in that way would then become one, releasing the Gladiator Island from its isolation for a limited time. 3 Subaru. The thing that's moving that bridge is, Cecilis. There's a tower that controls the drawbridge, so it's pretty much operated in that tower, you know. I've never actually been inside, so I don't know what to expect. Subaru, inside the control tower. As far as a bridge of that scale went, it would probably be difficult to raise and lower it covertly. That said, crossing the lake in something like a small boat was also impeded by the presence of the witch beasts in the water. It seemed that his thinking was still insufficient to provide a realistic means of escape. Tanza. Likely, that is the carriage carrying the next people. Beside the pondering Subaru, Tanza muttered that while looking towards the opposite shore. Pulling a single carriage, a large sable galewind horse slowly crossed the drawbridge. The galewind horse appeared to be an army horse equipped with armor, and it seemed quite tough at a glance. Guarding that carriage, positioned around it, were soldiers, riding something smaller than the galewind horse. It seemed that they were worried about the carriage overturning like last time, so their vigilance was increased. Cecilis. Oh, it's Gustavsan. Looks like he's coming in person. On the other side of the drawbridge, a group was waiting for the carriage to arrive. Among the guards in their black uniforms, Gustav stood, his extraordinarily large chest puffed out. Was this also a precaution against the last time the carriage overturned? Or, considering it was Gustav, he would have been present regardless? Subaru. It's a little over a kilometer to the other side of the river, maybe no more than 2 kilometers. It was hard to tell because it was quite a distance away, although the distance of the drawbridge appeared to be more or less what he had guessed. Even with the mechanism that allowed them to divvy up the weight of the bridge, a drawbridge of such length was unimaginable. Even if magic or some other special magical tool had been used as a basis, it was still quite a feat. And so, as he was checking the state of his target, the drawbridge, Hein. Ah! Hein, who like Subaru and the others had been looking at the drawbridge, exclaimed, his voice cracking. No, he was not looking at the drawbridge, but at the carriage coming across. The carriage pulled by a huge galewind horse had finished crossing the drawbridge, the people inside exiting. These were the people who would be handed over to Gustav as gladiators, or more correctly, as candidates to be gladiators. Hein's eyes widened at the sight of these faces. Hein, those idiots, you ended up getting caught. With both hands covering his face, Hein stared down below him through the gaps between his large, webbed fingers. Upon laying eyes on the new faces, Subaru understood the meaning of his words. The people brought in were all much like Heian lizard men, although the color of their scales suggested that they were possibly of a different ethnic group. They could still be broadly categorized as such, and Heian's reaction was in response to knowing who they were. Heian. Even though you went as far as to use me as bait to get away. Subaru narrowed his eyes at Heian, who muttered to himself bitterly. During Sparka, when he had tried again and again to get to know Hein and the others who had participated alongside him, he had been told the circumstances that had brought Hein to the Gladiator Island. He had told Subaru that he had been made to play a decoy with his ability to change the color of his scales and blend in, and that he had been used as a sacrificial pawn to buy time for his friends to escape from slavers. That said, from Hein's response, it was clear that they, Subaru, they're the ones who used you as bait, huh? Hein, ga, Tanza, Hein-sama. Hein's expression changed once Subaru spoke his words, which made Tanza look at him with concern. Although Tanza was probably not fond of him, she probably held sympathy for a person with whom she had exchanged words. But once he saw that boy and that girl gazing at him, Hein sniffled and Hein, serves 'em right, and din up mackin' fools out of yourselves 'cause you took advantage of me. After all the pain they caused me, ridiculous. Cecilis, Hein, W, what you got a problem or something? The fake Cecilis closed one eye at Hein's words, the latter lashing out angrily, his mouth distorted at the former. When Hein recklessly snapped at him in response, the fake Cecilis shook his head. No, no, Cecilis, I'm not criticizing you. I was just surprised and impressed at the same time, because it was just a mediocre statement by a mediocre character who exists just to be beaten. Hein, I'm a character who exists just to be beaten. Cecilis, what else can I say? This is something I've been thinking about for quite a bit. But why do all these people who are supposed to be side characters always blurt out things that make them sound like they are side characters? Why don't they just read one of those picture books and understand how foolish it all sounds? In front of Hein, whose voice trembled, the fake Cecilis clasped his hands up high together. With a dry sound, the fake Cecilis drew the attention of those around him to himself. Cecilis, look around and see for yourselves. I haven't read every story I can find of the past and the present and of every location. But if you read ones that catch your eye from cover to cover, you'll find that there are many members to their cast. The famous ones say and do things worthy of their renown, and those who aren't say and do things that are worthy of their stupidity. And this applies to reality outside pictures book more than you might think. Hein, W, what the fuck are you talking about? Cecilis, weak people say things that seem weak. Strong people say things that seem strong. The leading actors say the coolest things, and the minor characters whisper in a voice that's hard to hear. Oh, it's all so bizarre and strange, don't you think? Hein, Cecilis, why are y'all so eager to play the smallest roles out of your own will? We're all actors who need to live out our own lives. Of course, the lead actor can only be me. Keeping their gazes focused on him, the fake Cecilus lightly tapped on the ground under his Zori, focusing not only their gazes, but also their hearing all towards himself. And Cecilus, why don't you think things over before you say anything? That statement makes you sound kinda like a small fry who's about to die. Hein, HK. Hein swallowed as the fake Cecilus brought his face closer to him, staring at him from below. With a smile on his face despite Hein's reaction, the fake Cecilus swiftly backed away. But Hein seemed to be afraid of the fake Cecilus's eyes and found himself panting. And with that, Hein turned his back to run away from the fake Cecilus and Subaru. Hein, what? Leave me alone. The only time I'm getting involved with you is when we're together as a unit, and Subaru, what about those people down there? I thought they were your companions. Subaru stopped Hein as he was about to leave, asking him a question. Hearing Subaru's words, Hein exhaled with a ha. Hein, it's as I said. They used me as bait, and after that they fucked up. I don't give a shit about those idiots. Subaru, but when you dropped that bag down the cliff, they shared their food with you, didn't they? Hearing Subaru's words, Hein's eyes widened with an ah. To Hein's astonishment, Subaru continued with, more than that, Subaru. They helped you get away from bandits, and when you couldn't start a fire, they did it for you. The last thing you remember about them might be a bad memory. But, Hein, Subaru, it's too lonely to think that the last thing you saw of them makes up everything about those people. There was the saying that a person would show their true colors in extreme circumstances. How ridiculous, Subaru wanted to say as to tell him to discard that logic. It was ridiculous to assume that, when a person was placed in an extraordinary, uncontrollable situation, the actions they took there would determine everything about them. Then, would what Hein, Whites, and Idra had done during Sparker be their true colors? Would Subaru think they were a scaredy cat, a coward, and a fraud, and that was all there was to them? There were moments they would cooperate with Subaru without running away, without outsmarting them, without deceiving them, and that was why they were all here together like this, having narrowly escaped from death. That was why, Subaru. If you talk to them, you might get a different story. Even Subaru had been unable to love the people who he now loved from the get-go. He had also seen the less pleasant sides of those people. Still, Subaru wanted to like everyone. And Subaru believed himself to not be the sole unique person in this regard. Hein, you're a creepy lil brat, always talking like you know it all. At Subaru's appeal, Hein muttered something that sounded spiteful. From his point of view, it had to be quite sickening to be told a story that he did not remember telling Subaru. And yet, with a face portraying a thought that preceded the eeriness he felt, Hein, they'll never get past Sparker. So it's impossible. With that, Hein walked away from his perch, this time without stopping. But did he realize it? Hein's answer did not come from his feelings at that moment, but was merely an excuse as to why he could not do those things, because the situation would become even more suffocating. Did he realize that, if the circumstances changed, that excuse would no longer be tenable? Tanza, Schwartz-sama, I am sorry to hear about Hein-sama and his acquaintances, but... As Hein turned away, Tanza gently touched Subaru's sleeve. Her round eyes were shimmering with impatience, accompanied with sympathy. Out of the obstacles they had to overcome, one of them was the drawbridge. Because she had seen the bridge with her own two eyes, it must have strengthened her resolve to escape the island. Naturally, for Tanza, getting off this island was much, much more important to her than Hein's feelings. Of course, it was the same for Subaru. Subaru also had things that were important to him, and things that he wanted to prioritize. There was no need to compare Hein with what Subaru had encountered in the past. Yet Cecilus, Basu, that's what's called a thorny path. Subaru, Ces, as Subaru fought the boiling, burning sensation in depths of his chest, the fake Cecilus told him that. When Subaru turned to look at him, the fake Cecilus let out a hup, then stood nimbly atop the railing in front of him. It was a sight that made him feel a tad uneasy, but the fake Cecilus dexterously balanced himself on the narrow railing. Cecilus, it's rare that we get everything to be the way we want them, no matter how many of the best choices we make under the circumstances we find ourselves in. There's a precondition for those beings who obtain everything. The qualification of being the chosen leading actor. If you do not possess it, and you want something you're undeserving of Subaru, what if I do? Cecilus, only death awaits, isn't that so? As the fake Cecilus stated so, his body leaned heavily toward the other side of the railing. Seeing this, Tanza's eyes widened, and she quickly tried to reach out her hand. But faster than she could do so, the fake Cecilus, bending at the knees, killed the momentum of his fall. Then crouching, he came face to face with Subaru in front of the railing, and Cecilus. So it's much easier to have things move along if you think of them as what needs to be done, whether you like it or not. Subaru. What needs to be done? Cecilus. Yes, that's right. Accepting what is in front of you as supremely natural, coming to the conclusion you can't change destiny. Those who cannot overcome obstacles with their own strength will inevitably stagnate on the road ahead. You've got no choice but to carve open your own path. That's what needs to be done, regardless of what you think about it. The fake Cecilus said this while squatting down, skillfully maintaining his posture without moving a single muscle. As Subaru was bombarded directly by those words, the rumors about the fake Cecilus resurfaced in Subaru's mind. It had been said that, in the sparka which the fake Cecilus had participated in, he had not acted until all of his allies had been wiped out. Then, as soon as he had been left alone, he had killed the gladiator beast by his lonesome, and since then he had been fighting to the death without the members of his unit at his side, taking the lives of everyone he came to face. Subaru, is that why you don't help others, Cesar? Cecilus, you must be able to clear your way through any obstacle by yourself. If you accomplish things by borrowing the strength of others, you won't be able to overcome the same thing the next time you encounter it. You can't borrow power forever. People will eventually die. Even I am not immortal. His intentions were understandable. His logic, too, was not impossible to comprehend. But that was a type of logic that only the fake Cecilus could declare because he was strong, someone who could cut through problems. It was very harsh and unkind. Subaru, you say that, Cesai, but sometimes encounters can change a person, you know. Then that changed person might overcome the next obstacle. Besides, standing on one foot on the railing, the fake Cecilus rested his elbow on his bent knee and rested his hand on his chin. Scowling at that face, holding back a grin, Subaru bared his teeth. As an ordinary person who was unable to live alone, to this superhuman who could get through anything on his own. Subaru, Cess, you say to treat it as what needs to be done regardless of my feelings, but it's important to keep this feeling of not being able to do that. Cecilus, Subaru, this feeling of not being able to throw away my personal feelings to do something is the driving force to save someone else. Even if I'm told this is the selfishness of a naive brat, because that's what it is. Indeed, that was what Subaru would like to believe. The size of one's body did not matter. This was something that Natsuki Subaru thought, no matter how big or small he was. A belief. A naive logic that could not be disregarded by cleverness posed as mature. Cecilus, aha. Hearing Subaru's declaration, the fake Cecilus's expression changed. From a thin smile to a big, satisfied grin. Seeing that out of the corner of his eye, Subaru decided what he needed to do and walked away. Tanza, Schwartz-sama. Segmunt-sama, what a, Cecilus. Oh, that's great, Basu. That fits my logic as well. Cool people say cool things. Strong people say things that seem strong. Both castes start by saying things that are worthy of their standing. That's the very spirit of someone who rebels against fate. Tanza, Segmunt Sama. Tanza turned on the fake Cecilus, who was cackling on the railing. However, Subaru had no time to spend on these two people. There were two places that he needed to go to, and although he could just stop by the first, he needed to have a little discussion, persuasion, or perhaps a somewhat baseless accusation for the other one. That was something he would have to get ready for later, and Subaru, Old Man Null. Quickly heading back inside the island, Subaru rushed to the healing room. As he flung the door open, he saw the back of a panicked figure that had been secretly dozing off inside. The old man with a thin body, an untended long beard, and the impression of a cotton swab was Old Man Null, the healer cooped up in the healing room. Null shook his head and blinked at the visitor who had rushed into the room, Subaru. The latter prefaced his question with, sorry, and then, Subaru. The thing I asked for, is it ready? Looks like they're having the next sparker. We should have a reason to go watch. Hein loathed whites, who, unable to read the situation, had made such an invitation. Since they had been assembled as members of the same unit, they frequently had no choice but to be together, however, From the beginning, Hinein had never gotten along with whites. In addition to that, he knew that this was where he himself, who would impulsively flare up at people, and who had poor chemistry with whites, who was genuinely courageous, who could not back down, would be the first to spew inflammatory words. Even though he knew this, he had never been able to fix it. Because of that, he had been through utterly terrible experiences up to this point. He had been sent to Jinnenhive as a gladiator. That mess, too, had been caused by the disaster his mouth had made. It was true that the people he had been working with had used him as a sacrificial pawn in order to get away from slavers. But in the first place, it had been Hein's own slip of the tongue which had drawn the slavers' attention to them. Though frustrated for being incapable of even finding a decent job for merely a day, he had gotten into a barroom fight with a group of clearly dangerous people and was held accountable for it. After days and days of being on the receiving end of a harried pursuit, it finally reached the point of turning to direct violence, and for his comrades to save themselves, a decision was made. Hein, damn it, I know that. Though he was a scaredy cat, he was short-tempered and would flare up at people. That was the reason he had incurred problems, and yet, until the very end, his comrades did not abandon him. Reluctant to keep relying on others, and trying to look good, he had told them, "If it becomes hopeless, please just abandon me." Despite having said this, however, on his mind had been the thought that they did not have the courage to abandon him. At the very end of the end, convinced that they were scaredy cats just like him, that they would not have the courage to abandon one of their comrades, he had been taking advantage of them. Hein, I know that I'm the most hopeless of 'em all, damn it. Being abandoned, being used as bait, being used as a sacrificial pawn. It had been foolish of him to make a big fuss about it. That it had been a very foolish thing, Hein himself understood that. But were he to go on without saying that, he would be unable to protect his own heart. He was not at fault, and yet his comrades had been the ones in the wrong that had made him suffer. He firmly wished to believe that. At the very least, by cursing his comrades in that manner, cursing them who had escaped harm, he wanted to justify himself. Hein, despite that, why the hell did y'all get caught too? After all the trouble he had gone through, getting himself caught like this, and thrown into such a hopeless situation, why had they gotten themselves caught as well? With his justification to curse them snatched away, Hein was nothing more than an asshole. Degraded to being merely an asshole, he had no choice but to watch his friends die helplessly here. It appears a unit's been established with the people that were brought in this time. Unlike how it was with us back then, they're being thrown in as soon as they arrive. With his arms crossed, with his voice trembling, Idra looked down upon the gladiatorial arena from his seat among the spectators. Idra attempted to hide his trembling voice, but to no avail. Idra may be strong, but deep down, he was not very different from the scaredy cat Hein. Even then, Idra had the determination to put on a guise of strength. Hein did not. He was miserable. Gustav, from here on out, the sparker commences. As the seating crowded with gladiators, the heavy voice of Gustav, the governor, reverberated through the crowd. Although they'd had no leisure for noticing it during their own sparker, in one corner of the gladiatorial arena, there was a stage from which Gustav could look out over the audience, or rather, a place where dignitaries would be seated during the shows. From there, Gustav looked down upon the venue with his forearms spread aloft. At that moment, directly beneath Gustav, a passageway leading to the back of the gladiatorial arena opened, and from its interior, closed off with an iron fence, a gladiator beast slowly emerged. It was a witch beast different from the one Hein and the others had fought, a very, very large rat with soft-looking fur wrapped around its entire body, and bird wings growing out of both of its arms. However, the differences between the two amounted to only their appearance, and there was no sizable distinctions in their ferocity or danger. That was what Hein's instinctive alarm bells conveyed to him. In other words, it would not be the case in which, just because it was a different gladiator beast, the difficulty of Sparker would be reduced. Whites. So, looks like these are the participants this time. As he heard the low roar of the gladiator beast, as Whites had stated, the fence of the passageway in front of them opened, and from there the participants of this Sparker, the 5 lizard men, emerged. The scales of each and every single one of them shook with anxiety and tension. All of their faces were familiar to Hein. That final hope of having mistaken them because he had viewed them from a distance had been crushed. Suddenly turning his face downward, Hein realized that there was nowhere for him to run. Just what had caused this? The scaredy cat Hein had survived the sparker. Being brought to the same place as Hein, his comrades would be unable to survive the sparker, would end up losing their lives. Just what in the world was this curse? That they had to suffer through this, had it been a result of his cursing? If so, the effect of Hein's cursing had to be a considerable one. Then he would curse everyone on this island with the exception of himself. No, he would rather curse everyone within this empire, curse them until he ran out of curses, and yet, Idra, idiot. Hein. To begin with, if he were to curse anyone, he would start with the slavers who had left him and his comrades here. Hein, having been engaged with such fanciful and unhelpful retreats from reality, was brought back to his senses by Idra's dumbfounded mutterings. What had occurred? With his eyes wide open in astonishment, Idra stared at the gladiatorial arena. And doing that was not just Idra, but was also whites next to him. No, was not just the two of them. The multitude of gladiators in the audience of the venue were all staring in amazement. The reason for that was clear, and looking down at the gladiatorial arena, Hein's expression became the same as those of the others. Because beside the 5 lizard men was the figure of a 6th person who was not supposed to be. Hein, WWW, what the hell are you doing, Schwartz? His throat trembling, Hein called out the name of the one who should not be there, the name of the black-haired boy, the boy from whom he had just parted at that vantage point, the boy who had spoken to him so cheekily, turned around upon hearing Hein's pitiful exclamation. Then, present in the midst of the lizard men trembling at the life-threatening sparker before, with a snap he pointed at the face of Hein in the audience and declared. He had been asked what he was doing, and so, Subaru, the strongest reinforcement. So he declared. Translation note. 1. In this section, several terms all translate to English as gladiator. Subaru vocalizes Japanese letter, 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 which is the English loanword. Chinese letter is used in narration, which is how the gladiators of Jinnenhive are always referred to. And finally, Chinese letter is used in narration to refer to the gladiators of Rome. And we have localized this as gladiators of old. 2. This is a reference to the legend of Spartacus. 3. This is a bit of a pun that doesn't really work in English. The Chinese letter, in Chinese letter, translated literally, means isolated island rather than island. Hence why it's being released from isolation. Chinese letter here. 4. Azori is a traditional kind of Japanese footwear resembling a sandal. More information here, https://n Wikipedia org wikizori.